Check, check, check. Welcome back, folks, to another live stream. Thanks for your patience. A big matchup coming up, Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. Everybody know what's on the line for this one, Jamaica Reggae Boyz. We will go over some of the statistics here today of how these two teams have matched up in the past. The Jamaica and Reggae Boyz in their head-to-head matchup versus Trinidad and Tobago. This is going to be a massive one in the head-to-head. Historical stats in their last 9 meetings, Jamaica has won 5 of their last games against Trinidad and Tobago, has won 1 in there, has been 3 draws. Jamaica has scored 11 goals in those 9 matches, Trinidad and Tobago scoring 4 goals. Recent form, Jamaica haven't lost to Trinidad and Tobago in their last 7 meetings, winning 5 games and drawing another 2. From the current 2024-2025 World Cup Qualification Group B, Jamaica sits at top of the group on 9 points, followed by a Curacao who's on 8 points here. This is going to be a massive one for both teams this week coming up, Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. The Jamaican Reggae Boyz would want to put on a better showing after the last encounter at the National Stadium. Though they did walk away with the win, Trinidad and Tobago was able to find the back of the net 3 times versus the Jamaican Reggae Boyz. The squad list is largely what Steve McLaren has been sticking with his core group of players in a must-win game. We know the new call-up in Rico Henry, the Brentford man, he's gonna be making his debut for Jamaica in that international game. That's a big game there for Jamaica. We don't know if Rico Henry will be starting in that game, however, for the Jamaican Reggae Boyz. Big names to watch out for in this game. But if we look at the squads on transfer market and which one of these teams basically market value at the highest is Jamaica with a 34.7 million euros in their recent transfer market sheet, followed by Trinidad at 15.96 million. That's the value of each squad here. Dwight York, the squad includes players like Mitchell, he's a US-born player as well, added to the 26-man squad versus the Jamaican Reggae Boyz. Jamaica recent form, they have been able to get the points against Trinidad and Tobago in that first encounter, but we did see them struggle against a Curacao team after. And I'm gonna say this is why a lot of Reggae Boyz fans might be concerned going into this game. The 2 games that Jamaica has won convincingly was the 2 games against Bermuda, which Bermuda has been the beaten stick of the group. Everybody seems to get the points of Bermuda. So that win for Jamaica is not necessarily anything that people should be excited about. Trinidad and Tobago in their recent struggle, they won against Bermuda, but they have gotten points off Curacao, who is the next toughest team in the group. It's very important in this game for the English-based players to come to the party, whether they can help the Jamaican Reggae Boyz. There has been a lot of dilemmas when it comes on to squad selection for the Jamaican Reggae Boyz. Lots of injuries and lots of players carrying niggles, and this has made Steve McLaren's job much harder. Everybody is looking out for the kingpin man in this game, Isaac Hayden. He will be a critical player in this game for Jamaica. We see that Jamaica tends to lose when this player is off the park. So this tells me that Dwight York and the Trinidad and Tobago players, they will be looking out for Isaac Hayden. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get him in some bad situation, maybe get him on a card early. And if he gets a card in this game, he missed the next critical encounter for Jamaica versus Curacao. And that is a must-win game. Technically, I know this is a must-win game for Jamaica, but it's still not a must-win game for Jamaica. Here is the scenarios here. We're going to dive into that, but before we go into that, let's look at some of the notable players for Trinidad and Tobago in Levi Garcia. He was the man that caused a lot of problems for the Reggae Boyz at the National Stadium. He was able to get behind that Jamaican defense 3 times. One of the few players to score a hat-trick without getting one of those goals. Kevin Molino in the midfield. We know he's the MLS man as well. Tyrese Spicer, the young forward drafted by Toronto FC in the MLS. He's in the Trinidad and Tobago squad. I know Dwight York will be expecting more from that youngster. Hasn't really come to the party as yet, just getting his feet wet in the international game. Frederick as well, MLS draftee from the Colorado Rapids. He should be a part of this setup. Andre Rampassard, the midfield player as well. He is in the Canadian Premier League. His inclusion, this shows a lot of diversity in this Trinidad team as they're building. A lot of Trinidad fans would also say they're not sure if the team now is the team to take them all the way to the World Cup. But they seem confident this one will be taking place at the Hazel Crawford Stadium in Trinidad and Tobago. Massive home game. If Trinidad walks away with the win here, they will be sitting on 8 points, making things very tricky here. We expect Curacao to beat Bermuda. However, I'm going to say something about that. Levi Garcia, though, he's playing over there at Spartak Moscow in Russia. They're going to expect him to come to the party. Spicer as well. They need him to come to the party. Cardenas, he's a youngster who has shown a lot of promise under Dwight York, the youngster from Crystal Palace. He's a wing back for Trinidad and Tobago. Seems to struggle sometimes. One of those goals that were cost in the game was due to his misfortune. Don't think he's a wing back, but Trinidad is going with him for now. So those are some of the key players that we expect to come to the party this matchup in this window versus Jamaica. Here is some of the scenarios. Trinidad wins this game. They move into third place with 8 points. Now, if Jamaica loses this game, Jamaica still sits on 9 points, and Curacao jumps to 11 points. Now, if Jamaica beats Curacao in that final game, we could see a situation where Trinidad beats Bermuda, and they're now on 11 points with Curacao needing goal difference. So Trinidad and Tobago has to go for the goals in these next 2 matchups. There's no doubts about it. Another scenario here, Jamaica wins this game. Jamaica goes to 12 points. Curacao sits on 11 points. Jamaica now would only need a draw at the National Stadium to get in there. And if they get a draw, Curacao will hold off that second spot on 12 points, while Jamaica goes through on 13 points. So that's where we're sitting. Thanks to everybody for joining us today on Sports Blem. It's World Cup qualification again. This is where it comes to the final round in November. This is where all the teams were expecting to either be sitting at the top of the group. But if you look in CONCACAF, there hasn't been any team that has really qualified yet for the World Cup. All the teams in the other groups are sitting on 6 points, where you have Suriname on 6 points, Panama on 6 points, Guatemala sitting on 5 points, El Salvador sitting on 3 points. So it's close. This one is going all the way to the wire. Big up yourself, Stats Boss. Big up yourself, everybody who is here in the chat today. Thank you for joining us today. So Jamaica, the last stream was a very heated one. A lot of fans were disappointed in the non-selection of Ravel Morrison as Jamaica enters this game with 5 midfielders. Bobby Reid as the attacking midfielder. Some say Damari Gray will sit in that number 10 role. Ronaldo Cephas as well is expected to play an integral role in this game. I'm looking at this game. If I was Steve McLaren, I would go back to that Unity Cup starting lineup where we have Romain Barrel up front for Jamaica. he was putting in the work. He had the work rate against Trinidad and Tobago. He caused a lot of problems for that Trinidad and Tobago team. I'm hearing rumors, though, that Shamar Nicholson might get the nod, even though he's not playing at his club. But the coach might go off his international form. I totally disagree with that. Roman Burrell, though, after that Unity Cup game, the coach, after the Unity Cup, the coach seems to fall out of favor with the player. However, the player is in fine form, scoring at QPR, has scored in the past couple of games for his championship club. So I'm expecting Roman Burrell to get the nod. He has the work rate, as we have a Damari Gray comes back in. Whether Dujon Whisper gets the start over Tyrese Campbell on the right-hand side, or the coach decides to go back with a Kaheem Dixon, who hasn't been playing much at Crawley Town, only slotting in 3 starts in his stint there at Crawley Town. However, when he plays for Jamaica, he tends to show up. Bobby Reid this weekend had a massive goal for Leicester City, so he should be one to look at in this game as well. Bobby Reid, though, might be played in the midfield, depending on what the coach decides to go with. Here, Steve McLaren, we see this Jamaican squad very top-heavy, bringing in 9 attacking players. Some people are considering whether Jamaica should go into this game with a back 3. I don't think Jamaica tweaks the back line, as they've been getting the result. Outside of that loss versus Curacao, Jamaica has been quite steady at the back. However, Richard King as well, Ethan Pinnock, we have seen moments where we saw some mental lapse in their performance in the back. This is not the game for that. However, it's a must-win game for Jamaica, but it's not a must-win game for Jamaica if Jamaica loses the game. No, this is another scenario. This is another scenario that nobody is looking at. This one right here. Bermuda did cost Curacao a lot of problems at home. Curacao, we saw them went up with 2 early goals versus Bermuda. Bermuda was able to come back into that game, scoring 2 goals, and Curacao was able to take it over the line. Curacao having one of their better players coming back into the team as well after missing their last game. So, is this the moment where Bermuda gets their first World Cup qualifying win? I think this would have been in this final round. This might be their first win in qualifying round in this competition. If they're able to knock off a Curacao and Jamaica wins, Jamaica loses. If Jamaica wins and Curacao loses to Bermuda, Jamaica is home safe, because Jamaica will be sitting 4 points atop of the group. And even if Curacao beats Jamaica, Curacao will be on 14 points. No, they will be on 12 points, while Jamaica sits on 13 points, somewhere around there. Tyrese Hall scores today in an ongoing match at his club, says Jonathan Bailey. Currency, I will put Burrell in the Lion Den in Trinidad and Tobago. I think you need a Roman Burrell in this game. The player has been scoring at his club. And I'm thinking players like Levi Garcia, he's chopping away at this one. I think I want to get someone from Trinidad and Tobago on the line with me today. I will just see if he's up and ready to go, just to check the temperature before the game kicks off in a few days. Some people would say in a couple of hours. The days seems to be going by very quickly. World Cup qualification, Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. This is what it's all about. 2026 World Cup on the line in the United States. Both teams, this World Cup is in their backyard basically, and they would want to pull this one off. So Tyrese Hall is a baller, just watching him play right now. Yes, good luck to Tyrese Hall. However, he's not a part of the setup don't expect him to be a part of the discussion today as he has no impact on this game. So Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. This is the big matchup coming up in a few days. Dwight York would want to redeem himself here by getting the win versus Jamaica. Steve McLaren, however, I think Steve McLaren would want to put this one to bed. I think Steve McLaren would want to get all the points that he can going down to Trinidad and Tobago. However, this one is going to be a tough one at the Hazley Crawford Stadium in Trinidad and Tobago. This is going to be a tough one. So let me see if I could get someone from Trinidad on the line here. Jamaica family vibes every day we come. Okay, we won't read his comments. Uh, Garcia picked up a, hold on, caller. Let me just set this up very quickly. Can you hear me, caller?
Yeah, JT. Good afternoon.
Yeah, yeah.
Afternoon.
How you feeling? How you feeling? Days to go. Big matchup.
Optimistic as always, brother. How are you? How are you guys feeling?
I'm here just trying to break down the game. Who are you looking for Trinidad and Tobago? I touched on Levi Garcia. I think he was the problem man for Trinidad and Tobago in that first game versus Jamaica.
Well, because I lived in Europe a few years. Well, yesterday Levi played in Chechnya in Grozny. So he left Russia probably last night or something. So I think Levi wouldn't be here until late tomorrow or possibly Wednesday morning.
No, he's in Trinidad by tonight. He's in Trinidad by tonight.
Tonight. Oh, great. He's done some outstanding traveling there because that's a great distance, you know what I mean? So that's good.
Yeah. How are you feeling? What I think a youngster like Spicer, those guys need to come to the party for Trinidad in this one.
Well, funny thing is that York had these guys 2 weeks now in training, you know, JT. The MLS and some of the USL guys have been together with York the last 2 weeks because the MLS has finished and Spicer and Sealy, these teams have stopped playing. So they have been in camp for the last 2 weeks. Spicer, Sealy, Phillips, our Canadian boys. It's just the European guys and the guys that are playing in the playoffs, like Natty James and Mitchell had played in the playoffs this weekend there.
I heard about a player coming in. I heard about a player coming in from Scotland. Do you know much about the player?
The player that I'm not so keen on this guy. He's a 32-year-old Scottish-based player that only played in Scotland for Kilmarnock or something. I think that's the Scottish League's Premiership thing. The guy that most of our fans probably wanted was Ryan Innes. And I think the paperwork has not been completed because York hasn't had put him on this team sheet. So I guess the paperwork has not been able to be completed in time. But York was alluding to that they wanted a defender. One of these guys supposed to come in was Innes, but he didn't come in. So it's basically the same squad. I guess I think the only new guy would be a guy Daniels. He's from Central. He plays in the Trinidad Pro League. And I think that's it. It's basically all the other guys that we had in the previous World Cup qualifiers.
How is the temperature in the Trinidad camp before this big matchup?
Well, York is a guy that keeps his cards very close. We have not seen too much. He hasn't exposed the team too much. Well, if you said Levi is flying in tonight, the team will be fully assembled by tomorrow. I guess that'll be the full first time the squad will be assembled. So York is not really giving away much. He alluded that we wanted this, that they were looking for this new player coming in, and then there was a article from Innes's club. I think Robbie Savage is the trainer there. Remember that guy?
Yes.
Robbie Savage is the trainer for Innes's club, but and he was saying that he would not stop Innes from traveling to join the national team if he had been called. but obviously the paperwork hasn't been completed.
Let me
So,
ask you a question here because I have to put you on the spot. This is something that we did
mhm.
spoke about where you said this World Cup qualification might have just come a bit too early for this Dwight York team. You
Yeah,
still feel that way?
that is my personal opinion, JT. This is because I've been, like I said, I've been following this national team since 1992.
Hmm.
So I've had the years of experience of seeing football teams are generational. You know,
Hmm.
that's what happens to every team. There's a group of players, a golden generation, you might like to call it. These guys will be on top for 10, maybe 15 years. And then to replace players like that, you might have a generation but that's not so gifted. And then again, another 10 years might pass where the team is ordinary. And then you might start to get these kind of players again. So it's a generational change that has happened to Trinidad. And I think we're finally getting back to a kind of semi-golden generation. You know what I mean?
Okay, who
So
are some of the bright spots going into this game that you expect to come up big in this one? Because wait,
Spicer,
be- be-
Levi played really well against you guys. I thought Levi was very outstanding against you guys in
mhm,
Jamaica.
mhm.
VAR spoiled a lot, but okay.
He had a hat
And
trick,
there
right?
were offside goals.
He had a hat trick.
Yeah, well, it didn't count, but he was there. He was there. Yeah, he had put the ball in the back of the goal for 3 times, I think, or 4 times, or something like that. But
Okay.
whatever. But Levi Spicer, and if this guy gets to come in maybe in the second half, there's this young guy that plays for New York Red Bulls too, Roald Mitchell, I think is his
Mitchell,
name.
Mitchell, yeah, he's
Um,
born in the
yeah,
United States.
he looks very dynamic. Honestly speaking, from what I've been seeing, although the quality of football or the standard of football in the USL one is not probably the highest, you can naturally see that this guy has something. So
Let me break down a few
Spicer,
scenarios
Sealy,
for
and
you.
and Levi.
Let me
Mm,
break down a few scenarios for you just to pick your brain a bit here. Jamaica loses
mm.
to Trinidad, and
Yes,
Trinidad
brother.
gets there on 8 points. But Jamaica comes home and beat Curacao, and Trinidad ends up on 11
11.
points with
Mm.
Curacao. But then the goal difference comes into
The goal
play.
difference,
So how
yeah,
much goals
yeah.
Jamaica
That's
they need to beat Jamaica by in this game?
well. You see, I haven't done that much yet. I want to see if you guys score on us, and I want to see what Curacao does with Bermuda. We have to see how much Curacao puts past Bermuda if they put anything past them at all, because there's this little rumor going around both among the Jamaican and Trinidadian fans that maybe Bermuda might pull off a little surprise. Remember the coach had said that he's looking at stealing somebody's points somewhere along the line. Hopefully it's Curaçao's. Maybe they draw. That would be good for the two Caribbean teams, the two English speaking Caribbean teams, let me be more exact, Trinidad and Jamaica. So fingers crossed, maybe Bermuda might pull off a draw. Or the first game was very close, but from what I've understood is that Bermuda is bringing a younger team. I think Nicky Wells and these guys have been put in the back burner. They're probably looking to the future. They know they're already eliminated and whatnot. So I think Curacao and Trinidad is getting a little easier Bermuda team than what was in the 4 previous games.
Yeah, because if you look back at that matchup, Bermuda versus Curacao, Bermuda was
Hmm.
able to crawl their way back into that
Yeah,
game,
yeah, yeah.
causing a lot of
Yes.
problems for Curacao.
Yeah, and that was the game that Curacao, Bermuda gave them. That was a make or break game, I believe. I think the coach had to instill that in that if we are going to make waves, this is the game we're going to make waves in, and that's why they came out and they gave their all against Curacao. They were unfortunate to lose the game, I think, but okay. But well done to Bermuda, and I'm still hoping that the young players that they are bringing in now. I have no idea who are these players that they might be able to surprise Curacao. But Curacao, let me tell you something. You see that guy, Dennis Chong? He's
Yes,
back.
he's back. He's back.
That guy made a big impact when he came in the Trinidad game. You Jamaicans better look out for that guy. That guy is trouble.
Yes,
That guy is
I
trouble.
think that guy is trouble. He was an ex-Manchester
Mhm.
United
That guy
academy
is
player,
trouble.
and
He's an X factor player. He's an X factor player. And big games like what Jamaica and Curacao will be going through, on Tuesday coming up. He's those kind of players that spoils the party. You know, he's that X Factor player. You guys got to look out for Chong, man.
but Trinidad has to take care of business. Trinidad has to take care of business versus Jamaica first, though.
Can I ask you something on behalf of the TTFF, JT?
Yeah.
Is Rico Henry getting his passport in time?
Is there rumors that he might not get his passport in time?
That will be a little bit of a plus for us, you know. Without Bell.
Well,
I know what Rico Henry brings to you guys. Rico Henry is an experienced Premiership player. I've seen him before. Injury has hampered his career, but he is a good player.
I don't think a lot of people remember that Liverpool was interested in Rico Henry.
Exactly. He's a Premiership great player, and you guys without Bell there, you know, on that right back. Who is the natural replacement? Greg Lee, right?
Greg Lee, no problem there.
Greg Lee,
Greg Lee, because there's a scenario when Greg Lee plays for Jamaica, Ronaldo Cephas tends to play better because Omari Bell, he moves up the field with the ball and kind of squeezes the position with Cephas. Greg Lee tends to just sit back and defend. We have another caller from Trinidad as well, Amrik, on the line. Amrik, you were disagreeing with something the other caller was saying from Trinidad.
I mean, I think it's an interesting game because this guy, Rory McAllister...
Your mic sound like you're covering it or something.
Hold on.
Yeah, let me see.
This guy, Rory McAllister, he's not the worst guy, you know, to be honest. I feel like, you know, it's one of those things where we have to give him a chance to come into the team and see what he will do, because realistically, we're in a situation where we need him to come in and do our job. Okay. You know what I mean?
Okay. My other Trinidad brethren was saying he's not too excited about him.
No, I'm not too excited about the Kilmarnock guy.
He's 32 years old. He played his football in the top flight of the Scottish League. But if you dig more deeper into what he has done in his career, he's a player that will definitely support Levi well. An experienced player who could hold that 10 role and create for Trinidad. Now, we have the likes of this youngster who came in the last game against Curaçao, had a very good show in Malik Khan. You know, I like him a lot. I like his performance. I think he might be the guy to take that role going forward. But you also need a guy who can come in and do the job right now.
Okay.
A guy who could also score a goal. And this brother is a goal scorer. Okay. So I say anybody who could come in and improve our attack would help a lot. I'm disappointed that Ennis hasn't gotten his paperwork through on time.
No, brother, he hasn't gotten it.
We still have 48 hours.
So what's holding up the paperwork on Ennis?
I have no clue, bro.
The same thing that holds up you Jamaicans from getting the paperwork is the bureaucracy in the Caribbean, brother. It's the bureaucracy in the Caribbean. It's just like that. It's just like that in the Caribbean.
Okay.
If it was in the first world, these European countries, they wouldn't have hesitated. He would have gotten his passport already.
Yeah, he would have his passport. He would have his passport in a day.
Yeah, if it had been where I used to live in Norway, he had been gotten it. Everything had been allowed out of it.
Yeah, that's different because, I mean, in Europe, it's real digital. Still, like, you know, as a Caribbean brother, if you had to get a change, you might have to go down to the Caribbean to get your stuff because the embassies are still dual embassy. But, you know what I mean?
That's why I've been asking JT because from what I've gotten, Henry has to go to the Jamaican passport authority in Kingston to retrieve his passport.
Yeah, that's only one day. That's only once the citizenship is through, that's gonna happen. Once the citizenship is through, they're not gonna call him unless they can get the passport. We had situations like that. Even when Jonathan Russell came in, he had to get his passport in a day or two. So that's not an issue. The citizenship. So that's probably what's holding up Ineos. If he hasn't gotten the citizenship, the passport is not even in the equation.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's not just giving them the passport. You know, he has to go through the citizenship screening like anybody else who wants to become a Trinidad citizen. I think I think a lot of people don't understand that this is national security because There have been rumors
Yeah.
for players who gotten citizenship who weren't from the countries. So you guys are feeling
Okay.
comfortable going into this one then. Dwight York, everybody, the stadium, Hazy Crawford Stadium is going to be up and jumping.
Sold out, sold out, sold
Sold
out.
out.
Sold out, JT, sold out. Sold out.
So it's a sea of red and black down there. It's going to be a
Of
party in
course.
Trinidad.
It is. This is the biggest game for Jamaica and Trinidad since their World Cup games, Since 2005, this is the biggest game for Trinidad, and since 1997, this is the biggest game for Jamaica.
Wow. What?
Think about it like that, JT, because if you guys lose, your chances of going to the World Cup are diminished by 50 or 60%. So this is the biggest game.
No,
If
not
you guys,
really, not really.
You guys win.
No, not really.
Jamaica will still, even if they lose to Trinidad, unless
Yes, but brother, if they win, they are guaranteed at least a second.
I still think Jamaica would beat Curacao at home. So I really don't think
Yeah,
it
well.
diminishes their chances. I think if they lose to Trinidad, it gives Trinidad a lifeline to see if we can qualify.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do. But other than that, if they lose this game, as long as they win the last game, it happens
Against Curacao.
or they draw it didn't really have no really way that they're not going to the World Cup. To be honest, they will still qualify. as a
If
top
Jamaica
team.
draws with Curacao and loses to Trinidad, they only end up on 9, brother.
No, Jamaica
10,
is
brother.
already on
Jamaica
9.
points already,
Jamaica is
bro.
on 9 now.
They'll be on 10 if they only
but
draw
that's
against
JC,
Curacao.
But this is where I'm saying this is if Curacao get a full 3 points against Bermuda. You don't know what could happen in that game. You understand?
But that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that Bermuda brings a surprise, but it's highly unlikely
Yes.
because Bermuda has changed their squad. It's a young
A
squad.
draw is
It's
not
a young
beyond
squad.
Bermuda, bro. I being honest and say a draw is not beyond Bermuda.
And remember, when Curacao struggled against Bermuda, that was in Curacao. Now they're going to Bermuda. That pitch down there in Bermuda is not all that great. Jamaica had some difficulties on that pitch early on as well.
It's tough. Is it a tough pitch? It's a tough pitch.
In Grenada, yeah. In Curacao, in Bermuda.
Okay,
in
then that's
Bermuda.
like a home game
Yeah.
for Curacao then. That's
Yeah, it's a tough pitch. It's a tough pitch, guys.
yeah.
Yeah, so then Curacao are accustomed to that.
Yeah, that's even worse. So we don't expect. And you said that you looked at the Bermuda squad, and the squad looked like it's predominantly young players.
Yeah, Nicky Wells and those guys are not there. And there, they are not there. Those English heritage players, they didn't come down. I think it's a set of young players.
Okay.
I haven't seen the Bermuda squad, but the feedback I've gotten from people that have been following the Bermuda squad, they've said that it's a young squad. They're bringing the future. They're looking towards the future.
So
You can't blame them. You can't blame them.
let's look a little bit to the future as well for Trinidad and Tobago. If Trinidad and Tobago don't go through this time around, what is the future looking like for Trinidad and Tobago?
I think as long as we have Dwight York remain as coach, the future looking bright. Because with remember the fact that we could bring foreign players is a new thing for Trinidad. That's a serious dynamic that will very much change drastically and improve drastically where Trinidad will go in
Amrix,
the
what
next
took
4 to 5
Trinidad
years.
so long to do this?
Bureaucracy, bro. Like, okay,
We don't know.
I don't like to talk politics, but let me be honest. It's the same reason we never went back to the World Cup. It have 2 different type of governments in Trinidad. One that is do things, and one that do support youth. So it's weird.
Yeah, after 2006, we threw away a big chance, JT. We threw away the chance we had.
You know what
Yeah,
I
them
think
do that
Trinidad got comfortable with? Because Trinidad was having so many local players breaking into the Premier League and breaking into...
that and all. That and all. We didn't see the need for bringing in an English players because we had that. We were so blessed with players like York, John, Edwards. The list goes on. Hislop. So we used to push our chest forward and say we don't need diaspora players because we have local players.
Yeah.
And now we are seeing that we have to do that as well because the football has changed.
Yes, and so we don't do idea.
Curacao is an example of that. If Curacao had not brought in these diaspora players, Curacao wouldn't have been an issue. That changed the entire Curacao team.
Yeah.
Let's be real. Dennis Strong. Look at that guy.
His name is Dennis Strong as well.
It's Dennis Strong, is it? Dennis Strong is Strong. It's Tahit Chong.
Yeah,
Tahit Chong.
Dennis
Sorry,
Strong
it's not Dennis Strong. Tahit Chong. Sorry.
Was the
Yeah,
Dennis?
sorry.
So hold
I was
on.
just stuck on that Dennis, but I know it's a Chong.
He was a United player for years now, so
Yeah.
All right, hold
How long did he play? He didn't play much in Man U, man.
He was at Man U for his whole career as a footballer, bro. He was there since he was 8 years old.
All right, Amrix
He
and Carla.
played
Amrix
2.5 seasons at Man United in the first team.
Amrix
I mean,
and
he
Carla.
didn't get all that much games. I think it's something like 32 appearances.
Yeah, I know
But
he wasn't.
Has some goals under his belt, and you know what I mean.
All right, guys,
He's he's an X Factor player, bro. I agree fully. The man. When he came in in the Trinidad game against Curacao, you saw the pedigree of this player.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is a pedigree player, man. This is a pedigree player. That's what I'm telling you, Jamaicans. I'm hearing the Jamaicans. The thing with Jamaicans, you talk about your team, but you tend to forget and neglect the other players, you know. These players are good players. Yes, Cephas is bad. But Dennis Strong is also an X-Factor player. Let's be real, you know what I mean? And those, you know.
1 second. Hold the line. People.
That's it, Chong,
hold on. Hold the line, people. Hold the line.
Chong. I'm sorry. Tahit Chong.
Hold the line.
Tahit
Chong. Carla. People, this is the part of the show where we have to stop the show and ask you to hit the like button. We have 220 people watching the show, and we have 50 likes on the video. You know, you must be kidding me. This is a big matchup, Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. I went over some statistics, and I will go over these statistics again while you guys hit the like button, people. We saw some. Let me just go back over the head-to-head matchup. In their last 9 meetings, Jamaica has won 5. Trinidad have won 1 game, and they have 3 draws. Jamaica has scored 11 goals in those 9 matches. Trinidad and Tobago scoring 4 goals. So already we're seeing where the issue is for Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago has to figure out how to score goals in this encounter. People, we need you to hit the like button on the show. We need to get the video up to at least 100 likes before we kick on, people. We only have 60 people liking the video with 220 people watching the show. That is an utter disgrace. But
JT, if I could add something. Out of those 9 games, Trinidad has only played you guys with a full strength team twice. The scores haven't been that good because I think the 9 game goes back to the World Cup, I believe it. That's when you guys beat us 4-0. And then this home game, when you guys took the 3-0 victory, those are the only two times that we have really met a Trinidad full squad. I know that's not sounding good.
How do you guys feel about
7-0 deficit.
How do you guys feel about the Jamaican squad with Steve McLaren selecting
World Cup squad,
5?
you think was our full strength squad?
Steve McLaren selecting 5 midfielder, and 4 out of the 5 midfielders are defensive midfielders.
I don't understand the midfield problem with you guys. I don't know why McLaren. I don't know what I'm just like the Jamaicans. I don't understand that. Who is the central attacking midfielder in this team?
Bobby Reed and Demarai Gray.
But Gray, doesn't he play more on the wing, on the left?
He's gonna play that number 10 role.
You feel so, JT?
There's no other creative player in the team.
And then you take away that wing play that he's so strong in.
No, but he has been starting there because Ronaldo Cephas has basically owned that position.
Yeah, Cephas has owned that position.
So.
And even in Trinidad, we respect Cephas.
You respect him or you fear him? Which one? You respect him or you fear him?
Respect. We don't fear, we respect. He has some speed. That guy can run, man. The man has speed. Fast guy.
Amrik, you fear Cephas or you respect him?
I mean, okay, I kind of more or less think Cephas is a talented player. I think that he has a lot of pace, to be fair, but he's still in a phase where he's not that finished article. I think it would be a problem to see what he would become in the next 18 months. Yeah, but I don't really fear him. I don't fear.
Well,
Rate
No,
him, don't
I
fear.
respect. We respect.
the fans in the
Rate
comment
him, don't
section
fear.
say you Trini boys them trembling.
I
Nah,
mean,
man.
I
Hey,
think
JT, I
I
was
think you
listening a
guys
little bit
have the
late.
same amount of respect for for Tyrese Spicer. To be fair,
You should. They should. And then Spicer has something that Cephas lacks. Spicer is a more of a goal threater. That guy can shoot.
Yeah,
That
see
guy
if
shoots from
can score a
any
goal to
angle.
save
He's
his
got a good shot.
life.
Cephas has a little problem with goal scoring.
A
Let's be
little,
real.
you see a little problem?
Respectfully, JT, respect.
Yeah. So, but you know, going into this, Jamaica might have the better squad on paper, but Trinidad might have the better cohesion as a team going into this game.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I
Sounds good.
think Trinidad, despite some of the results, I think Trinidad has shown better performances every single time they play. I think the
100%
performance
agree.
levels went up each time. So I think this is why I said to you the other day. I think Trinidad is really the team in form right now. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And although the results haven't gone our way, this game here is a dangerous game for Jamaica because
It is.
I would not be surprised if
Okay, it seemed like,
I don't know what happened there, man.
yeah, seemed like America tremble, man.
No, but to continue what he's saying, Trinidad is in an ascendancy. Trinidad is the since we had problems in the back with the inclusion of Henry, they stabilized the back a lot. Although he hasn't been there for more than 2 games, I believe, but you're already seeing that once the back has been able to stabilize, our football has been able to be a little more free, and you're seeing it in the Curacao game, you saw it in the Bermuda game, and you guys will see it in the game Thursday.
Yeah,
You know, we Trinidad is a team coming into form, and the problem with goal scoring, I don't see it as much as a problem. You know, I see it as teething problems with this team because, like I was saying, this is a very young team.
Caller, let me
this
call
guy
you back.
Henry,
Let me
they're
call
too
you
young.
back on another line. All right, hold on. Let me call you guys back on another line. Let me just call him back on the other line. Yeah, it seems like one of the Trinidad callers them tremble off the line. Don't know what just happened there. Seems like he trembled off the line. Trinidad informed, though the results have not gone their way. Trinidad has only drawn 2 games, you know. Trinidad has only basically draw 2 games against Curacao that Trinidad needed to win. So Jamaica is going into this game. Jamaica probably going into this game feeling much more confident than Trinidad and Tobago. Fisherman, the game is a few days away. How are you feeling now? Have your sentiment changed, Fisherman, towards the Jamaica team? Looking at the squad, how are you feeling going into this game?
Hello, JT. Good afternoon.
Blessings.
Absolutely, brother.
Good afternoon to the other panelists them on the program. How I feel about the match? I feel about the squad. Well, I'm not too worried about the squad like how some people make it seem. I think we have the core of the squad, and the coach always stick to the core. That's why I'm saying don't want to bring in a lot of new players because most of these players that in the squad are playing together for a good while now. And I think we reached to the point of the qualifier where I think these players wanna go out there and give a good account of themselves. Playing Trinidad in Trinidad is going to be a tough game. I know it's going to be a tough game. But in my mind, I think Jamaica going to come out victorious. I think we're going to either win 2-1 or 1-0. And I'm not scared. Tell you the truth, I'm not scared.
Even with the midfield.
No, because I don't think. First thing, I think the coach is depending on the flank, and the flank player them to give the chances them, and I think that is the place where we getting most of the chances from the flank. I don't think this attacking midfield what I'm talking about, and I think it's just people just want a player who them like picking at the squad and taking up this alibaloo, this baganize about this player. I don't think because Daniel Johnson was a player where inside of the squad there, and even UJT was say him is no good, him not supposed to be in the squad.
I'm not a fan.
I know I hear people talking about Daniel Johnson. Daniel Johnson was there before, and I don't think it didn't make a difference. Ravel was there, and I don't think it didn't make a much difference neither. So I that's why I don't into this thing where people getting up and getting wild and talking about team not gonna win and because we don't have this attacking midfielder. We're playing the game, we're getting most of our chance from the flank, and we will continue doing that. That is where our strength is, and there is where we're gonna win the game from. So I don't worry myself for talking about attacking midfielder because
Okay.
I don't think they make a difference.
Yeah.
I don't think they make no
Before me bring in back
in
the
my opinion.
next, before me bring in back the next Trini caller, that's Fisherman. Stay on the line there. Crispy, how are you feeling about the game? Crispy going into this one, Trinidad versus Jamaica. How are you feeling?
My
Are,
bad, bro. My internet
yeah,
dropped there real low.
yeah.
My bad.
Crispy, your mic is muted. If I don't, okay. Seems like Crispy is probably busy. Continue then, Emmerich, and to what Fisherman just said, he sounds confident. Fisherman said he's not worried. He thinks that Jamaica will get the traction down the flank. The Jamaican wingers has caused the Trinidad wingbacks a lot of problems though since the Unity Cup. Don't think the Trinidad wingbacks had handled the Jamaican wingers as well as we would expect them to.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that statement. And I think that also in Jamaica, I think they had a lot of the rubber the green, let's be honest. I think a lot of the calls went their way. I think there was a certain, the physicality was more even. I didn't expect that, but Trinidad dominated the midfield in that game.
Yeah, yeah.
It was just I think the problem was Yates is not a high level midfielder. Yates should not be in that team. It have some players in the team that not ready to play that level of football. They could play football and look good, but not for Trinidad. You know what I mean? I think it will be a different game when it comes to Trinidad this week because we will have the likes of Malik Khan and of course the likes of Rory McAllister probably assuming that 10 role as well. And it will be interesting to see how did that changes because like I say, dominated the midfield. I think that is where we will show our strength. And I think that is where we will, you know.
Okay, let me bring in the next Trinidad caller before we bring on Presser here. Caller, what's your name again? The next caller, the next Trinidad caller with the Europe. I can't remember his name. Um, him just mute him mic. Caller, yeah. What's your name again? All right, he mute him mic. Presser.
Yo,
It is what it
big up.
is. You see what's happening in the Jamaican space. Some people say we are negative to consider Jamaica. Um, just the uncertainty, the uncertainty around the team, right? Is it merited? Is it something that's warranted? I would say that Jamaican fans has the reason to feel a bit worried going into this game.
I mean, yeah, to some extent, it's the World Cup qualification, and Trinidad them feel as if they have a chance of qualifying. And if you look at the last two games, Unity Cup, if it wasn't for who was in goal that game, if it wasn't for him, Trinidad could have won that game. He made a big save, right? Before King eventually equalized and no, say they go. Something like that.
It was the goalkeeper from Mount Pleasant. I don't remember his
Yeah.
name.
But
Rumbas.
yeah, I think no, we did before it got penalties, he did make a big save, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in the game in Jamaica, the first leg, obviously Trinidad did play with three outside goals, right?
Mm-hmm.
So them feel as if them have something for Jamaica in terms of revenge. But in terms of my opinion, I'm not really worried in any sense. I think in terms of what is at stake, I think our players understand what needs to be done in terms of the job in front of them, right? And with their quality and more experience than the Trinidad guys, I think they will get the job done both away from home and at home and then play Curacao as well. So I can understand why some people might be worried a little bit, but I'm not really worried in any sense.
No worries, dear. No worries, dear. Anybody want to comment on that? What Pressa just said, dear. I think Cardenas had a monster game in the Unity Cup, but he was playing much higher up the park. I just don't want that kid to be playing wing back. I don't like him as
He's
a wing
injured,
back.
JT.
He's injured.
Cardenas is injured.
Okay, so he's out of this game.
Cardenas and Khan is injured.
Oh wow. So who
Those
comes in
two,
for
we
him?
have two injuries, Khan and Cardenas.
So who comes in
Hmm?
for him?
Payne, the guy that plays in Holland, Volendam FC. They're on Payne. Will play all
I
right
think
back.
that's enough.
Okay. Payne. So there guys, a guy named Payne is coming back in. Yeah, Cardenas. I think he's my that kid
Start of the
that
season in the sense where Liverpool start the season by winning some games, right? But defensively they were bad. And I realize that Jamaica have this tendency against some teams, against the smaller teams, they don't play well, but they grind out the results. Bar maybe like Bermuda. Against the other smaller teams, they grind out results, but they don't play well. And I feel as if, recently it catch up to, and in these two games coming up, I think if we're not careful, especially with such a depleted midfield, I can essentially say it's just three midfielders out of the five, right? With such a depleted midfield to an extent, if we're not careful in terms of the selection and the style of play, and if we don't play good, we might drop points in one of those games. So we have to be careful in terms of not making poor performances of previous catch up to us in these important games.
Yeah. And Trinidad will be feeling confident, as you said, scoring 3 goals, matching Jamaica in that game at the National Stadium. Tom just joined us. Tom, go ahead and have your take on the game. I don't know which one of the points you want to basically take on.
No, what I want to find out, the midfielder from Mount Pleasant, I forgot his name.
Anglin.
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 Yes, can he travel to North America?
Yeah. But we're not playing a game over there now.
No, man, I think he can go to Trinidad. Them not turn him back. Trinidad.
Yeah. So if he can't travel to North America, why is it they're selecting him?
Yeah, if Jamaica qualify for the World Cup,
Yes.
well, I don't know.
They're selecting him now to take care of business because you can't look over the bridge until you cross it in the town.
Yeah, but why they did not give somebody else a chance?
Like who?
There's lot of midfield out there.
Like who?
Okay, there's a young kid that has his passport. He played the
Madasil?
same position.
No.
Not Mothersill. Not
Tyrese Hall?
Mothersill. No. He played the same position as he plays CDM.
From where? Where is he playing?
I think he's in England, man. He was at the Unity Cup camp, and they said he
Brandon
did
Cover?
well.
Brandon?
Yes. So why they don't bring him to understudy the next
I mean,
CD?
JT, I think it's a good question, because if you have to select a World Cup squad, if it's the case where somebody cannot travel because of whatever reason, it kind of just
It defeats the purpose.
of building a squad or the chemistry within a squad. I get me, I say.
They
So
could
give
yeah,
somebody the opportunity where they would have play, understand the squad, and who can
of
be
course.
available barring injuries for like play next year at the World Cup if them qualify.
Big up Garfield. I think what's happening here is the safety net for Isaac Hayden because I think Dwight York
Yes.
will target Isaac Hayden. I think Dwight York will because Jamaica hasn't really won without Isaac Hayden. Every time Isaac Hayden is out, Jamaica loses.
So JT. So what are saying? If you have a player and you use the coach and you take the coach, the player can help the team to qualify. What you say? If he can't travel to the World Cup, you wouldn't call him to play the qualifier.
That's Presser and Tom's. Tom, you want to answer that?
Pressure. Who want to take that?
It defeats the purpose of building chemistry, building a squad, building understanding. That's like having a striker. Well, listen, Angin isn't a starter in the team, right? But in the scenario where you need somebody coming off the bench, right, deputize in that role or whatever the case is. You know, you'd have had Anglin will play maybe a couple few minutes or whatever the case is. Him understand the squad, but then next year you know have him. You get me? I say you're bringing somebody new when I have no complete understanding.
But we put in we thinking about we have to qualify first before we go to the World Cup.
But remember, in terms of qualifying, you're building a squad leading into the thought of qualifying for the World Cup. You get me? I say because by the time the World Cup comes, you're not gonna make a wholesale change to the squad. So in terms of a position like that is so important and a position that we're struggling, having someone there that understands the squad. Even if they're the backup to the starter in Hayden, you know, so if them they're not the squad from qualification leading into the World Cup, they understand that role. They understand how to deputize in that role.
And he would learn the system.
Yeah, but you're learning the system in the qualification of playing 5, 6, 7, 8 games. It is very difficult to just qualify and be like, oh, just learn the system.
No, that is your opinion still, but if I am a coach and I have a player who can help me qualify for a tournament and him can come to this, I would use him qualify for the tour. That is one player. The time when we have to go to the World Cup, if we find a player, him can learn that system. I don't think that is a problem. I don't see that as no problem at all. That is no problem at all.
Tom, what says you, Tom? Fisherman doesn't agree.
Well, you see, maybe he's talking about country now. Because it's not going to take much for Brandon Cover to learn the system. He's already an educated player. And any coach knows an educated player. Training session. They can learn that system after that. Every educated player can do that.
And may I ask you something? What is Brandon Cover doing now?
He's playing what? D1? Division 1 or in the championship?
You have any update on him?
He's not in the championship for sure. I think he was like in Scotland or something.
If I have any update on him?
Yeah, you have any update what he's doing?
Well, he did well in the Unity Cup squad.
Yeah, but he was there, but he didn't get it. He didn't get any game in the post.
Yes, but he did well.
He did well.
Why not take a look at him? And he can travel. He have a passport already, you know.
Yeah, but he have a passport. None of the two have a passport. That means so this is what I can understand, you know. Every time you come from a player have a passport, if he's on the team.
No, man. Not every player.
Well, yeah, man. Every time.
Let me ask you one question.
What a point.
Let me ask, what is Jamaica problem?
What is Jamaica problem?
I on live. I did with my own
Jamaica
panel.
Problem. What is this team problem?
All right. Hold on, Fisherman, Tom, hold that point. There's another caller from Trinidad. Let's bring him in, and we come back to that
point.
We
have a midfield problem.
Tom.
And if you have somebody that can...
everybody will solve the midfield problem on the call, man. And everybody will solve the midfield problem.
Fisherman, nobody rev up, Tom.
You don't know unless to call him.
Yeah, well, Tom, hold it there a little bit.
There's a next youth from Belgium. That captain Ajax under 23.
He's from the Netherlands, Tom. You're talking about the youngster.
Yeah, Johnson.
He's playing for Netherlands youth team again.
Him having passport. Yeah, I need them to call him.
He was on the 50-man squad.
Yeah.
So what I want?
Fisherman, hold on, man. Nobody make Tom rev up. Tom, hold on, Tom. Yeah? Hold on, because we see we don't want you to drift out of sea there. You know. Let's bring in the other Trini caller who just joined the line. I don't remember his name, you know. What's your name again, bossy? Just, yeah. May I have him save as Just. Some of the fans think that you guys are trembling deep down going into this game. Yeah.
For
for Jamaica who beat in the last game.
Well, if you refair Jamaica,
You,
huh?
you look like you're not here to have a discussion. You just say one word and stop. You have to make your point,
No,
you know,
yes.
man.
Nah, asking. We don't fear Jamaica.
Okay, you don't fear Jamaica.
No.
Okay, but let me read back some statistics here, right? In the
just
last,
know that he's talking to some Jamaicans here.
yeah, let me give you the head to head. In their last 9 meetings, Jamaica have won 5, Trinidad have won 1, and 3 draw. Jamaica scored 11 goals in those 9 games. Trinidad 4 goals.
Well, I would say, all right, before the Unity Cup, before the White Cup, was he take the position of the head coach? We didn't have a good team. I wouldn't lie. So Jamaica had the better team. And you see how you all are bringing in talents like Antonio and Bernard and them fellas, and you all had the way better team. I agree. But you see now the players we bringing in now, you understand, like Cardines and Payne. We don't have to fear you all again. Of course, we respect
The
Jamaica.
people them say pain slow. Somebody in the comment section say pain is slow.
Who said Payne slow?
That's what I saw in the comment section.
Well, if he say Payne slow, he never watched Payne before. Because Payne probably is one of the fastest right backs in CONCACAF.
Really? So him can hold up against Cephas.
But Payne, alright, Cardines fast, right? And Cardines struggle against Cephas. I wouldn't lie.
Yeah.
Payne faster than Cardines. And Payne is a defender, a defensive-minded right back. Payne could handle Cephas. Mark my words.
But you know, the last game, Cephas never have much dry down Trinidad right hand side.
Yeah, because I mean the defense was locking Cephas down.
No.
Sometimes the 2v1 and
No, well I mean the right back was struggling.
Who
but,
did
I mean,
Amari Bell
defense.
start for Jamaica in that game?
Yes.
All right. I always say this. When Amari Bell starts for Jamaica, Cephas plays different. Because Amari Bell is a left back that pushes up into the midfield with the ball. Look when Greg Lee plays, and there's space between Greg Lee and Cephas where Cephas don't like to run back. But when Greg Lee plays, Greg Lee is playing deeper, so Cephas has the license to stay up top and just run at people. I think that Cephas is
Amari
probably
Bell,
going to...
wait, Amari Bell got picked?
He's not in the team.
Well, I guess that's a good first.
No, you want me to give you another bad for you? Rico Henry from Brentford is in now.
And
That's his replacement.
you supposed to be scared because of that?
I mean, I understand how Trinidad have so much talk, bro. Like, you gotta say, if it's supposed to be scared.
No, but he says Rico Henry in this squad.
But Rico Henry's a top player, bro.
Yeah, Rico Henry's a top player, bro. I would give a little bit more respect to Rico Henry.
Exactly.
But at the same time,
Yeah.
I feel
Even
like
though-
4-3-3 presser does act like Jamaica is really Liverpool in the Caribbean now.
Right,
Like,
I
I think
didn't-
that
never- never said
analogy
that.
he was making earlier gone to your head.
No, I
Because-
never said that.
But
Me
bro,
say
listen,
is-
yeah.
No,
I'll
wait,
be honest with
why
you,
China
4-3-3.
say? Why China say?
You're talking like if Jamaica is, Jamaica is the stronger team. We already know this, but you Jamaicans more afraid of the game than Trinidadians.
No, but listen,
And
me never said
that's a
nothing
fact.
about Liverpool. No, I me say is, me that try and make him understand. Say you can't just like not give Rico Henry credit like that. You get me? I say.
Wait,
Yeah, but
after
Rico
you come-
Henry is not our top 10. He's not the top 25 best Premier League defenders. He's not in that
Now,
list.
I want to say something about this Rico
Understand?
Henry guy. I saw him got picked, right? And I said, okay. So I went on Wikipedia. I saw his age, 28. Now I was like,
What are they do with anything, bro?
who? Nah, that's train.
It's a man in Trinidad who you think real good and they can't even make it on the bench in a championship
No,
team,
what
bro.
I'm saying. I never say no. I never say he's not a good player. No.
Mm.
I was like, but no, he decided to come up with Jamaica. That was in my mind. I never see he's a bad
He
player.
had a lot of injuries, because at one point
okay.
he was in Liverpool was looking at him at one point, then he picked up an injury there, and him just start bounce around. I think he will end up at Bournemouth. think he might have end up at Bournemouth or one of them clubs that to injured again. But I saw him came on in the game against Chelsea, and I had to run out and make a video immediately. I saw that guy took the ball. Juan Pedro couldn't do anything else in the game when Rico Henry came on. And Rico Henry took the ball from his own 18-yard box and made dribbles into Chelsea 18. And I say, whoa, Jamaica need that player. Because our wing backs don't do that. Dexter does overlap, but Dexter is very chaotic when he have the ball. Rico Henry is a different kind of player. Sometimes you see Rico Henry with the ball, he looks like a midfield, like an actual winger when he has the ball.
But JT,
Yeah.
Rico Henry has gotten 2 ACL injuries, one on each knee, you know.
Yeah.
So even McLaren has to pace how he plays this guy. He's very injury prone. He's a great player, but he's injury prone.
Oh, that's a good statistic
You
there.
see, he has a lot of pace, and he's skillful.
You would start him,
Yes,
Tom?
but he's
Tom, you
also
would
injury
start him?
prone.
You would start him, Tom?
Of course, I would start him. Of course.
I think
But
they should start
JT,
him.
but
I would
JT,
Yeah.
what I found out, right?
You know, like that, eh?
With Speed joining McLaren, we're not going to see any changes. These two coaches like to play without midfield. They like to play
Who
without
coach
midfield.
brother Trinidad is have a solid midfield, bro.
Yeah.
York likes his midfield, man.
Right.
Wait. Who said these two teams would like to play midfield?
York,
said
we
Jamaica like to
Trinidadians
play-
play with midfield, bro. We play through the
Yes.
middle, bro.
But Jamaica don't like to play with midfield. They prefer wing play.
Not Jamaica, but Trinidad plays through the midfield.
Yeah, I know
Molino is
that.
a very important plug in our team, you know.
Got 2 coaches, guys. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
These
No,
two
he
coaches-
said 2 coaches with these 2
Yeah,
coaches.
2
I think it's
Jamaican
York and
coaches,
McLaren.
he says.
Yeah, he's
Jamaican
talking about,
coach.
you see, because he said
Oh.
Speed. He's talking about Rudolph Speed, who is the coach of Cavaliers.
Okay.
Of Cavaliers.
Cavaliers,
That's what I say.
yeah.
I know you talk about the 2 Jamaican coaches.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
so they like to play the same way. So they're not
I disagree.
interested in midfield. But
I disagree.
you can
But
disagree
just-
all you want.
McLaren doesn't like to play through the
But both of
midfield.
them play the same way.
But
I
JT,
don't-
I think
I don't think talking about them don't want to play with midfield. I think they
So
just don't.
why they don't find
The
midfielders?
ball and them with them have to
No,
play in
yeah.
the midfield.
Alright, then he
They
talk back
just
to
don't
myself,
have
that's all.
confidence in those baller.
Why
Ball
they
and
don't
them
confident in the-
One mic.
I'll be
Then
honest
just
with the
don't confident in
Jamaicans.
those midfielder what you're not talking about.
You all
You see,
have
that's
the midfielders, and
when
you all
we
let's
buck
don't
up on
pick
good
them.
teams,
Yeah.
we're not gonna go nowhere because we can only play one way.
We bucking up on the team them in this thing here. We need to qualify for the World Cup. That's Curacao and Trinidad.
So, Tom, go ahead.
When we reach the other bridge, we cross that.
Yeah.
We're talking about no.
Don't-
The
don't-
team now
don't
we're
make-
talking about.
Don't make Curacao want a draw and park the bus. And then you fisherman can talk as much as you want to talk.
Exactly, man.
Don't make them need a draw
Exactly.
and decide to park the bus.
Exactly. If Curacao needs a draw alone, that's trouble for Jamaica.
It's trouble for Jamaica.
It's a
Only
lot
one
of trouble. Because Curacao can play
Only one
defensive
play one
football.
way.
Because not only that, if Curaçao's part the bus, not only that, if Curaçao... Oh, go ahead, Fisherman, go ahead.
The Trinidadian them come here, digging up them team, talking about them team. And we come here every day. From yesterday, I listening to this thing. And all people trying to do, bring down the team, talk about all these man have thing about the team. If Trinidad want this, if Curaçao want this, what about Jamaica?
Okay, let me ask you one question, Fisherman. Let me ask you one question. Can I ask you what question? Can I ask
You
you
can
a
ask
question?
me any question. Ask me any question.
Is this team top heavy?
If it's team top heavy,
Yes.
I said to you already.
I'm not asking you that what you want to say. I'm asking you one question. If the team is top heavy.
I tell JT already. Where we winning this game is from the flank. We're winning this game from the flank. The coach is setting up the team to play from the flank. Here is where we're going to win the game.
I say me agree
all
with
right.
the Jamaican
All
brother
right.
there. The selection that McLaren has made has dictated how he's going to play, guys.
Yes.
It's the reason why he left
So
out that
so
midfield,
you don't think
McLaren has already
other
stated
coaches
how he's
know
going
that?
to play.
Yeah, he has.
You
But
don't think
me
other
just
McLaren
coaches
has
know that?
already showed the world how he's going to play.
but more
When
Yes,
you
it's
make
so
that
it's
selection, he's telling you how he's going to play.
Go through presser. Go through
every
presser.
other team knows that.
Go, go through
But
presser.
that is where the team's
Oh.
strength is. That is where the team's strength is. I don't understand that.
But McLaren has shown his cards already. He's
Yeah, but
telling you that is how he's going to play.
When you keep talk
every
about
team need balance.
Yeah. What?
Every team need balance.
when you keep
I
talk
agree.
about
I agree.
McLaren show him card already, bro.
No,
Like
let me do it. I want to tell the
know how.
Jamaicans something, right? Wait, hold
Yo,
on.
McLaren has shown his card. McLaren has shown that the midfield is not so
One mic.
important in his style of play.
I want to
McLaren
say
has shown
something.
that Jamaica is not looking for any kind of possession football really.
So when
It's
you
going
say
to be a wing
when you say
play.
that, you feel like you can come to
It's,
that.
it's
Like,
not
you feel
about
like
Wait, I want
position.
to say
One
something,
mic.
right?
It's
One
about
mic,
playing
guys.
down the middle.
One
Just
mic.
now,
If there's a
Jamaica is
problem,
not
you can't go down
intending
the
to play
middle.
down the middle.
Yes.
Jamaica is not intending to play down no midfield play. Jamaica is playing wing, and that
So
McLaren has already
if
shown
every
himself
team
like
lack
that.
off the wing, if every team lack off the wing,
Well,
what we
then
gonna do?
Jamaica might be in some problems because they'll have lack of options in the middle.
You see, we just talk football and we don't look at both sides of the coin. Every team suppose you can play 3 different ways.
Exactly, sir.
3 different ways.
You should have your options open. But McLaren has shown
Let's
that
let
he's
you
going
presser. Let's
very
let
hard
you
on one way.
presser. Let's let you presser was making a point. Go ahead, presser.
No, me just say like I feel like to some extent we might be overrating this midfield thing as much as more than one more midfield options, But on the day you just have to stop with the opponent. Give to you. Get me? I say, and I'm not so sure.
No, but presser, don't you agree with the caller from Trinidad that based on the squad selection, McLaren has showed that midfield play is not on the agenda?
It's obvious, man, brother.
You still have Isaac here, then you have Bobby Reid, you have Demar.
Come on, presser.
It's still a solid midfield.
Come on, bro.
Okay.
All right, so show me a better midfield.
JT.
Give me a better midfield option.
JT, I'm gonna say something to you. Look back at our World Cup winners and see if 80% are winners if they don't have the best midfield.
But Jamaica can't win the World Cup.
80% who win the World Cup have the best midfield.
Jamaica can't win the World Cup, though.
No,
McLaren is very easy to read in certain ways. McLaren has already stated that Boza is the best striker for Caribbean opponents. He said that in his press conference for the selection. I took note of that. He said it brave and bold that Boza is the man for the Caribbean teams. So what is McLaren saying there? Will he take Kadamari? It's going to be Boza, bro.
Yeah, I think so.
Man stating what he's going to do.
The thing is enough today. Maybe you don't want to see Bowser, that is the thing. Maybe you don't want to see
Bowser is a good player, bro. But I'm just telling you, McLaren is very open in the way he deals with things, it looks like.
Bowser is a bench player and a fisherman down there in Mexico. Bowser is on the bench.
You can't take McLaren so serious. Any coach is going to praise a player. Like, if you look at the biggest teams, I'm an ask man, what do you think about this player? Oh, yeah, I like Kylian Mbappe. Like, he's excellent. He's one of the fastest in the world. It's just you can't really think too.
No, McLaren actually stated that Boza is the striker that you use on these Caribbean players.
But
on these Caribbean teams, sorry.
Statistically,
he stated that.
So there's nothing wrong if him praise him. Like a manager is going to praise them player before going into a game. It will boost the confidence, etc., etc. So you can't really make it too deep.
This is what the coach say. I don't think Boza is good.
Exactly. As I say,
no, it's not that what I'm saying, bro. I'm saying he's saying that in his selection of forwards, when he comes to meet these Caribbean teams, Boza is his go-to man. That's the man. He's in Trinidad anthem. Die man.
He didn't say it was his go-to.
Yeah. But pressure. You know that he's gonna play Route 1 football.
Yeah.
Them are going to ask you how you know that.
Look here. All the team I play from this World Cup campaign start. Same like how them I play from the World Cup campaign start, I see how them all play. Same way them gonna play.
So, okay, Fisherman, let me ask you one question. If you was the coach and you lose a midfielder, you wouldn't replace it with a midfielder.
If me have a midfielder when me rate when I want to bring in, but if me not have none, me not bring in none. Me use when me have. Me use when me have confidence in her.
So for God's sake, two of them went down. What are you gonna do?
The thing is, we don't have this thing like Jamaica have this abundant of player, this amount of player where we can just pick and choose. Pick and choose where we want. Pick and choose where we want. We always classing up with team against the bigger team them in the world. Like who is this big team and we have this whole lot of players can choose, pick, choose and refuse.
But is Boza the man for this game? I think Roman Burrell.
I think Boza the man for the team to me.
For me, okay, go ahead.
Team Friday. Friday me I start. Boza are the first striker I go on the field. The first striker I go on the field for me are Boza.
I think the Trinidad are going to have a field day with him. I think Roman Burrell had a really good game against Trinidad in the Unity Cup. You remember that game, Trini? Where Roman Burrell...
Burrell gave us some problems in the Unity Cup. I remember that game.
He was running rings around them.
I feel like we should be more referring to the game in Jamaica than the Unity Cup, because the game in Jamaica was really the team that you're facing in the sense of all sense of the word, the term. The Unity Cup was really not a Trinidad team that,
No, that was not our first team. Yeah. But there was a lot of
why would I start Boza Fisherman?
New players and whatnot.
Boza, we can't start Boza slow boat to China. Can't start.
JT, McLaren has said Boza is the man, the go-to man to beat JT. But McLaren said it, guys. My Jamaican brothers, McLaren has said it already.
Bro, don't care about the man never says the go-to man, bro. No, never say that.
Well, I perceive it like that.
If Boza come and score a hat-trick tomorrow, you'll hear somebody come and
score no hat-trick for sure.
Bro. I'm not criticizing bros. I'm just saying that McLaren is instigating that dicey man.
I'm not talking you. I'm talking JT and some other.
Boza, you know, seminary Boza as a striker. Boza not score no hat-trick against Trinidad.
Boza come on the field and score a hat-trick tomorrow, you'll hear say I never in fi start. A Burrell shouldn't start. That's all you're going here.
When has Boza ever scored a hat-trick for Jamaica? We have to score. Boza score 1 out of 10 goals, out of 10 chances.
Him score two. Him score two. He not score a hat-trick. Him score 2. But anything possible.
Against Bermuda them?
Against Bermuda? Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Then Calamari never play against Bermuda and get 3 open goals and never score none.
Bermuda, everybody. Fisherman, Bermuda, everybody, girl. Anybody can score against Bermuda. Anybody can score against Bermuda.
You easily get carried away with players, Just like when Bailey come here. Bailey come and I hear everybody run out and say this guy is the best thing since sliced bread. All of a sudden I was caution, I mean, nowadays me all year not talk anything about him.
No, because Fisherman, all we look upon football is like this, If you look even upon a Liverpool team, Eketike was the man before Issa coming. Throughout the season in any football, form changes and the requirements of certain player changes and you rotate. I think that this game, there are games that you can start Boza, but this game for me, based on what Burrell did against Trinidad in the Unity Cup as a one-man press, that's what I'm talking about, because we're not going to have the midfield as a one-man press. Up there because Trinidad is going to have ball possession, right? Boza can't press. Boza can't run.
JT, I'm going to say something, right? When Mason Holgate
come like, what go on?
Yeah, when Mason Holgate came to Jamaica, his first game was a very bad game.
Awful.
He hasn't put a foot wrong since, and he's not getting in the game.
So you want to start him? You would start Mason Holgate. No, come like you come to pull up a team,
I'm not pull up a team. The man have pedigree.
Where's he playing now?
See?
I'll Mason will get a sell down a Bahrain, you know.
Yes.
So where you go with him now?
Farm, hey, JT. Class is permanent. Farm is
Listen, I
temporary.
got mad this year thought no time. You can get mad for run off a car off a road tonight, you know. Better you drive good. You
All
drive
right,
good,
let
I
me
go ahead,
ask
you
you
know.
one question. Let me ask you one question, JT. Has he played a bad game since?
No.
So what are you talking
No,
about?
but he has played bad games at West Bromwich, Albion. One at a time, he went to with every time you check the article, the fans them a beat the living crap out of him. Because
That's
he's
England. That's England.
but,
They beat
but
Bailey,
he,
they beat everybody.
you know, me judge players, me not care what you want, you know, me judge you as a player, how you're playing. The reason why I want Borrell play now is Borrell is the most informed striker. He's scoring, he's scoring for QPR.
Hey, I listen to you, you know. And when he played in the Unity Cup, you said he should start.
Yeah.
I wonder if you forget that.
Yeah, but listen. That's what I say.
Has he have a game since?
No, Tom. Remember, you know, listen to this now. Remember, I also said there was a point when nobody couldn't bench Warner Brown for me, but then Warner Brown pick up an injury. He went to the Unity Cup late, got injured after going to Mount Pleasant, so him form kind of dropped. Me can't come on and still saying Warner Brown should start. That's how football is. What have you done for me an hour ago? That's how football is.
Yes, but
His game has fallen off. But who you gonna play Hayden for now? Who you gonna play him for now? Who you gonna take out?
Hayden can play. Hey, right now, the two best players center half game we see it was Hayden
and Richard King.
Right?
Yes. But who you gonna drop now for Hayden? For not Hayden.
Him
for Holgate. Who you gonna drop now for Holgate?
Any other center half?
Lord God Almighty.
The man have Premier League pedigree.
Come like a beer. You look like you hear what make me realize with you now, Tom. You like the player them for one point in them career. You're not really track with them then. No. As I said to you, Mr. Holgate I sell oil down a Bahrain, brother. We don't need him.
I'm on him gone look.
That's why we say make him go and look money. If him lost money down there, me hope him find it. Just like Damian Lowe don't have a club. He's no longer at Houston Dynamo. Me no want Damian Lowe start.
Okay. King from Portugal. Gone to sell oil. What name? Cristiano Ronaldo gone to sell oil.
A different aisle myself. I sell a billion barrels. No, I sell a million. Listen, you have oil producing countries where produce 1 million barrels a day. And you have oil countries where produce a few barrels a day. Cristiano Ronaldo, they are one country where produce millions of barrels in an OPEC. Down in Saudi Arabia, a different kind of money.
Enough oil, you know.
Yeah, but they pressure. Cut your nonsense.
But to be honest, like in terms of if you look on the two centre back them have been a start recently, right? King and Pinnock. I haven't been impressed with Pinnock that much.
Me neither.
In terms of his standard, right?
Me neither.
King, not impressed, but him kind of
steady. Do
a little bit more, right? And not even that much more, to be honest. I think two of them have been poor. But if you look at Mason Holgate, the last couple of games he played for Jamaica, because obviously I'm not watching him at the club level since him gone over this, right? Mason Holgate has been pretty solid after the fact when he did have that poor game there. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So Richard, for me, the best looking centre back pair, looking centre back pair.
Also the quickest. He's also the quickest.
But he's also a kamikaze drone. If you remember his time at Everton, him commit some of the craziest fouls them.
We need some of that too.
Oh, you need foul. You need people. Chicken could be a run, man. JT. Chicken could be a run, Tom.
You know most team have a calm centre half and a crazy centre half pair together.
Tom, a foul could business you come with today, no? Listen, Tom, I agree with you, you know, that the best centre back looking pair when Messi looks steady-ish was Richard King and Mason Holgate. That's a fact. I still think that when Ethan Pinnock came back in the team
again, barring the game and the poor game and that played the whole heap of long ball, them right?
Hasn't had a bad game. Hasn't had a bad game.
And the one when gets sent off, you know, with the second year, I believe he hasn't had a bad game. He has always been solid. You get me? I say. as we said, Pinnock has been poor recently in terms of the standard where we expect him to play. And
Agreed.
King kind of get away with murder for some reason because his performances, they have also been poor.
King
Isn't it? So I
performance
think-
hasn't been poor, Presser. I disagree.
I don't think I say.
Which
I
game?
think that's been-
Which game King has had poor performances?
Shit, the last couple games them.
We can't agree.
I disagree with you.
I disagree.
You, you,
I
you
disagree.
need you
I
need
disagree.
somebody. You need Damian Lowe or Mason Holgate
Jesus Christ.
with pace to cover.
People, you know, so we need to catch Tom and make him get on an injection them up there. Cause
Let me ask you one question.
Mind you, you
JT,
can't let somebody.
JT, look at Cavaliers. Look at Cavaliers. Who was
The
playing
only-
centre half with? Who was playing centre half? Was playing centre half with Richard King? It's a madman speed put round here.
so
It's a
your
madman he put round here to cover.
so your
to cover
parameter,
Richard
your
King.
parameter for picking your centre back is one madman and
And I've feared the man. Real Madrid has
No,
done it.
But
Bel-
JT, you can't
Bellevue,
keep
this
say-
is
you
your-
can't keep saying madman because it's playing for Jamaica. No.
It might sound away. Real Madrid has done it.
The only problem is the only thing with Low right now. Cause you see Low, one player I want to out there on the field every time Jamaica play. But the only thing right now when me not go call for Low is just true because him not playing a ball good little while now. That's the only I might not match up. That's the only thing. Make Moon put him out there. But if in a them time here now, when I want some warrior out there on the field, me not left Low. And me not left Bobby Reed. Them man, them not left them if them man they fit already, them man they have to dip on the field every time for me. Them man they have to dip on the field. Right now in come down to crunch time, them man they go put it down, left it all out there on the field, and them man they want on the side. And we just too low right now.
people, we have Fisherman on the call, we have Tom on the call, we have Trini Boss on the call, two Trini caller on the call. We just heating up, people. Make sure you hit the like button on the show. It's another stellar one tonight on Sports Blame. You know how we do it over here. Where the host is not the star of the show, but the panel is the star of the show. That's what we do over here. We give fans the opportunity to express themselves. You know, some of them, Tom, they are needing medication, you know. Because see Garfield, they drop the pill them in the comment section. We need to give him to a tablet them. If they are driving car good, I mean just go so, yo, watch me and them now. Over there, so. Tom start drive like the mad taxi driver them at Jamaica right now, you know. So, Tom I move away, brother. I move like Uncle Tom right now. Tom I move like the man say one madman and one man with a sense. Yo, we can't make Tom then pick the side. We can't make Tom pick the side. Tom say one madman have a place center back. Then you have Fisherman say for Jamaica play Damian Lowe have it out there. Bro, me that one, imagine Fisherman a pick his side and a Tom I'm advisor like Mr. Speed. Imagine a Tom a pick his side and Fisherman a advise him. I live a Bellevue patient out there, brother. For them kind of squad, we can't work with you. Be a madman them want on the field at once. We can't have so much madman out there at once.
And we talking this thing about we have superior team. Not no go so man. Not that thing no go so. Not that goddamn thing no go so. You know?
But with some luck, anybody can win. Because we all need luck.
So you think that we can't lose to Trinidad?
Of course
Not
we can
the
lose
name
Trinidad.
can't. Not the name can't. Say it can't happen.
Of course
We're
we
not
can.
gonna say it can't happen. But at the end of the day, me have to support Jamaica. We don't know the last question, and we have to support Jamaica.
A ball can boom off a defender and go in the back of the net.
I will say we can't lose.
Bless up, Jerome.
Then I will say that.
Trini caller. What you think? You think Trinidad can beat Jamaica? Or you think the home
What do you
court?
think Trinidad was saying?
No, Trinidad is kind of this Trini caller is a bit him straightforward. Trinidad,
Yeah.
what's your chances? I know you're at the Hazley Crawford Stadium. Tickets already sold out. It's gonna be a sea red and black carnival in a December, in a November in Trinidad. What you feel say Trinidad can use to get over the line? Cause it's gonna be a tough game for them too, Not because you hear we say Jamaica is going there down there in a tough game. Jamaica tends to be getting be carving out some results
History.
in some difficult games.
History, JT. 2005, we faced Mexico in a similar situation. And it's that win that propelled us on to the 2006 World Cup. And it was so hard to even view that game. I remember having to listen to parts of that game through the radio. And it's the same setting again. It comes like what you Jamaicans were saying, the Trinis have their back against the wall. We have all to play for. And that what people were saying, right, Jamaica's supposed to stop this group. World Cup football is different. Playing home and away is two different things. When you play home to Trinidad, in a must-win game, that amplifies the strength of the home team even more. So it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be straightforward to say, well, we're going to fight, but we're going. Trinidad it has the favor because of the home advantage, and that's the difference in World Cup football than in friendlies and whatnot, or in tournaments. Home advantage plays a big role. The office in Jamaica is a fucking stronghold. The same thing in Hazley Crawford. It's a stronghold. It's a fortress. Hazley Crawford is a hard place to be, Trinidad.
People forget Trinidad wasn't going nowhere and knocked US out of the World Cup.
Exactly, because of this same homegrown advantage. We beat US in home ground. We beat them in Cuba. Yeah, we beat them in Cuba, in Trinidad. So when you come home to Trinidad, that amplifies the strength of the team. But just being real, that applies to every other team. Jamaica at the office is a stronger team.
US just want the win to go to World Cup.
Yeah, we send them back home. Yeah, we send them home.
So that's what you guys planning to do right now again, Trini?
We have to win, JT. We are looking at a win. We are accustomed to these kind of settings. I told you this is reminiscent of 2005. I was there. I remember that game. And this is reminiscent of it.
You have respect with Trinidad still. You see, with them though, before the match, I went a Friday at the game. A Friday?
Thursday, brother.
I said the stadium sell out already.
The stadium sell out already.
You see, that's how I respect. That you see next week when our match I saw we want here so the stadium sell out.
Can't sell out Fisherman with the hurricane.
The stadium will be sold out, brother. You Jamaicans will come out there. This is a must win thing.
Hurricane money, hurricane. Hurricane.
Nah, man. Look here, man. Our town people are gonna full up with stadium, man. Nothing wrong with town. Nothing wrong with town.
Okay. Yeah. Kingston will full up the stadium, man.
Town people alone can go full the stadium. You don't need don't set
JT.
Stadium.
Yeah.
JT.
Yeah.
You know the biggest crowd Jamaica get? Jamaica in Toronto.
Yeah, with that game in the Nations League.
We run out the Canadian out of the one stadium.
Big up Travis. Yeah?
Remember who scored, JT? Boza, boy, Boza.
Boza.
That's when Boza sent you guys to the Copa America, man.
That's the same time. We don't know
Boza, man. Boza and Low.
And it was November when it cool.
That's why we not left Boza.
That's why I praise Boza. Boza is a good player. You guys forget fast, man. How can you guys forget Boza sent you guys to the Copa America Centennial?
So we have some people when rate the youth come up every day.
Boza sent you guys to. I remember watching that game. I was like, Boza is a boss. Boza sent Jamaica to the Copa America, man.
We never stop cheer.
They make him. They make him man.
We never cool them. When they don't. We never cool the team when they don't, you know.
Boza on go score upon Caribbean team. Boza score upon every team in a CONCACAF.
No, that's McLaren. McLaren said that, bro. McLaren.
Team, them money and bag. Every team in a CONCACAF, Boza score upon.
In score
Every
for
one of
US,
them.
in score for Mexico, in
And the
score
whole
for
of
Canada.
it sound like say Uncle Bermuda the man score against. Come on, man. Come on,
So
the man
you
at the top.
Jamaicans don't take into the consideration that Trinidad will be at home in a must-win game. Don't you guys realize that's going to amplify
Big up
the
Wilbert.
difficulty level
Boza
a lot?
inconsistent, Trini.
And that's what we say. That's why we say it's a tough game because I know that
Yeah.
Trinidad is a rivalry
What
thing now when it come on Trinidad and Jamaica, you know, man.
Boza
me
is
know say
inconsistent though.
what Jamaica need to do is to score early and keep Trinidad quiet. Score
Take
early
the crowd out of the game. That's the recipe for all teams. You have to take the crowd out of the game.
Score early and keep the crowd out, man.
So you see, remember, say Jamaica is one of the slowest
But
starting teams.
on the other hand, if Trinidad should score first, you'll have the crowd on your back. Then the crowd will be on your back, and that's trouble.
That's true.
If we score first, the crowd is on your back.
That's why I say we need some warriors.
I remember the Canada game with Jamaica. Canada had Jamaica 2-0, but the Jamaicans they was in there still cheering.
That was a different game still, you know. Canada plays a different, Trinidad plays a more clogged up type of tight football. Canada was playing a free-flowing football where Jamaica had a lot of space and time. Remember, Leon Bailey get all two clear-cut opportunity in the game there, you know. So it's just a different, every time we play against Trinidad, even if it's our lesser teams, play against a Trinidad backup team, the game is always feeling a bit stuffy, suffocated.
But it's because of the rivalry.
We are the game
Because of the rivalry, no.
We are the game changing that Canada match.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How that?
Travis,
Travis,
let's go on with a big load of nice.
Travis, Travis, JT?
Yeah, it was Travis.
Oh, him good. A long time I don't hear from with him. If you ask if you hear anything from him, you know.
I mean, come on, pan show a call for Keisha. And Melissa just go down, they go do damage. And him come and call for Keisha.
Anyway, in that Canada game, the game changed from low step up. When low step up in the midfield. And put on two tackle upon them attacking midfield and take away the ball from him. And, you know, and that's what the game changed.
I remember Hagrimson had moved low from the defense into the center defensive midfield. Low played in the center defensive midfield in that game. In that second half.
You know what changed the game?
Yeah.
They have us 2-0. And the keeper start juggling the ball. And the man then get mad when they say keeper juggle the ball.
Yes, I mean, juggle the ball.
I was there. So let me tell you, I was there. The keeper start juggling the ball. And when the man them go in half time and come back, it was a different team playing.
Low step up Low was moved up to the central defensive midfield, bro.
Yeah.
And that changed the game drastically.
The whole team get pissed off. Not
Tom. No, Tom. It was Low that went to the defensive midfield role.
Low went to the CDM role, bro, and that changed he became a pivot and it changed the game.
Yes, sir.
Why you guys don't understand? The mere fact the keeper was juggling the ball, that pissed off the whole team.
Jesus.
Well, we never see that.
Me not ask you were there.
Yeah, I remember when the keeper was juggling, the Canadian keeper juggling the ball, yeah.
Hey, I can tell you something. Again, it was Bowser. It was Bowser who went into the chambering room and rough up everybody. It was Bowser who went to the changing room and that's when I see the boy of the ball. When I see the boy of the ball.
Low go to the coach and tell him, say, he want to play the CDM role in the second half. You know?
A Lati Bodier didn't play around.
Everybody, half time was a different team. Everybody stepped up. No. Everybody.
But hear me say, Tom, I don't think a keeper juggling the ball actually it can affect the morale of the team, but you actually still need to play. You still need to play the ball and score goals and make passes.
I think it was the guy from Bayern Munich turned out the ball game and him start juggling the ball.
Anyway, the 2 goals Bowser score have something to do with Low. Low going at the middle, rough up the middle, and take get the ball from the midfielder you there. We play for Porto.
Physicality of the Low. Nana.
Being physical and take the ball and pass it, give Bowser switch up the post goal.
No, that's
And
not
the
true, man.
second goal.
That's not true.
Low body them off.
That's
He
not
body them
true.
off.
He passed the ball,
All
let them are regret. And them are regret
All right.
square the ball. Not
No,
true.
bro. One was a direct pass to Boza, wasn't it?
The first goal score on a low pass.
Yeah, low one back the ball and passed it to Boza.
What the game look like you know? Which game you da watch, man?
Me say, and pass the ball.
A crunching tackle that could have been blown as a free kick
Yes,
as well.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Because the referee allowed that, but it was a fair tackle. But in some circles, the referee could have blown
Yeah.
for over excessive force.
All right. Bless up, Trav. Yeah, man. Bless up, Travis.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thomas, wonder where you there now.
So what happened in that game? Even before Low made the pass, when Low went to that position, Low almost scored himself. You know. You remember Low actually hit the post. I think he hit the crossbar or something.
Yeah.
And then you see that crunching tackle that you talk about. He won the ball at the edge of the 18.
I think Leon Bailey came off the field. Leon Bailey came off the field. I don't know. I don't remember who came on for him. I think he got hurt and came off.
Leon Bailey get in the two games, them Leon Bailey get about 3 clear chances and no score none of them.
Of course.
Even at Jamaica. You remember that morning there when the match did blow off in the night? Leon Bailey get some chances in the morning there. And Mikel Antonio got injured in that game actually.
Yes. Okay. The goal that Bowser scored, right? In Jamaica. Which midfielder passed the ball, give him?
I don't remember back so far, no, brother.
Well, I don't remember that. But remember about the one in Canada.
So one game was a Saturday, and the next one was a member. You can't remember who passed the ball, in Jamaica.
Tell me who passed the ball. What the problem?
It was Daniel Johnson.
Okay, yeah, I'm right. But we never remember that. We gonna remember that the Tom.
It's Daniel Johnson passed the ball. I live in Canada. Fisherman live in Jamaica. You're supposed to know that. Right? He's not doing bad in Turkey. You tell me say he can't get a game again?
That's why you bring up Daniel Johnson?
Of course. Because you tell me say there is no other midfielder.
Daniel Johnson, big man. Daniel Johnson can't tackle. Most time ball, sideways pass. Tackle what? Daniel Johnson can't tackle.
Let me ask you one question.
What is she doing? What she
Our CDM play.
A little short thing.
Our CDM play.
Go ahead, look, she laughing.
Then Daniel Johnson is a CDM.
He was playing CDM for Jamaica.
When?
Oh, Daniel Johnson.
Yes.
Let's
So you go to the ball sideways.
Listen, brother, yeah.
You look like Tom as a man who watch film game them on his smartphone.
In a which game Daniel Johnson plays CDM for Jamaica?
I don't know what Tom see that.
That same game against Canada.
Big man.
Him play a box to box, man. Him not play a CDM.
Who was playing CDM?
I don't know what it's about, man.
No Lati Body here, brother. Lati Body here was the CDM.
Lati Body didn't play CDM.
A team and put Daniel Johnson to play CDM, my man cannot tackle none at all. What kind of nonsense you talk, man?
Who can't earn? You think CDM have a tackle? You think him have a tackle?
You attacking me, you can't tackle.
The greatest CDM. Listen, let me ask you something. The greatest CDM in modern football is who?
Wait, what?
The greatest CDM in modern football is who?
Kante,
Who?
Kante, man, Kante.
Kante what?
Oh.
Busquets.
What?
You see Busquets attacking nobody?
Rodri.
In modern
Look here,
football.
that is the thing I'm telling you about, you know.
Rodri.
On classing up Jamaica footballer them to some greats. That is what it, at that time.
No, man. I'm just saying that to counteract where you are saying.
Look here, man. 90% of CDM have to tackle, sir. Them have to tackle.
When you can't read the game, you don't have to tackle.
Come up with
When you can't read the game, you don't tackle. If you're educated, you read the game.
You know, in Tom, wait, hold on the fisherman. Tom, you know where you are say? That come like you say, find you bright enough, you better go to school to get a degree. And that you are saying?
Then man can't do that, come on. But you learn already.
In a year estimation. So you say if you did have Daniel Johnson on the side, you'd have make him play CDM.
You don't have to make him play CDM. He can play back to back now because you have a genuine CDM now.
All right.
What are you trying to tell me? Daniel Johnson can help his team?
So if him get injured, what you say? You would have played Daniel Johnson in that position.
So who else you have?
Yeah?
People, Tom say CDM now fi tackle them just need to read the game. So what is he? What you have him out there do? Me not understand how Tom them talk football and him serious about it too, you know. Tom serious about it, you know. Man, you think a joke man I make it. The man say CDM now fi tackle man. Him just can't read the game. Cause Tom, which position they on the field name read the game?
Who you would have played?
You cannot answer me, don't ask me.
No, you can answer me now. Me tell you yes.
You say, yes.
I said yes. So who you would have played?
I would have prefer put Natty Body there.
Is Natty Body better than him playing CDM?
Oh, you mean? Then how you mean? It's only a madman who have put Daniel Johnson as a CDM. I mean, he's not a madman. Someone put Daniel Johnson to go play in a CDM.
You see, you know me find out with most of us, we don't know when they are educated and can play anywhere. Football education and can play anywhere.
I think here, man, so Russell can play CDM, you know, Russell go play CDM. Russell fi play CDM, and then I put Russell fi play CDM in a national team.
He played
I want to smoke, man.
Club.
Where you think?
He played the club.
You used to watch Russell before. He started playing for Jamaica. Before you know, him could have played for Jamaica. You used to watch him.
Hey, let me ask you one question.
You didn't play CDM.
The best game Russell ever played for Jamaica, which game?
People, may have to make a cup of tea, people. I'll be right back. We'll just go and listen to them. I have to make a cup of tea. Because Tom and Choppy line heavy. Look like fisherman meeting match tonight. May I make a cup of tea, the people?
And they never call him back to play midfield.
Right now, the only thing Russell offer to the game is when him score a goal. That's all him offer to the team.
What is where the coach put him? Is where the coach put him.
And that's why I'm not tackling him. That's why I'm not tackling. That's why I'm not tackling.
They know where the coach play him.
And that's why I'm not tackling him, no link up, no play and all, and then something that I wish for the coach are playing. That's why that happened.
You blame the coach. He's an educated player. And the coach must give instruction.
He's an educated player. Yes, he's an educated player.
The coach needs to give him instruction. And if he not take the instruction, you take him off and put on somebody else.
He's an educated player, so he might feel that him not. Actually, coach put him at one place, him not tackling a game.
You notice him in the back sometimes when you forward them.
That's a problem. He must play like him is a striker. He want to play like him is a striker. That is all he want to do.
So if you was the coach, what would you do with him?
Anyway.
The coach is not saying nothing. So him time to go play it.
I mean, Daniel Johnson is not there. Ravel is not there, and the squad that we have, those are the players that going out there and do it and get the job.
So who is going to play the CDM from this current squad, guys?
Eh?
Who is going to be the CDM? Who is most likely going to play that role as a starter in this current squad?
Russell?
No.
John Russell?
Russell?
Russell going to play this.
Unless they use Bobby Reed.
Isaac Hayden, brother. Isaac Hayden.
No, Isaac Hayden not play CDM.
Isaac Hayden not going to play CDM, Carla.
Isaac Hayden.
Isaac, but he's going to play the box-to-box. Either him or King will play box-to-box.
Wait, Carla, let me ask you a question, Tom. Tom, who would be your starting 11 going against Trinidad?
Right now, me confused. I don't know if it start for me that start a different midfield.
Who is the midfielder start?
Yeah.
Well, basically right now,
Mm-hmm.
you have to start Hayden, Russell, and Reed. You don't have no better option.
So where you going to start the Murray Gray?
He's supposed to play in usual wing.
And you drop Cephas.
Cephas can play on the next side.
You know, I keep on forgetting to ask you guys that the right side. Okay, we're pretty sure Cephas or Gray on that left. But who is that right side, man?
It's gonna be
Dixon?
It's gonna be between Dix and based on how Dujan Whisper played the last game. I'm
Whisper.
not surprised if Whisper start over Tyrese Campbell.
Yeah,
and
Whisper
Dixon.
played well the last game. He made a big impact when he came in. I was surprised how fit he looked after the long injury.
JT,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you a question.
You say you're gonna put
JT,
Cephas up.
before you ask that question, bro.
90%.
Before you ask that question, I could just ask one thing. Whisper, by putting Whisper up there, you lack a defensive. You know, he tends not to defend on that right side. And that's the side Spicer is.
JT.
You understand, JT?
Yes,
you understand, right? You put Whisper on that right side, but that's the side Spicer is.
90% of goal that's scored in Jamaica
Right.
comes from the right-hand side, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think as that?
Now team attack us down the right
Why do you think team across down the right?
because we're weak down the right hand side.
All our right players don't come back and make the wing back.
Well, when Tyrese Campbell plays, it's a
Only
different
him.
story. Yeah,
Only him.
He tracks back.
Only him.
Leon Bailey don't track
Leon Bailey
back.
doesn't come back. Whisper don't come back. Only him.
Dixon come back though, and Bobby Reed and Dixon come back when they play, right?
Dixon comes back a little bit, man.
But
But
Bobby Reed play midfield.
Whisper doesn't take his defensive responsibility at all.
Yeah, Whisper is not.
Right.
It's a big gamble to start Whisper.
Yeah, I think he might come off the bench in the second half.
Okay. You bring him out to come run. You bring him to
On
run
the
and play
right
at
side.
defender.
JT, on that right side, who is the highest ranked professional player we have for that right side now?
Based on who's
Dixon.
playing, we got Tyrese Campbell because he's starting in the championship. Though Whisper is
why-
at a
who-
Premier League club, but he's at the youth level, so I don't know how you evaluate that.
No, JT. No, JT. Who is the highest ranked professional player at that position that we have right now?
Tyrese
Leon
Campbell.
Bailey.
No, he's not
Leon
in the
Bailey.
team. He's not in the team, Tom. He's talking about who's in the team now, right?
Yes.
It will have to be Tyrese Hall.
So why are we overlooking that? Why are we No, on the right.
Tyrese Campbell, Tyrese Campbell.
Yes.
Sorry.
So why his name is not called first?
Because, Jamaican stay is based on where Whisper do
No,
at the stadium.
JT. No, JT. But it's not about Jamaican stay. I mean,
It's about the team.
Okay, but professional players make the team better, no?
Yeah, but-
I mean,
It's a bit different,
Has
Crispina
Dixon performed
Kankaka.
well on the right side in the last
JT,
3 games or
JT,
4 games?
this notion that CONCACAF is this hard place, and it needs special
CONCACAF
skills.
is hard, bro.
Kankaka is
CONCACAF
hard.
is not an easy federation to come and play.
Let me finish. Okay then. When CONCACAF teams go to the World Cup, what has been a CONCACAF team's best
Best
finish at the World
performance.
Cup?
I think
Maybe
it
a
was,
Best
quarter, maybe
performance.
I
Mexico.
think
It's always been Mexico.
and Costa Rica.
and-
Costa Rica went a distance a few World Cups ago. I
A
think.
quarter as well, maybe. I think Costa Rica and Mexico reached the quarters.
Okay, so they reached the quarterfinal. So they have
Yeah,
not gone to the
I think
semifinal.
Mexico played a quarter final
US
against Holland in
Hold on, hold on, hold on, man.
98.
Hold
No,
on, man.
man.
Hold on,
US
man.
reached
When
US
we
reached one time under Klinsmann. US reached one time under Klinsmann. So don't forget
Which
that.
where? Which where?
Quarterfinal under Klinsmann.
okay, and okay, the
Okay. Well,
quarterfinal,
then US and Mexico reached quarterfinals. Yeah.
Yes.
okay, and they go to the quarterfinals infrequently. It's
That's
not
it.
like every World Cup. A
No.
CONCACAF team. Okay, this is not.
Yeah, but
This result-
brothers, basically, there's
hold on,
always
man,
one
hold on, man,
CONCACAF
hold on,
team
man.
that progresses. You know.
Hold on,
There's
man, let me
always
finish now.
one or two good CONCACAF teams that come out of the federation every World Cup.
Let me finish. Wait. Let me finish.
Players elsewhere could not come to the CONCACAF and perform. Because when the CONCACAF teams go to the World Cup, we see where they tend
One
to go.
Sherman Scott, big up
The
yourself, my boss.
quarterfinals
One Sherman
match,
Scott,
and
Clarendon
they do
Dan, big
so
up yourself.
infrequently. So this notion that other players.
Yeah, but brother, you have to take everything in perspective. CONCACAF is the second least represented federation after maybe Asia, I think. The least.
CONCACAF.
You understand? We put out the least amount of teams, you know, bro.
After Africa.
Yeah, after.
CONCACAF is
We
least
have more
represented because
teams
the
than
teams.
Asia every time.
Well, right. So
CONCACAF is least
it's
represented.
Asia and then CONCACAF, you understand? We don't put out more than 4 or 5 teams.
It's
CONCACAF.
CONCACAF. It used to be CONCACAF third, and now
Right.
it's Africa Federation's third. Right?
No, somebody
Third
says
one.
Oceania.
Always
Somebody
last.
said it's
Asia
Africa has a
Oceania.
lot of teams, bro.
Asia and Oceania is always last. Asia only
Last,
have 2
right.
qualifiers go to the World Cup, bro. I don't understand.
CONCACAF.
So how many from Africa goes, bro? Africa has more than
They
CONCACAF,
just
bro.
open up. Africa used to have the same amount of teams as CONCACAF.
Well,
I think
yeah,
it was
possibly,
6.
right. Yeah, well, the
It
same
was 6.
amount, not
But
less than
even
that.
then,
Yeah,
even
5,
then,
6 teams.
CONCACAF teams just go further than African teams.
Yeah,
CONCACAF
No,
is
not
no,
until
no, 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 no,
2015.
no. Remember that Ghana went to
Bro,
the
Mexico is
semifinal.
go further than all the African teams.
No, listen.
Yeah,
No,
on
wait, guys,
a regular basis,
to me.
yes, that
Listen
is
to
true.
me, guys. Listen, hold on.
It's only Morocco has performed.
Hold on. Cameroon
Mhm.
has gone far in the World Cup. Ghana when
Quarterfinal.
None of them have gone further than
Quarterfinal,
Mexico.
JT.
No,
Nigeria quarterfinal.
No, listen to me, no,
Possibly
man.
than Mexico, JT.
Listen to me, no, man. When Suarez catch the ball with him hand in the semifinals, Uruguay versus Ghana, and the keeper
That was
saved the
once
penalty.
in the history. That was once in the history, bro.
No,
That's the furthest, I think, JT. Ghana was the furthest team.
Listen,
The Black
yeah,
Stars.
Ghana was the furthest team, bro.
We're not talking about the fact that they never reached there, you know. But the amount of times Mexico goes to a quarterfinal.
No, but that was a semi-final, bro. That was a
Yeah,
semi-final.
but, hey,
No, that was one time, JT.
people forget.
Yeah, CONCACAF is not an easy federation, guys. I wouldn't have that. We wouldn't have that.
Bro.
Okay.
People
Yeah,
forget.
CONCACAF.
You are going to go final.
People forget. Say Cameroon lost to England 3-1 when England lost to
1990.
Quarterfinal.
Yeah.
when England get 3 penalties.
Quarterfinal.
Okay, quarterfinal.
And the World Cup before that, they left the tournament unbeaten.
Somebody said Morocco went to semi-final.
Morocco went to semi-finals. That's the most recent African team.
They go in once, and Morocco semi-final wasn't recent, bro. Morocco
Which
semi-final
European
was
team? Which European team went to
that
the
was with
most?
El Hadji Diouf 2000 or something.
Which European team went to the most semi-finals and up?
Was that?
Which European team went to the most semi-finals and up?
I mean,
Germany. Germany.
Probably
Germany?
Germany or Italy. I think it's Italy or
Germany,
Germany, one of
Italy,
the
yeah.
two.
But
Germany has been to more final than
more
every
to
other
see where
team.
hungry, more
I
to see where
think
hungry
Italy been to the most
rank, bro.
finals, bro.
I want to see where
They
Germany
went
Yeah,
win.
Italy, Germany is
Italy
right up
went to
there.
more finals,
No,
and
I
Italy
said
had 4 World Cups
semi-finals.
before
And
Germany.
of course, we can't forget France. France has reached semi-finals a few times,
But
I
listen,
think. With
guys, I'm
Platini, they
talking
reached the
about from the
semi-finals.
history of the. I think even Hungary went to more semifinals than a lot of those teams from the history of the World
Hungary
Cup.
won the World Cup once, JT, but that's
Let me
like in
see.
1960 or
Yeah,
50
let
with
me see.
this guy Puskás and these
When
guys. Yeah.
Germany was split in 2 countries, they win the World Cup more than couple countries win the World Cup, bro. As
Yeah, that
separate
was
as separate
West Germany,
nations.
West Germany. Yeah,
West
West
Germany
Germany.
and
Yeah.
Ireland,
that's fine.
Ireland went to 2 final and hasn't win any. With
Who?
The UEFA is overrepresented in the World Cup. It's obvious. UEFA
Price.
sends 32 teams and all kind of stuff. You know, they have a bigger chance of reaching to the higher stages because
Okay,
the
wow.
amount
UEFA
of teams
send
they push
32
out.
teams.
Okay,
to
guys,
the
here,
UEFA
guys, may I
send
have,
six.
bro, may I have
They
the
used to send
statistics
12
here.
teams and now it's 16.
May I have the statistics here. So we have the statistics here. Hold on. We have Germany, West Germany 13 times, 1934 to 2014. Italy 8, France 7,
Man them.
Netherlands
Man them,
5,
Italy.
England 3, Portugal 2, Croatia 2, Sweden 2, and Belgium 2. Okay. All right. There we have it.
So,
The time when Hungary played JT,
so-
Hungary won the
how many?
World Cup, I think.
so also,
Hungary. Let me see my
so the
time.
evidence is not saying CONCACAF is this difficult place that other players cannot come and have success.
You're
Because
downgrading CONCACAF, bro. You're
I
downgrading
am not
CONCACAF.
downgrading. I am not downgrading anything.
He always downgrading CONCACAF,
I
bro.
said, no. If I'm downgrading it, I will
Listen,
use the word.
you know what the funny thing about
You know,
those evidence,
it's
bro?
very hard to go and play in the Azteca.
I can't
I
agree with
speak
this
2 words.
conversation the way you make on
I speak-
CONCACAF, bro, because your
It's
evidence
hard to go in Guatemala and play. It's very
I
hard
speak
to
2
go
words.
Honduras and
I
play. It's
speak
very
2
hard to
words
go
and you
Panama
can
and
cut me
play.
off.
Okay,
Jesus.
it says that Hungary went to 2. Hungary went to 2 semifinals. They haven't won the title actually. The reason why I said that, I know that Hungarian football was dominant at one point in the early 1950s. Based on what I've read about football, I wasn't around to watch it. But it says Hungary team is considered one of the greatest teams. Yeah, Hungary is considered one of the greatest European teams to never win a World Cup. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah.
That players who, for example, play in England that we recruit will come here and struggle. There's an argument that
they would.
I'm not done.
Yeah, but they would come here and struggle though, bro. And it's not because they're not more
where is the
quality,
evidence for that?
You know,
Where's
they
the
would
evidence?
struggle here because not because they don't have quality, you know, bro. But because
Where's
the
the
way the
evidence?
games and the
When
games and the
Jamaica,
physicality is in
when Jamaica
CONCACAF.
qualified for the World Cup, for example, the team picked up steam in 1998 after an influx of English-based players. That's a fact.
Yeah, but
Yes, thanks to Wimbledon.
that's not what the man mean, bro. You not even talking about what JT mean.
No,
When JT refer to that, bro, JT referring to the way CONCACAF is refereed,
Yeah.
the way the game is
It's
physical,
played, yeah,
the different what is allowed in the play.
It's a
That is
bit
not the
different.
same as the Premier League, bro.
Who are the players that come here and struggle? Give us some evidence. Who are the players?
Bro, you're focused on players. We're not talking about players. We're talking about the game
It's
play.
very hard to go to these Central American teams and get anything,
Bro, what
brother.
are you talking
It's very
about?
hard
If you
to go
listen for a
Guatemala,
second, you will
Panama,
understand what we're
El
talking about, bro.
Salvador. These are hard places to play football.
We
Bro,
The
can't
listen for a
crowd, the
second, bro,
referee,
and
everything
stop
is be
trying to
against
manipulate
you.
people.
Again, I am not saying a place is easier or harder. That's not what I'm saying.
But we're
I am
talking about the
saying,
place. We're not talking about players, bro.
Can I
We're talking
say
about the
something?
place.
JT
The
said,
gameplay in CONCACAF is difficult for English
It's
players
to
to
go
come
in
into.
Guatemala and meet Guatemala
where
is
is
a
the
very
evidence?
hard
Where is the
task.
evidence? Give us an example.
Mikel Antonio.
Okay. Why it is?
Come on, JT.
Okay, hear me out this, yeah.
In CONCACAF.
Hear me out on this, bro.
Can I say something?
Go and use Google, right? Because this is where you want your evidence from. Go and use Google and Google all the
say
English
something?
players, professional teams who come into CONCACAF teams, and go and check the statistics. Of course,
Yes.
span it with how they're playing in England. Because the rules and
Yes.
regulations for football in England different from in CONCACAF, bro. There's a little bit more that they allow to happen in a
Yeah, yeah.
CONCACAF game.
And in
There's
England, you
just a
get more
change
Yes.
time.
that
In
they
Yes.
England, you get
made.
more.
Gentlemen, can I
Yes.
say
Wait,
something?
hold on, Tom. In England, you get more
Can
time
I
on the
say
ball
something?
as well. You get more time on the ball in England and more space. In CONCACAF,
JT,
there's no space.
JT.
No.
JT bring up
The
Mikel
pitch is
Antonio
bigger in England, all kind of thing.
I have
So
watched Mikel Antonio over
Okay,
a period of time and I don't
Yeah,
see him
Mikel
struggling.
Antonio has struggled in CONCACAF. That's my
Hey,
opinion.
can I
bro,
say something, gentlemen?
Okay.
Hello.
Where's the evidence?
Hello.
Where's
Can
the
I say
evidence?
something?
Where's the evidence? Has he scored fewer goals than the average forward in CONCACAF?
how many goals he have against
yes.
how many goals he have against the Spanish speaking
Mikel
teams?
Antonio
How many
is not a
goals he have
marksman.
against the Spanish speaking teams in CONCACAF, bro?
Hello.
Exactly.
Mikel Antonio
Exactly.
Answer my
Them,
question.
these
Mikel
Latin
Antonio is
American,
not
How many
Central
goals he have
American teams.
against the
Gentlemen,
Spanish speaking teams?
can
How
I say
many?
something?
Hold on now, bro.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
I was a match inspector in Jamaica.
Cool.
So I used to write reports after games. And one of the questions they asked, what influenced the game? Weather, crowd, etc. The guys who born in Europe, the weather really affect them.
Okay.
That as well. Yes. Well said.
Weather really
Heat.
affect them. If
Oh,
rain and it get cold, you will see they play a different ball game. Weather really affect this player who came from Europe.
Okay, so what you guys are saying then, when European players come, when players who say were born in the UK, for example, come here, their quality drop, right?
Of course, because of the heat.
Okay, then why are we trying to recruit them then?
But they can still.
We recruit them for any time when the weather good, for when the weather good. When the weather good.
The quality drops. If when they come, the quality drop.
Okay.
Why
how they play in their club and when they come to Jamaica, they don't play the same way?
Okay, but maybe they have been coached differently.
yes. Different coaching, different setups. It's not
Crispy, they kind of take time to adapt to the conditions.
exactly.
When you go to the
Pitches,
States,
everything different,
The
bro.
logic is not there. The logic is the quality is dropping.
Crispy, what are you trying to tell me? Crowd doesn't influence.
Hold on. Well, let me explain it in a language he can understand, right? Let me explain Crispy where he can understand. Crispy, when you live in abroad, right?
Yes.
It take your time to adapt to the coldness out there, and
Of course.
Yes.
and all right. So now it's normal. Now we're used to it. It's the same thing with the footballers coming from
Exactly.
England into the play in the Caribbean. They had to adapt.
That's not what you guys are saying. That's not what JT is saying. That's not what JT is saying. That's not. JT is not saying that. Okay. When a player comes, it takes a game or two to get acclimatized, and then the player is up to full speed. But that's not what is being said.
But you see,
You know what I mean? That's not what is being said. What is being said?
Crispy, I'm saying it's a number of factors.
JT, hold on.
When Ian Burton and Paul Hall came to Jamaica, they were staying here much longer than these set of players. These set of players just play and gone back.
Again,
they actually was staying here much longer and get climatized.
The argument about acclimatization is not the same argument as saying that, when they come, the quality drop and CONCACAF is so hard. And
He's the only one that saying that want to have a statement where you're saying that the players' quality drop. JT saying that the players has come and find it difficult in CONCACAF is two different things.
Yeah.
No,
It's a number of factors.
Exactly. Well said.
They're saying that it takes time to acclimatize.
Of course.
I'm saying that I'm saying that the players find it difficult are two different things.
No, it doesn't. It's the same thing because they have to acclimatize to the temperatures, and that's why they come a week before and start training and doing laps and running and a lot of running under the hot sun. so they get acclimatized to the temperature, bro.
Okay, so what you're saying is that after a game or two, they find it difficult, and afterwards they don't find it difficult. After a game or two, they don't find it difficult.
I would say after 3-4 games is when they will start to gain themselves into the normalcy of playing in the Caribbean, because they be here for. It's not just a game they're here for. For one game, they probably spend 5 to 6, maybe 7 days at a time in the. When they say one game, it's like, it's a little bit more time than that. So at the same time, I would say they need time, bro. You know what I mean? We can't dictate what time they need. Some players might not need time. Some players might need a little bit of time. Some players might need lots of time. Not everybody is the same.
Again, this argument is a totally reasonable argument, but saying that the CONCACAF is so difficult and the players, they cannot cope, oh my God.
Nobody said that but you.
Nobody
said that but you.
You were saying that CONCACAF is not that easy federation to just come and play, and that's logical. CONCACAF has a certain standard. We have good teams.
It's not as readily enforceable as in the UK. Most of the countries in the CONCACAF can't even afford to have the cameras for VAR, bro.
Exactly. Is there any league that players can go? Is there any confederation that players can go to and they just blend in and it's so easy and easier than CONCACAF?
You know why Central? I'm never pick up a piece, man.
You're not answering my question. I asked this adaptation that you guys are talking about. This adaptation that you guys are talking about wouldn't it be the same every week for every federation? If a player is moving from Federation A going to Federation B, would that player need to acclimatize in any event?
Crispy, bro, this is not a computer. Yeah, 1. And 2, it is always going to have a change and adaptation from confederation to confederation. I don't know about you, but no two confederations is the same.
Okay, fine. Then, for example, you have players who play in England and they're born in England, for example, and they're playing for African teams, right?
When they go there, they struggle to the same way, bro. Haven't you seen?
They acclimatize. Okay, when they go there, do they have to acclimatize or do they struggle?
Of course, they are acclimatized, bro. When they go to AFCON, you never notice, Crispy, that they have breaks when they struggle.
It's not the same thing. You're using the wrong word.
Crispy, you using the wrong word, bro, not me.
No, you guys are using the wrong word.
Like this, right? Hear what I'm saying to you, bro. Listen, this is not.
When you say a player struggles,
listen, this is not high science class, bro. This is not football conversation.
Look at the trend you're using.
What you saying here, Crispy, but what I can tell you is this, yeah? When you look at the football and you look at players, look at AFCON. I don't know if you watched AFCON last time, but in AFCON, they had pauses for breaks for the heat because the foreign players from England and things, they couldn't handle the heat. It's the same thing in the Gold Cup.
No,
even
when you go to Mexico to play, even when you go to Mexico to play,
if a team of Jamaicans are playing, they take water break. They are not taking water break because they have English-based players. That's not correct.
What?
Because of the heat, brother. There were breaks because of the heat.
And the hydration breaks in the Caribbean is because the water breaks are not.
They call it hydration breaks. Hydration breaks because of the heat.
It's called hydration breaks, bro. Hydration breaks.
The hydration breaks are for all players. It's not
because they don't have that in the Premier League. They don't have that in
They don't have that in Europe, bro.
Nowhere. They don't have that in Jamaica.
No, they don't have that in Europe.
Domestic league, they don't have it. What are you talking about?
When CONMEBOL is playing, when South American Cup is playing, I think it's CONMEBOL with Brazil and Argentina. They take breaks.
In CONMEBOL, it have no water breaking. Right?
They have water break. They have water break.
It have no water break in Copa America, King. Stop talking, man.
They have water breaks.
They don't.
When Jamaica was playing in the CONMEBOL recently with Argentina and Brazil and Argentina and Ecuador, they said they had water breaks.
Can I ask you one question?
Go ahead.
You realize in the World Cup, they choose the hottest part of America to play Jamaica?
Come on, man. You're coming to conspiracy theory.
It's not controversial. Why
It was in the summer.
Why?
The Gold Cup was in the summer. The Gold Cup was in the summer. America is red hot in the summer.
New York, our Jersey.
The Gold Cup is in the summer. America is red hot all over during the summer.
Why they don't play us in Jersey? Why we don't play in Jersey or New York?
I have no idea. The JSF must campaign for matches to be played in New Jersey.
Of course. They choose the hottest part of America.
No, the world is against Jamaica. No, you're into conspiracy theory. Maybe you also believe that okay, Melissa was some type of conspiracy as well.
Where the United States team train?
I don't know, but what I'm saying is that where's the evidence that Carnival is punishing Jamaica with the weather?
Smart man, go and research it.
Bro, Connor, you talking about Carnival and you talking about the USA, you know, bro. You talking about two different things, you know, Crispy. He talking about the USA tournament and you talking about Carnival.
But I'm the Carnival Commissioner in the USA recently.
The Carnival is the name of the Federation for South America, bro.
That's South America, yeah.
America is the name of the competition, bro. Copa America is the name of the confederation.
Copa America was played in the US recently.
For the first time.
For the first time. That's why they had the hydration breaks, probably because the US is
but
hot.
you see, he don't understand these things, bro, because he just wants to talk.
The heat.
The heat is here, yes, but the heat, you guys, the heat is because the place is hot. It's not because of English.
If you play and the temperature, listen, guys, there are rules and regulations to this.
You never see water
FIFA
breaks
dictates that if the temperature is of such, you need to have hydration breaks during the 90 minutes. If the temperature is below such, you don't need the hydration breaks. And the humidity also plays.
Okay, then fine. It's not because of English-made players.
No, that have nothing to do with the temperature and the humidity.
If the temperature is hot, they introduced that. They introduced that for those players, bro, specifically. When they went to Africa. Listen to me. Go on Google this, Crispy, right? If you want a confirmation, go on Google South Africa World Cup. Because South Africa World Cup was the first World Cup to have water breaks. And it was because European teams and American teams, they don't face that heat in Africa, King. So that's what they introduced that for. They didn't introduce that because they have to. African teams don't need it.
No.
So if you want, go on Google the South African World Cup and you will see where that come about.
And there's a stipulated humidity, and they have the hydration breaks. I think it's something like 28 to 30 degrees or something, and you have humidity breaks.
Bruh.
So we got together with some medical factor that at a certain temperature, your body loses X amount of liquids. So you have to rehydrate, otherwise problems. You understand?
Right.
Simple.
Right now, they're doing it in Manning Cup and Dakasta Cup in Jamaica because Jamaica
exactly because the temperature is of such. Because the temperature is of such.
Okay, then that proves my point. Then you have no European-based players in the Manning Cup, and they have great.
Because the kids saw it, and it's about 4 players for the past 3 years, about 4 players fell over and died in the field.
But that is why these World Cup games are placed in the night for that reason as well. The Trinidad game is 8 o'clock in the night, so then heat wouldn't play a factor. We will not have that humidity break.
Again, all of those things are make sense, and I'm not disputing.
But I think
Crispy, for example, right? For example,
5 o'clock.
1 second,
so I think
caller.
That Suriname game will have hydration.
Caller, 1 second, caller. For example, I remember when Paul Hall was the coach and Jamaica went to Canada one time to play a second leg game, and it was so cold. Even players like Kevin Lambert and them players, they just couldn't move. And after the game, that was one of the things that some of the local Jamaican players said the cold was just unbearable. That's obvious.
All right. Okay.
Yes, JT, those things, I am not debating. Those things are acclimatization issues.
But I think
It's not
everybody.
acclimatization. If it's cold, it's
I think the
cold.
disconnect. I think the disconnect that y'all having with Crispy is that he's saying to you guys that these conditions does not stop that the English players have to keep up with the local players. That's what he's trying to say.
No, what I am trying to say is that acclimatization is real, but to then say players struggle, because that word is a continuous tense. When you say a person is something, that means it is continuing. That is different from saying, okay, a player comes from a different part of the world, it takes a game or two, or maybe three for that player to get up to speed with the temperature and with the environment. Those are two different things. But to say players struggle, that means for the duration of the player's career in the region, the player performance is subpar.
No, not at all, bro. Not at all. You making an exaggeration of the fact that Man City players is struggle.
No, I am not.
Yes, you are, bro. When Man City team they struggle, bro, I'm just trying to say that. When we say the team the players they struggle, we never say they struggle for the entirety of the career, bro.
If you say, for example, if a person say a player goes to the Premier League and he struggles, then meaning the player, hold on, let me finish.
Bro, if he just got there and he's struggling, what happened to him? He's struggling?
No, that's different.
That is different, bro. He got there and he's struggling. It's how long he
No. If it is said, a player, for example, leaves Jamaica and he goes to the Premier League and he struggles, compared to say a player leaves Jamaica and it takes a game or two for him to acclimatize. One meaning.
Crispy.
Let me finish. One mean saying that when he goes there, saying when he goes there, he takes a game or two to acclimatize is different from saying a player struggles in the Premier League. And when you say a player struggles in the Premier League, it means the player cannot keep up with the quality of the play in the Premier League. That's what that means. Because struggle is
so why
continuous.
somebody don't just say they don't keep up with the quality of the play? Why they don't just say that instead of saying struggling, bro? I'm just asking.
Okay, but
I feel like you want to conflate the word struggling with can't keep up with the Premier League.
I am not conflating
it. That's what you're doing, bro, because nobody said that. You thinking that, and of course, because you think that, we mean that.
Can I say something to you?
I am not thinking that. I am comprehending what you're saying.
You just keep talking. Somebody else talking, man.
I am going to speak as long as I want to speak. It's not your show.
I know that, but give somebody else a chance. We have a dialogue. You know you alone attack.
That's not for you to decide.
The last World Cup, Canada need to beat Mexico. And then bring Mexico in 100 ton. Where they clean the snow off the field. Mexico get a pool of couldn't keep up with Canada in the snow. So the weather
No.
Sir, what you're saying makes a lot of sense.
That is a normal practice in European football, right? That's a normal practice. You use your home advantages.
Sir, what you're saying is that just means the Mexican team, because the duration was tight, they did not come in and get acclimatized to the weather, and their performance suffered. That is different. That is different.
You cannot get acclimatized in that short period.
Exactly. That would be different.
So when you go to play, listen. Listen, can I say something, guys? And this will bring a little perspective. Crispy, listen to me. I lived in Norway. Norway is very cold. Listen, Crispy. Listen to me. Norway is very cold. They used to have a team called Rosenborg, and that used to play in the Champions League in the early stages of the Champions League. When these AC Milans and Juventus had to come and play in a place called Tromsø, which is cold and snowy, these guys played crap. You use your home advantage to suit you, and certain home advantage is very hard. That's like the Azteca because of the altitude, bro.
Sir, that's fine. Sir, that's fine. Sir, that's fine. I am not disputing that. What you're saying, sir, what you just said. Stop. I want to respond to this first. What you're saying about the team from Italy went up to that cold place for a game, and they suffer. That is different, sir. I agree. But that is understandable. However, that does not mean a player from Italy, if he moves and go up there and he plays his entire career up there, let me finish.
But that's what we're pertaining to. To come into CONCACAF will be hard for a European player. It's not easy to come into CONCACAF and just adapt and fit in. It works both ways. Sometimes it's the cold, sometimes it's the heat, sometimes it's the crowd.
And it makes sense.
You know?
That's fine. When they come,
there are many factors, bro.
When they come, they are not going to immediate. The word is immediate. They're not going to come and immediately.
And thus we said CONCACAF is not an easy place to just come and play. Thus, we come back to the basis of the whole argumentation.
When you say
CONCACAF is not an easy place to come and play.
When you say to just come and play, do you mean it's going to take a game or two to acclimatize? Is that what you mean?
Of course.
Okay. But to say players coming to CONCACAF and they struggle is not the same as that word.
That also happens. There are also examples that players come to CONCACAF and struggle.
Perfect English, King. You are semantics. Crispy, semantics.
You guys
arguing semantics.
You guys are not using words properly.
No, because let me tell you something, right? You trying to tell people they can't use English. That's your point right now, right? And I want to explain to you something. No, hear me out. Because I told you. Because, bro, when when JT said players come to CONCACAF and struggle, everybody else but you thought, well, yeah, the players will come and it mightn't be so until they adapt, they will struggle and move on. You said to everybody, and you believe that he means they will struggle continuously, but that's not what he meant.
He must be specific and elucidate what he means.
No, he was specific enough.
No, he was not specific. No, he was not specific. No, he was not specific. He was not specific.
Bro, if you ask the panelists in this room right now, that statement, what are their thoughts? I'm pretty sure you probably only person.
Let me, guys, hold on 1 second, and let me thank everybody. Listen, hold on 1 second, guys, 1 second. Let me read the super chat here. Amrik says, Crispy's a drag, different direction. Show's going fine. He comes with. Let me say it again. He doesn't. Crispy doesn't sound smarter. That's Amrik. Orion. Thank you for the super chat. Crispy, what I was saying is this, right? What I was saying, for example, guys, Tom, let me just clear up when I send a man so you can have the floor. Listen, guys, for example, when I saw Mikel Antonio come in and everybody got excited, I said, guys, be cautious. CONCACAF, the ball game is a bit more stuffy. In England, you get more time on the ball. If you watch the English Premier League, the Championship, you got space. The formation is different. Players are drilled differently. When you come and you play in CONCACAF, and you go down there, you play against a Guatemala. Guatemala is not, they're not respecting you to give you time on the ball like you did England and play for one. Two, you're playing in CONCACAF with players now from all over the world on your team where you don't have an off season with them. They don't understand the runs you're making. And the makeup of the teams are also quite different. You might have a team with 3 English players and 5 local-based players and 2 MLS players. So all the dynamics change when you come to CONCACAF, where the level, you might have an English Premier League defender playing with a defender from the USL. So it's a many different factors as well. The climate. We see even Jamaica struggle when we go down to Mexico. They say because of the altitude. You know, if you don't go, if you're not fit, you can't go to Mexico go play. So there's a lot of different factors. The playing style. Honduras play a different style of football. Panama play a different style of football. It's just not as smooth and straightforward like the football game, I would say, like in Europe. Hence, when the English players come, it's like they get thrown into a different ring. Even though the ball game is recognizable, the ring is different. The man them now just box you above the belt. Man, I'll kick you in your seat. You see me? I just can't off the referee them again from Central America and South America. They don't like Jamaicans, or they don't like the black teams. Them ref game. Them ref game.
JT, you're making accusations that you have to provide proof. JT.
No, me can't provide proof, Crispy. That's historically, bro.
Trinidad has been going through that as well as Jamaica, bro.
Central American referees do not like that easy. You're accusing.
No, I will stand by that. I will stand by that.
All of us that has.
I'll stand by that.
Once we're watching CONCACAF football, bro, we see these things over and over. Gold Cup after Gold Cup, World Cup qualifying after World Cup qualifying. We see this.
It has been known historically that the English footballing system from Premier League down is maybe the most physical league in Europe, right? The Spanish league is known to be very petite and, they're less physical. You talk about experiencing different setup and different maybe combination of players. In the professional setup, players come in and leave and go out all the time. You understand? Okay, you talk about they might be playing with players, say a JPA player or whatnot. The JPA player have to play with that player as well. So any type of difficulty, the JPA player and the player in the region will experience it because they will be playing with players who are playing in different leagues and maybe as well. So they will have the difficulty as well there. So the only thing that is maybe new is the temperature.
JT,
you know what I mean? The only thing is new is the temperature.
The Spanish referee give more red card to the English-speaking countries in more than any other referee.
But all we are watching from the Caribbean know that, bro. We know that.
Okay, where's the evidence?
Bro, me don't know how crispy. I don't know how crispy cannot accept that referees in the region tend to be more tougher on Jamaican players, Trinidad players, the black countries, them. I just seen that my whole life, bro. I've seen that my entire life where referees make harder calls upon Jamaica when we play. I see that all the time. That's not nothing new. I see that all the time where referees in the region.
And the fans are saying, when the Trinidad players made a tackle where he should have gotten a red card and he did not get it. Right?
One of the Trinidad players make a tackle, he should have got a red card. Which one?
JT, didn't you say one of the Trinidad players should have gotten a card and they did not get it?
In which game?
In the game between Trinidad and I think one of the more recent game.
If you was watching the game at all, you would know that there was a Curacao player who was the last player that he made a last-ditch tackle as the last man, and he was given a yellow card, but he was supposed to be given a red.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Then he came out to score.
So the Central American referee did not give. Okay, so the Central American referee did not. Okay, so the Central American referee did not give a red card when he should have given one, right?
No, but Crispy.
Okay, then.
But Crispy, this is...
Where's the racism there?
No, Crispy. That a Jamaican referee come to Trinidad and didn't give a goal. He disallowed a goal that Joven Jones scored.
Okay. Many Jamaicans, for example, are of the view that Trinidadians don't like them and when they go to Trinidad, they get treatment. Okay, and these players.
Well, that is their opinion, bro. And
Okay,
nobody can
this is your
fault them
opinion
for
as
their
well.
experience, bro.
No. Okay, fine, but the Trinidadians
But
were
that would
mistreating
make
them.
you go in a game and be dishonest. Okay.
No, but the
Okay.
Trinidadians.
You just
okay,
justify being dishonest, yeah, bro. I'm just telling you.
No, the Trinidadians who are
Crispy.
mistreating the Trinidad who are mistreating Jamaicans are black too, right? So
When has that ever happened, bro?
Jamaicans complain all the time.
Here. I refer to a referee. I talking about referee situations.
Yeah, but it's the same situation.
Crispy.
Crispy, let me get a
You want to come and ask questions, bro,
It's the same
and you ain't
situation.
giving no
It's the
proof
same.
for your statements that you making.
People in the comment section. People in the comment section just tell me if I'm wrong. From you growing up, don't you think that the referees in Central and South America has been much harsher on country like a team like Jamaica with some of their calls? Isn't that like, bro, may I see that from my youth, where them always, they ref the games when Jamaica play a bit different, and a lot of it is down to they have this thing in their head that Jamaicans are very physical, the way we play the game. So I don't know if they come in with a mindset so they have to ref we hard. But from a youth growing up, it's that's what I've seen, bro. I don't know, Crispy never see this yet.
So Crispy, the statement that you just made, Crispy, I've been to Trinidad at least 3 times. I've been to Five Rivers, Spiceabad, Miaro. I have no issues. But anyway, let's take off football.
That's your opinion.
Let me get on football. So when Crispy, let me get on football. Let me get on football. So listen to the situation. When it comes a while ago, you just said, where is the racism in football? CONCACAF. So the racism in CONCACAF is the money, right? That's the money. When you look at a Mexico, and you look at a United States of America,
bro, let him talk, Crispy.
Let me talk, Crispy. Let me talk, Crispy. You had the floor. You've been talking. I just got on.
Calm it down.
You interject.
Crispy, you have been talking. Let me talk.
Hey, Mr. Taylor, can I get a chance to come in?
I just got on, bro.
Go ahead, Chucky Boss. Go ahead.
I just got on, bro.
Go ahead, Chucky Boss.
Crispy, the people in the comments say you destroy the show. Keep quiet.
Chucky Boss, let me get a comment, please. I just
No, me just come from morning.
Okay,
right?
Bro, go ahead.
Yeah, Crispy, the man they must say in the comments say. Yeah. Should just stop play because you guys have 0 chance of making to the World Cup. So therefore, you guys should stop play.
I love you, brother. I love you for saying that. I want all Jamaicans to feel that way.
But big up to the ball and the Reggae Boyz. Them look good in a training. See fast. Big up to the Reggae Boyz. Them.
Defending Jamaica being mistreated in Trinidad. Defending Jamaica being mistreated in Trinidad.
Jamaica every year. I never had no problems with Jamaicans. It's what
I don't understand what Crispy coming with.
All of you guys are being hypocritical liars. All of you. All of you guys have been liars on this program.
That's because we don't have the bad experiences some people have. We's liars. Cool. Thank you for that. Thank you again, bro, for your great input. Thank you.
Wow.
All of you guys are liars.
All of you. That's on the world show. I don't want nobody chat. You have to stop him, man.
Yes, because you guys are liars. You guys are liars. You guys are liars.
No,
hold on. Crispy, no, hold on. One mic, guys. One mic. Hold on, brother. One mic. Crispy made a point, right? And he made a point, and I feel like you guys disagreed with him, but truth and in fact, I saw what he did. you guys are making the racial argument about Spanish referees, but the problem with that statement you guys are making is now with Trinidad and Haiti and Jamaica, when they played other South American teams, that is when that comes up.
Yes.
Not when Trinidad versus Jamaica play. Not when Haiti.
No.
It doesn't happen in the that's
No.
not that's the if a Spanish referee does that, that's not because he's racist to a Jamaican or he's racist to a Trinidad. No, that's not what it is. It's more for maybe he have a preference, a personal preference. That's his preference. But that's
when
not
a
racist,
Costa Rican referee is presiding over a Jamaican Honduras match in Jamaica. You experience it.
Yes.
That is what we're talking.
That's
Guatemalan, Trinidad versus El Salvador, and a Guatemalan referee, you tend to see it.
Hold on, he's calling you guys liars, but the argument is like he's calling you guys liars in terms of the Trinidad versus Trinidad versus Jamaica, and I think that's really
but we was never talking about that.
He made it.
So I don't know,
guys.
So
he made it.
He was talking about he hearing the wrong things, bro. I was trying to tell you.
But you understand.
But he made it. He not even speaking to the topic we talking, bro. Because when we talk about the racism,
guys, that's what I'm trying to show you that the
disconnect.
This is what I'm trying to show you is the disconnect.
Caribbean teams.
That's what the disconnect.
Yeah, but we was not referring to Jamaica versus. He wasn't talking about Jamaica versus Trinidad, bro. He take the conversation elsewhere. It was not there just now.
You're right. True. You're right.
So I just wanted to understand. You have a whole different idea from what he talking about.
Move on from that, guys. Move on from that. Continue show.
Yeah, we're digressing too much from the topic, fellas.
Yeah. Pleasant evening, gents. Pleasant evening. I've been listening you guys for
Wait, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Can I? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Talking boss.
So what I was saying is, I was talking when they brought up this whole racism and all this stuff. I never experienced that, but anyway.
You determine you're fraud. You're fraud.
Here we go. See, bro, you notice I sat here. I didn't say nothing to you. So I didn't say anything, right? You notice I didn't say anything, right?
And you're liar and you're disgusting.
Bro.
You're disgusting. You're fraud.
Crispy, have you ever been to Trinidad?
No apology.
Crispy, have you ever been to Trinidad?
Before you go back down that road, determined, they get a chance to play Scott Crispy.
Crispy, have you ever bringing him back? No. I'm talking, right? I haven't even spoke yet. I haven't even spoke yet. So Crispy can sit here and just yell out, and
but determine you are the one who counteract him while he's continuing. So you spoke. You came and counteract him.
But I still have the floor. But I still have the floor. Let me speak.
You must first admit that he's a fraud.
Let me speak.
You don't want nobody talk over you. You don't want nobody talk over you.
Again.
Let me speak.
Let me speak. You see what I'm talking about? JT, are you gonna put this guy on mute, or are you just gonna let him ruin the show? I don't understand.
Make you understand this.
Yeah, I really don't get it either, because I just got on here. I'm trying to talk. You just cut me off.
Determine. Take one for the team, brother. Take one for the team. Just take one for the team.
No, I'm not going to take anything.
But if determined would I get on to him point, determined would I get on to him point too. Him just going back to Crispy.
No, I can't get on to my point if Crispy keep interrupting me. So you know what? As I said, I've been to Trinidad 3 times: 5 Rivers, Faizabad, and Mayaro. I never had any issues in Trinidad. Period. It's not my love there. All right. So let me. As I was speaking,
let him finish, Crispy. Let him finish. Then you ask the question. Let him finish.
Yeah. Let me finish. So when it comes to racism in CONCACAF, I think for me is the money. I don't think it's really.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know.
Let me finish, JT. How CONCACAF is set up when it comes to Mexico, the El Salvador, and the U.S., they do everything to make sure those 3 go through. Everything they do to make sure. And it's simple because those 3 bring in all the money. So when it comes to the call, especially in those 3 games, you're going to get a lot of bad calls. It's going to happen.
because they want to recruit their money back. That to me, that's common sense. But when it comes to Jamaica playing any Hispanic country, yeah, you probably get a 1 or 2 bad call, but especially the big three, you're gonna get bad calls because of how the structure is for this the CONCACAF to get their money back.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening. I've been listening for hours now.
JT said after each speak, I can ask my question.
Go ahead, ask your question.
Okay, go ahead, ask the question.
The sentiment that I echoed, that Jamaicans say that they experience when they go to Trinidad. Have you ever heard it before?
Which one was that?
That they're not treating fairly.
Yeah, Trinidad, Barbados, Bahamas, all those islands.
Okay, thank you.
What was
Well, determine about that Wayne continue. Go on ahead now.
I'll make it continue that's what they call. That is not football related.
I've been listening about 4 hours now, and I just want to talk about the game because I'm here for the game. With the
Wayne, are you make crispy a car people like in a show never gone 3 hours yet, you know, man?
I don't know. I've been listening for 4 hours, JT. The match. I see this match as final for Trinidad, meaning this is the match that Trinidad that will determine whether Trinidad can finish second place or not.
True.
I agree.
Well,
so the end of the day is no, I'm here.
Okay,
so the end of the day is I am seeing a lot of goals in this match because Trinidad have to get goals in order to win, and it might expose them or their hungriness might cause them to what do you call it? A desperate man do desperate things. Maybe this desperation with Trinidad might be very dangerous, but it can also turn around to hurt them because it will expose them because Trinidad have to win this match. So that's the point that I want to make. All right.
That's a very good point because Trinidad can end up winning the game, let's say, and they go on 8 points, but they might run into goal difference again with Curacao. If Jamaica beat Curacao, they would be on. Trinidad can only maximum get 11 points, you know. And if Curacao lose to Jamaica, Curacao is stuck on 11. So Trinidad has to, and if Trinidad don't want to go into the game against Bermuda, need to score 7 goals. Because as bad as Bermuda be, it's still going to be tough to score 7 goals against them. So they have to get goals against Jamaica. They actually have to beat Jamaica at least by 3 goals to give themselves a really good chance to grab the second spot. So it's a really uphill task for Trinidad. It's a real uphill task, but I don't think they really care about how they beat Jamaica. You know? I think they will plan to handle it at the end.
I think you're making a mistake with the goal difference, bro. Curacao on +3, Trinidad on +1. Jamaica on +8.
Yeah,
Trinidad just needs to score 3 goals.
No, but
Amri,
remember, I said Curacao is playing Bermuda. So I'm counting in the factor, like, let's say.
So you think Curacao go and score 4?
No, if them score 3, that's +5. So Trinidad will need at least 2 goals against Jamaica, and then I forgot score 4 against Bermuda the next game. So either way, Trinidad end up have to score about 7 goals in these 2 games.
I don't see that much, bro.
Yeah, if Bermuda, all right. So +3, right? Let's say they beat Bermuda 3-0. They're at +5. Right? Trinidad beats Jamaica 2-1. Trinidad is just only up +2 now, you know. So Trinidad has to score 4 to 5 goals in the last game against Bermuda, bro. If Jamaica beats Curacao, for them to overtake Curacao by 1 goal on goal difference.
Bro, okay, and in the same perspective, if Curacao beat Bermuda 1-0.
Yeah. Just +4.
then they go on +4. But if Jamaica beat Curacao 3-1 or 3-0, then they on +1. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay,
So
okay.
technically,
You add that.
Yeah,
technically,
Jamaica can help Trinidad.
so technically, you exclude Jamaica out of the equation there for that match. So that's why I wasn't understanding it, because I telling myself,
But Jamaica
yeah,
hasn't
it's
been scoring a lot
possible.
of goals at home against a tough team like that. I can't count that yet.
Yeah, well, they scored 2 against Trinidad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Trinidad is not as good as Curacao right now.
Yes. JT, the thing with Curacao is the luckiest team in the Cup of because Trinidad was to beat them down at the yard. They're lucky. Let me tell you about Curacao. Curacao beat Haiti 5-0. And if you watch that game, about 23 of them were supposed to get. I don't know how that squad, how that team reached so far.
But if Jamaica did score for them goal, but remember,
exactly.
no, but man of God, if me did,
Trinidad could have beat them too.
But man of God, if my mother give me more breast milk, me that 6'1", we can go about that right through. Say if we're talking about where we there right now, they are the better team in the
right
group.
now, Curacao on +3, Trinidad on +1.
You said Curacao is better than Trinidad. I don't see that.
Curacao is the best team in the group, bro.
No, Curacao is not the best team in the group, bro. That's mad.
I disagree as well.
That's crazy.
That's nah.
No.
But
I think probably
I don't see that one with you there, bro. I disagree.
But you know, I got statistics on my side. Curacao is the only team to not lose. They're the only team to not lose in the group, right?
That's a lot to do with their luck and Dick Avocat.
You see that?
Dick Avocat is a hero, you know. That guy's a legend over in Europe, you know.
Bro, Trinidad dominate Curacao in both games. Curacao barely draw the game. So it's a kind of situation where you can't tell me Curacao is the best team in the group if they get dominated by Trinidad. They had the least chances on goal. If you add up the chances on goal they had in both games against Trinidad had more chances of goal in probably one game against them.
Let me do this, Amrix. Let's say may you run some races, right? And you're considered a better athlete, but I beat you the last time. Until you beat me, I'm better than you.
But they never beat Trinidad. They didn't beat Trinidad, so they get
But Trinidad no
beat. They scrape a draw.
But guess what? But guess what?
The best team in that group is the team where I lead.
Jamaica is the best team in the group, bro. I don't know why you're fighting, JT.
For me, the best team is the team who hasn't lost.
No, bro. Jamaica is the best team. They are the most points.
Jamaica is the best team.
It's simple.
The most points.
Simple. I don't know why you fighting down this. Curacao is the best team in the group, bro.
But the game Jamaica.
Jamaica. No, because all right. Let's use the equivalent of boxing, right? For example, if you're a boxer and you have more wins than me, and you have more wins than me, Trini. No, but I'm saying you have more wins than me, right? But I've never lost. Which one of the boxers?
You use a match. If you use an analogy of boxing, you use a match. So say a boxer hits more body shots and head shots and he gets more points. But the other one knocks you out. The one that knocks you out, although you have more points, is the winner. And that's the thing with the points in this football system here. 9 points means that you are the better team. You have more points.
No, I'm not going off the punches.
That's the knockout, bro.
Me see what you're doing, Trini. Me see what you're doing. That one there was slick. Me see what you're doing.
That's the knockout, bro.
I'm talking about the end result. Me talk about the end. So you're saying, man of God, if a boxer have an unbeaten record in the world of boxing, even though you have in the same weight class, if you have more matches, you're not really considered the better boxer. It's the boxer who hasn't lost. They go off, right?
We can't use boxing in how we are as an analogy for this. We cannot use. But if Jamaica get beaten by Curacao 2 times, I will beat. No, we draw with them. I will beat Trinidad. I will come out on top of the table. Who is the best team in our
And didn't
group?
they beat us the last time we played them before this?
Before this? I think so.
Exactly. So the last couple of times we played them, they
But we
beat
never
us.
have this team, JT.
But them can
We never have
say,
this.
but them can say their team has gotten better as well. They have gotten better too. Because we
Yes,
better
they got
about.
better, but they're not better than our team, JT. Come on, man.
But
As
if,
much as I want to beat
so
Jamaica, it's
if
not a
you
better
never
team.
beat me yet,
I
man
think
of God, how you could become better than me?
if we never beat you yet,
Yeah,
it's
if
not
like
like we never beat them.
or in the last couple encounters in
The
games that are
Curacao team
meaningful.
Jamaica meeting is a pack. The boss team Jamaica have
Tell
a
me,
hard game
tell me,
coming up
JT,
at
tell me
Saturday,
who's
right?
JT,
watching
Yeah,
that
that
team,
statistic.
that game.
I'm not
Even the
sure.
coach come
JT,
out and say, Curacao was lucky,
JT.
Yeah, I'm
That
hearing
Even
you.
coach come out and say
Hmm?
Curacao
JT,
was lucky,
and the point you're making, you will say, for example, a team can win the World Cup without being the best team.
A team can win the World Cup without being the best team. Yes, that can happen. But you have
All
to.
right.
Okay, because I think you're making a similar point where you're saying that having the most points does not mean you're the best, right?
No.
That means the Saudi Arabia better than Argentina then.
Then JT, how do you account for the most points? A team having the most points and not being the best. How do you account for that?
So guess what? And the most points in an unfinished tournament. Remember, the tournament is yet to be.
Well,
The tournament is not said and done. Based on where we are in the points tally, they are. So that's where when it's gonna come down to decide who's the better team when they come to
oh,
Jamaica. We are go off a points
I
tally now.
I think Trinidad, Curacao, and Jamaica are evenly matched.
I don't think so.
That maybe I have to settle for that. Maybe I settle for that.
Trinidad better than Curacao.
I'm not sure.
I think so too.
The closest somebody to win that group here is Trinidad.
Because Curacao, they will give the opposing team chances, but they also score.
Yeah, total
You know,
football. They play total football.
yeah, and you know, so I think we focus more on the chances that they give than the goals that they score. You know,
if we this score, would have a different debate now. If we this score in that match, would have a different talk today.
Okay, but and we also do not.
Who's Canada?
Jamaica,
Continue.
give chances as well.
Determined. Can you close your mic? Determined. Can't close the door. All right, go ahead. Yeah, go. Yeah. So, what I'm saying is, let's say we remember the last two encounters. They beat us, and they're yet to lose in the group. Though Trinidad drew with them, they can also say Trinidad haven't beaten them. And if Jamaica is the best team in the group and they beat Jamaica, how is Jamaica better than them? You know what I mean? Because if you say Jamaica is the best team in the group, but they beat us, Trinidad is the next best team in the group, and Trinidad hasn't beaten them. So
I have a question, fellas.
Man City. Oh, go on. Because I want to say
Trini, I have a question for you guys.
Yeah,
that
man.
in the last game, you guys have this guy, the number 18 guy. What's his name? Rampasad.
Yeah.
Is he gonna be playing? How he look?
Yes,
What's going on with his club team?
Yeah, he fit.
He's playing for Halifax Wanderers in the Canadian Premiership.
How is he looking in the club team?
He has been on the bench a lot more this season. He used to be the captain and the stalwart in the midfield for Halifax, but this season he has been benched a lot more. He has spent a lot more time on the bench. But he is a foundation for Trinidad and Tobago's national team.
Okay, because in that last game he kind of gave Palmer some problems, you know.
Yeah, well, he will be playing Thursday. We don't
have Palmer. We don't have Palmer, so we're wondering who gonna slot in there so to take care of him.
But me now worry about
Most
a
likely
player who's
it's going
benching
to
in
be
the
Phillips
Canadian.
and
So you're
Rampasad.
worrying
That
about a player?
18 and Rampasad. Phillips and Rampasad will be the two holding midfielders.
All
most
right,
likely.
and you see how it come back to the point what we were trying to say to Crispy. Rampasad is on the bench, right, in the Canadian Premier League, but yet when he shows up for Trinidad, he's a different player.
That's right.
Yeah.
Is it that?
That is an international player.
You see that? Kaim Dixon is struggling to play on a League 2 team in England, but when he plays for Jamaica and CONCACAF, he's a different player. I'm telling you, it's a total different ballgame.
But JT, with Kaim Dixon, his statistics, for example, when he played for Jamaica, it's not spectacular.
No.
Me agree with Chris.
Yeah,
I agree with Chris.
but Kaim Dixon is not a statistic player, though, man of God. Kaim Dixon brings something else to the team. Kaim Dixon is us. You know, sometimes I see Kaim Dixon go on the field and I see Kaim Dixon as the little boy. I try to motivate the big man them. I think Kaim Dixon bring something else when it comes on to energy. He's just a live wire. Let me bring in Chucking Boss. Chucking Boss. Chucking Boss.
You want to know a player that excels in his
Chucking
national
Boss
team?
still, or Chucking Boss drop off? Continue.
The guy that who Jamaica played and gave them a little scare, the small Caribbean team. The forward that gave you guys a problem. If you check his stats for his national team, I can't remember what. It's a small Caribbean team. But he's a national team player. He doesn't play that big a league. He doesn't play that good for his club. But when he puts on his national kit, the man is on fire. Prior to this last round of World Cup qualifiers,
Shamar Nichols, he struggles at the club level.
And these guys, when they put on their kit, they are different players. Same thing with the 18 Rampasad.
We have to be very careful when we do this type of thing where we say, okay, a player quote unquote struggle for his club, but he performs for the national team. We have to be very careful because, in my opinion, we do it.
But it happens, brother. It happens. That is a reality.
We do it because of the local and overseas based player dynamic. That's why we do it.
No, all right, but let's Crispy. Let's use it. Let's
many international teams, brother.
Crispy.
They have a lot of players that out there play better for their national team.
Crispy, 1 second. Leon Bailey 2 seasons ago was one of the best wingers in the English Premier League. Leon Bailey yet to have a top-notch performance for Jamaica.
Yeah, it works both ways.
Right. JT, you're right. However, when the team is selected, the appropriate thing to do is for the coach to look at the club performance.
No, you can't just do that, Chris. You cannot do that for CONCACAF.
I am not saying
Levi does not score that much goals for Trinidad than he does for his club. Levi never plays that good for Trinidad than he does for before Ike. Now he plays for Sparta Moscow.
Because JT, look at this.
It happens.
You have a player, for example, say he's playing for Man U, he's in the starting lineup. And you have a player in League 2. Are you going to pick the player in the same position? Not different, same position. That player that play for Man U on Sunday, and the team is going to be picked to play in the next week. And are you going to pick that League 2 player over that player in the same position?
Listen, you know how this is Crispy, so let's put that into context. Let's say the past. No, I have to put it in context, bro. I can't just boom, you're coming from Man U, so you play. My thing is this. I'm looking, let's say the last 2 games, the player from Man U just look like he's not sinking in with what we want to do at the international level or in CONCACAF. And then the League 2 player is giving me a specific work rate. Next, for example, Thomas Frank. When Thomas Frank went to Brentford, Thomas Frank was here, he's a Danish coach. He was in a club somewhere out there in the north of Denmark. He took this philosophy to England with him where he started to track players. Let's say you play right wing back. He wants to see how much yards you cover per 90, how much duels you're winning, you're running back. He at Brentford, Thomas Frank wasn't picking players based on, okay, we just brought you in from Manchester United, you start. He was going off. He's one of those players. He was one of those coaches to implement the whole football science into it, where he's tracking player statistics, and that's how he picked his team. Why Brentford was so difficult to beat. So what I'm saying is, you look at a Kaim Dixon, look at a Leon Bailey. Leon Bailey was at Aston Villa. He's now at Roma. And how many times you hear people calling for Dixon to start over Leon Bailey? It's based on what Dixon shows you at the international level. So it's not, you can't.
But JT, Leon Bailey's stats are better than Kaim Dixon at the international level.
Because he has more he played more games as well.
Okay.
JT, I definitely don't believe that. That stat that you just said.
JT, I agree with you, JT. What you're saying, if you, JT, are the person doing this, I have problem. If you're the one making the decision. But this philosophy is dangerous. And you must admit the danger in it.
No, because all right, listen, I played football, and how me realize how coaches do it, right? You might have a 3-game stretch, Crispy, where you're prolific, you're on form, right? And then there's this player who's on the bench. Maybe you look at him in the offseason, you say, "Them boy, I can't take my game." For some reason, the coach put him into a game where you just wasn't clicking. You now have to win back your spot, even if you were the starter last season, from that same little player, That's how I see that's how I see coaches do it, because it's what you're giving me at the position. It's not who you are, where you are playing. That's how I look at. All right, remember the Spanish team.
You have to admit.
Even look at Spain. Look at Spain. Look at Spain. Wait. Look at Spain.
You have to admit that it's dangerous, no, JT.
No, it's not dangerous. Look at Spain, who won the Euros. Spain started 3 players. Spain started 3 players from the Saudi League after the Saudi League was being bashed for the game to be. That's why Ivan Toney can't get picked anymore, for the football levels to drop off. Yet Spain started 3 players from that league in 3 critical positions, and they won the Euros.
Yes, JT. But you have to ask.
But why they didn't start the players from Barcelona and Real Madrid?
JT, did they again? I am not saying what you're saying is wrong. Remember, I said if it's in your hands,
it's dangerous.
I might be okay with it, JT. But you have to admit that type of system in the wrong person's hands is a problem.
Oh yeah.
And because let's look at Tyrese Campbell, for example, who played for Charlton, and he played the same position as Kaim Dixon, right? I mean, in my opinion, that scenario is very unfair. In my opinion, that scenario is very unfair.
So it's been quite a while, right?
Because we are playing at a particular position at the professional level, and the coach at the professional level, I said that, look, you're not ready, and he sent you down to a lower division because you're not ready. And when we come at the national level, I can get a game over you. That's a very hard pill to swallow.
But regarding to Kaim Dixon, when Kaim Dixon play, I prefer Kaim Dixon to come out for the bench rather than start. So when Kaim Dixon start, he don't set the paper like as we all our would have. We want and energy alone don't make you win a football match. You have to use intelligence and tactical ability.
But look at a Demari Gray then, man of God. Demari Gray, Ronaldo Cephas. One would say one is in a lower league, one is an unfinished product. Yet Ronaldo Cephas is the first man on the team sheet because he's problematic in different ways based on his speed.
No, JT, but Karim Dixon performs better for the national team than Cephas.
No, I disagree.
Look at the data. Look at the data.
No, I disagree.
Look at the data.
I disagree. I'm talking about impact.
JT, you just brought up something a while ago. What Spain team was this, JT? The under 17 or
No, the Spain team will just win the Euros. Look, I think they had
Spain team to win the Euros. Portugal win
what
Euros.
do you say?
The last,
which Spain?
Portugal win the last Euros versus England in the finals.
Versus
with Yamal them. Come like me, I watch wrong TV.
JT, I would never see Spain doing such a thing. I just can't see it.
I'm asking you, did you watch the Euros with Spain versus England? Did you watch the Euros? Can you pull up the Spanish team? The last
and you said
Euros.
3 players from the Saudi league played for Spain?
Yeah, 3 players that was playing in the Saudi league. That was a big talking point.
Who's these 3 players?
Go and find them, determine, because I was watching the Euros. Yeah, that was a big talking point. They were saying, look how these players, actually Spain went against the gun, because Spain usually pick the
I can put some money on that. I don't see Spain. I'll put money on that. I can never see Spain do that.
They
remind me of England. They would never do anything like that. Ever. They don't. They select from top tier leagues. Always top tier leagues.
JT, remember, when Demari Gray came first for Jamaica to play, he made the CONCACAF team of the tournament, right? And he performed well. I think his game for Jamaica dropped off somewhat when he went down to Saudi. And he has not played for the team since he has returned to England. He has not played for Jamaica since he has returned to England, where it is assumed that his fitness would have returned. And you understand? And I've seen where Demari Gray's statistics are better than Cephas's. I've seen that. When Cephas play against quality opponents, they mark him out of the game very easily.
And determined, I think one of the players' name was Laporte. I think he played for
Laporte, you're talking about Brian Louis, Fabiana Reese.
I don't remember the other 2, but they were playing.
I think one of them. I think Fabian Reese was playing in France.
But 2 of them about 3 of them were playing in leagues that were considered lower league. I know Saudi league was involved.
Yeah, look on the team now. Yeah, but the player outside would be so Simmons was playing for Barcelona at the time. You have Cabio Real Madrid. You have El Norman, would have played for Atletico Madrid. Laporte could have playing for Donga Saudi. You have Corella playing left back for Chelsea. Pedri playing Man City. I think Reese was playing for PSG. Lamal and the other guy was
Nico Williams, Atletico and Barca.
Yeah, Nico Williams, and they have Marata. Marata was playing for AC Milan at the time. And you have Olmo, who was playing for either Leipzig, and then he get transferred to Barcelona. So
it's only one player was playing in the Saudi league. We have to find that. We're on transfer market.
I think Brian Ruiz was on loan to Al Ittifaq, last in that season he talking about. He contracted to PSG, but he didn't play no games with PSG last season.
Bro, I remember that was...
It was 2024. The last year was 2024. So,
I remember that this was a major
based on how Spain do their selection. Nah,
so,
I don't see that.
That would have been probably 2 out of the other 2 out of was starting to play for Saudi, and they were just transferred. They never did it for long. You just transfer going
Yeah,
to
but
start.
that I was just going off what the talking points were. They were saying that, look, how are these players? Because remember, they were saying that how England is picking the team. Maybe it's not the right approach. Where England was like, if you're not from the top five, the Chelsea's, the Man City, the Liverpool, and the Arsenal, then how are you just picking these players? Phil Foden was one of them players they up for discussion, which I think that Phil Foden is not that great. I think he looks good in Pep Guardiola's system. Not world class to me, just a decent player. I think Phil Foden maybe even come off of the bench for a US team. I don't think he's that great. So
No,
it's
man, they do that.
what I think Phil Foden could come off the bench for a US team, bro.
Mm-mm.
I don't think I think Phil Foden looks good in a Pep Guardiola system. What has he done for England when he's playing even with
But you
the
could say
better
the same
players?
thing about.
I disagree with you, JT. Phil
But
Foden's
I
a
say the
boss.
same thing about Laporte and Louis because they would have said they were pick them in system. That's why Spain pick them rather than picking.
We
Big,
can't hear
big
you
names.
properly, no man. I got your thing low.
Oh, hold on. Never come out and come back.
Yeah, you sound like you're talking.
JT, you were saying that Ronaldo Cephas' statistics are better than.
I did not say that. I did not say statistics. You brought up statistics. I said that Ronaldo Cephas' impact for Jamaica is way more than Kaim Dixon. He's one of the most.
No. I was comparing Cephas against Demarai Gray. I was saying that.
Okay, so for Demarai Gray, when Demarai Gray just came in Jamaica team from Everton, when he just made the move, he still had the Premier League shine on him. And we got some of that out of him. After that, went to Saudi, got the injury. Ronaldo Cephas has been more impactful for Jamaica than Demarai Gray since then, since he made the move to Saudi. That's just my opinion.
No. But see, since he went to Saudi, and he overall for the same number of games, he has performed better than Cephas. And because when Cephas plays against top quality opponent, they mark him out of the game quite easily.
Yeah, but brother, you're not taking into the consideration that Gray was very good under Halgrimson as well, although the transfer and the injury and whatnot. It's Halgrimson that had brought in Gray, and he was doing wonderful under Halgrimson. With the change of coach, you see a little difference in the way Gray plays.
Is when he went to Saudi Arabia. He went to Saudi Arabia and got injured where he was on the bench in Saudi Arabia. And we saw his game drop off.
I might add, guys.
So to say, Cephas plays better than Gray for national team. I mean, that's a stretch. Because when Cephas plays, Cephas gets the local, bump. He gets the local guy. He gets the local guy, support, right? But the evidence, because I guarantee you, come again, Thursday, the TNT team, if Cephas starts, they are going to mark him out of the game.
What I know is that since Unity Cup, Cephas has been the most impactful player.
Thank you.
So that's easily given.
I disagree.
Behind Cephas, yeah, you can always disagree with facts. He scored about four goals and assisted about the same amount. You can always try and disagree with the facts, but you can't.
Who has he scored against?
Just a second, Crispy. Let me just finish the point and then we'll go again. Anybody he scored against, Gray and the rest couldn't score against. That's a fact. So let me go on. So after Cephas, then you have Russell, the second most impactful player in terms of goal scoring. And then after Russell, we might have the person who it might seem he's not doing a lot, and he didn't play in the Gold Cup, but that would be Bosa.
It is very disingenuous to give the impression as if in football that the opponent is not the quality of the opponent is not important. It's very disingenuous, and we all know that the quality of the opponent is very important.
And Crispy, your point cannot be valid. If Gray is playing against the same person as Sifas, and
they have not
Sifas
been playing against the same opponent. They have not. They have been injured. He has not played. He has not played any game in the qualifiers.
Wayne, quick question, Wayne. Did you say that Cephas was the most important or most impactful? Which one did you say?
Impactful.
Yeah. Did you hear that, Crispy?
And I impact me used to, impact.
He's wrong. He's wrong.
But see, for me, hold on a second, Crispy. For me, when it comes to Cephas and when it comes to Damari Gray and any other player that's on the team, except for probably the goalkeeper and Hayden, these players are not consistent players, right? Whenever the window come around, you don't know what player you're gonna get, in form or out of form. They're just not consistent for the national team. At one point, Gray had a good run, probably about 3 years ago, very consistent. And all of a sudden he dropped off. Everybody is very inconsistent on the team. So I don't care what they're doing at their club. When they come to the national team, it's not panning out, it's not showing up.
But then determine you come back on both to my point, because we can use Gray as where he's at his club. But when we look at the impact, even though Cephas doesn't have this finishing product, he tends to get the ball up the field for Jamaica. He tends to make things happen. One of the goals where Damari Gray scored one of the games, it was Cephas who made this massive run, kicked the ball, and the goalkeeper, Damari Gray, got the second bounce.
That's versus USGT.
Yeah.
That's versus USA.
Yeah, and Gray got the second bounce. That's why I was saying to Crispy that I can't just go off what you're doing at your club, especially with Jamaica.
Cephas did not pass the ball to Gray. He made a wild.
I didn't say that he passed the ball to Gray.
Yeah, but that was actually the USA. That was actually the USA B team. It wasn't the USA.
Here I know. But the B team a beat we. Here I know.
No, but I like to put things in context. You know, it's not just.
And that wasn't the USB team, bro. It wasn't the USB team. It was the second leg of the Nations League, and it was the USB team.
Are you talking about the goal the on goal that we scored against ourselves, right? And we went into the finals, correct? That's the game you're talking about?
Nope.
That's not the game he's talking about. He's talking about the semi-final of the Nations League, the second leg, which plays in the USA, which we lost 4-2.
Thank you. And Gray scored. Cephas made that massive run, and I think him do some kind of foolishness, and the ball bounced back off of somebody onto Gray, and Gray put it in the back of the net. So what I'm saying is, without Cephas doing that madness, Gray doesn't score that. It's still that, as we said, the madness happens when we can't. But Crispy, the madness from Cephas happen when he's not the finished product. When he's supposed to make that final decision, either to shoot or to pass, that's where the madness comes in. But before that, he's an impactful player.
We can't have it both ways. We can't post almost every game. We rant and rave. Cephas is retarded, and then he's the most impactful player. So the most retarded player on the team is the most impactful player on the team.
The two things can be right.
And have to be careful now, Crispy. I don't think the term you are using, it might have negative connotation, and I always tell you.
He's retarded.
Tell you about your terminologies.
He's retarded.
Yeah, Crispy. I disagree with what you're saying. But anyway, for me, okay, Crispy, no problem. You can repeat what you want to repeat. But a while ago, JT just made a statement, and I agree somewhat. Right? For me, it starts with the head of the of everything, which is our coach. Right? I don't think we, except for Topper, probably Topper had that thing where he can bring out the best in players. Right? I don't think from Topper, Grimmy, we didn't give enough time, but this coach don't have that to bring out the best out of what we have on the field. It starts right there for me. Right now, it's just everybody doing what they want to do. We don't have a leader of a coach that can bring out the best out of their players, out of these players. And that's since he's been there.
I was talking about that Tyrese Campbell guy who play on the right.
That's the best player we have. Period.
In my opinion, he's being treated unfairly, and I think he's being treated unfairly because he's an English-based player.
No, I think it's his last.
That's probably the only time I agree with Chris P. Only time I probably agree with him.
Determined. Yeah, I go agree with Chris P. Chris P. What did Tyrese? You see the last game before that? You remember what we came on YouTube and was saying? It looked like Tyrese Campbell catch the Cephas virus. We were saying
he
that.
didn't. But JT, we're talking about a player that since he been there, since he stepped on that field, very consistent. His work rate is like no other. We haven't seen any winger that we have from any league, top tier or
and then the game before that,
the work rate like him.
JT, in that one game against QSO, JT, there's a difference between not being able to read the game and making some selfish decisions. That's not the same thing.
All right, determined. With Campbell now, listen what's happening with Campbell. Campbell came on, he looked spirited. About work rate, we don't see it. Kaim Dixon arguably did do more than what he did in the Trinidad match. So that's a thing determined, or in the Bermuda match. Campbell, when they get their chance.
You said Dixon.
I said what Dixon did in Bermuda match was more than what Campbell did in the Curacao match. And I'm simply saying when he get his chance, similarly, Bailey got his chance. He got about four games, and he scored one. But you don't see the result. And
we're talking about we were comparing Kyle Dixon to
Win, listen, I guarantee you're gonna eat those words. Mark my word.
No problem. No problem.
You'll see a gem.
We are comparing. We are comparing Tyrese Campbell and Bailey. Kyle Dixon, and you're talking about Bailey.
I'm just telling you.
He's talking about Bailey Kadamachi, right?
I'm talking about players.
We are talking about Kyle Dixon. We are comparing Kyle Dixon.
I already answered about Kyle Dixon. Crispy, please allow me. I already answered about Kyle Dixon.
Crispy, let them speak. Crispy, let them.
He cut us off.
I don't cut you guys off. Determined chime in.
You're coming and talking about something different.
No, I'm saying Campbell didn't grab his chance, Crispy. I said that categorically before. He didn't grab his opportunity. Similarly, like Bailey Kadamari didn't grab his opportunity. If he did, Bota would not get any more start. It's simple. So when the players get, this is the final of the qualifiers. We don't have time to look at people and give them 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chances. No.
Wait, guys, hold on. Crispy, we have another caller. Determined. Hold on. We have another caller on the line. Caller, go ahead, caller.
Yeah. Hi, good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, blessings.
Evening.
Yeah, I've been watching you guys for for some time. You know, JT program back in JT when JT used to be with again Ryan FC.
Yeah.
You know, but I guess JT. So now it's very difficult for me watching the program sometimes. Why are you guys always talking over each other?
Have you asked them?
You know, so I fisherman, and I follow fisherman as well. You know, well I have two boys that play professional soccer. You know, and in Jamaica at one point I've been in the States for about 40 something years. At one point I used to just love Jamaicans because I love players, right? But until I kind of come to the States and I got kids and played soccer. My boys as well used to play with Tyrone Marshall, number 12, Troy Roberts with LA Galaxy. And you know, but then I realized Jamaica now quota system back then. So he tried to make the team, and he never made the team.
Where
Never made the team.
Where name? Let me hear from good.
Troy Roberts, number 12, Troy Roberts. Okay. He used to be. He plays center. He play on the wing sometimes, and he plays centre back for the LA Galaxy with Tyrone Marshall. Look him up.
Those were tough times for him to make Jamaica team, man.
Those times. I don't think so. I don't think so. But anyway, you know what? I could be a little biased anyway, but that's not the point. But then I used to be so much. I used to love Jamaican players. I want Jamaican players to make the team and not English-based players. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, man, we hearing you loud and clear.
Yeah. Sometimes you guys have some good points, but I think we're a little too selfish. You know, we because we all over the place. I think if you're not playing soccer, as JT is saying, people are on form. I used to like Damari Gray with Damari came. He wasn't playing good. I understand that. Somebody take his place with Cephas. And everybody talking about Cephas. You cannot play soccer without a midfield. Because if you play, what are you going to do? As if they park the bus. You can't one game. You got, as a person said, you got 3 ways. You got to be able to break down the team. If Curacao part the bus, Jamaican cannot score. And you guys are talking about
one question, caller. Isn't Isaac Aiden, Bobby Reed, Russell, sometime Palmer, aren't all those guys midfielders?
They make midfielders. They can play midfielders, but I wouldn't say they're what I mean. Midfielders. What do you mean? They can play midfielders? They're not midfielders. Bobby Reed's a winger, right?
I don't understand. I just name 4 to 5 persons who play midfield.
For Jamaica?
Yes, sir.
You want me to pick 5 players I would like to
No, I don't want you to pick. I'm just saying you guys keep saying we don't have any midfielders, and I just name 5 midfielders.
That he mean, Wayne. What he's saying is that's not what he mean.
You look at those are okay. They play midfield,
but they're not. The team doesn't play with a midfield.
You guys have one good midfielder here, and it's one good midfielder.
Isaac Hayden.
Isaac Hayden.
I don't understand that Russell stat speaks for itself.
Hey, Russell don't. All right. You are a midfielder supposed to be creative. Wait a minute. A midfielder supposed to be can tackle. You have some that tackle. Creative. All right. If you guys are blaming forwards, if forwards can't get the ball because if midfield can't send the ball, they look terrible. You have to have somebody at the wing. If the close off the wing, you have to have someone that's drifting the ball to the forwards.
But I don't
Jamaican cannot give. You look at players. Jamaica, listen to me. We have our one touch is poor. And
so
that's if you get
one question. Which one of these matches in the qualifiers Jamaica had problem getting goal scoring opportunities?
Which
one of the matches in this final round of World Cup qualifiers? Jamaica
almost every game. You know, almost every game. Because almost every game. If you don't create, wait a minute here. Let me finish what I said. If you cannot create plays through pass, play for the winger, one touch is good. By accident you score, that's not good. You have to set plays. And you got to give people true pass. You have to play balls in position. Man has to not at the feet in position. Look at other teams. I've been watching. You know, they get the ball and the one touch is good. if you're gonna fumble the ball 2-3 times before you have control of it, what gonna happen? The defender gonna block you off. You're not gonna do anything. The person supposed to get the ball in space gonna be there waiting. It's not gonna happen. You have to be good with your first touch.
Just a second. I understand the issue you are saying in terms of midfield play and organizing the team to play in the middle. However, doing all of that is what are you trying to achieve? The number one thing, just a second, number one thing you're trying to achieve is getting goal scoring opportunities.
Yeah.
As we speak now, in this final round of World Cup qualifiers, Jamaica does not have a goal scoring opportunities problem. We don't. We get a lot of chances. No, even if we took up a chance against Curacao,
so they're not all right.
If we took our chance against Curacao, we would have given Curacao 6.
Man, it's first of all, that team. Come on, man. You talk about Curacao?
What's your name? 876 37. What's your name again?
How many times Jamaica? How many times? Right. That's a one-off game.
Wayne, we have to be honest, Wayne. When Jamaica plays against top quality opponent, we see that the midfield is a
talking
problem.
about this World Cup
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He's a team.
But when you talk about, yes, I agree with you, Wayne. But you know that when we're talking about midfield, and we're talking about the overall problem. You know that when you're talking about midfield, we're talking about the overall problem.
Yeah, but why? All right. Why that can't be resolved? Why our midfield problem cannot resolve?
Sir, I think the problem is twofold. One, Jamaican hierarchy want Jamaica to play a counter-attacking kick and run type of game.
That doesn't.
Number two.
That's what I used to play. That's what I used to play in Jamaica. That's what I used to play. That doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
That was generational. Hey, you see,
Hold on. Let me answer. You're gonna.
Okay.
It's a generational divide.
Yeah.
We are the older guard who want control of the JSS. They want to play it that way. The younger people they want a possession type of game. And as a result, the second problem, because of that, decent midfielders, at least, are not selected because that's not how the hierarchy wants the team to play.
That is true. Because right now for this game,
exactly correct. Jamaica don't have a midfield problem. We have a selection problem.
They should have this game here. They should have gotten Tyrese Hall. The Irish, they should have get back Ravel. Because all right, you in a game like these people, what are you gonna? Sometimes you have to get the ball to get opportunity. The less opportunity you get, I mean possession, you're gonna get less opportunity. Come on, man. Why wouldn't I?
Carla was like you at the point. I was frustrated with the older teams. Frustrated with the election until I saw an interview where Mr. Speed was the subject on Ball Pre.
Yeah, I saw that. He said kick. Yeah, I saw that with Cranky. That was crazy.
I stopped getting headaches after that because I realized exactly what the problem was. So I just stopped because until there's a generational change in leadership in football in Jamaica, we're not going to get anywhere. So it doesn't make any sense. We beat up ourselves when and also Jamaica doesn't have a footballing culture like say Mexico. I'm in Jamaica to be footballing. It's kind of a niche type of activity where the average person does not have an intense affection for the football. So when the team fails, Ed can roll like in Mexico. So nothing much is going to change. You might have 1,000 people like you and me.
I disagree 100,000%. What are you saying? Nothing can change because we don't have a football country like a Mexico. What are you saying? Money talk. Crispy, let me 1 second. You don't understand the power of this mic that you're on right now, and you don't understand the power of your money. When you say things like that, it's obviously you're clueless. You can crush the JFF in a split second.
One thing I can say though,
you're talking about an organization, right? That depend on fan support and depend on sponsorship. The little money that FIFA give to them is not going to get them along the way.
Okay.
So when you understand your money, you can crush this organization in a split second.
All right. Answer this question then. Okay, fine. I don't know what I'm talking about. Fine. Answer this question. This I've been really paying attention to the football for 2+ years now. This midfield issue and the style of play issue have been so prominent and so topical that even when Mr. Speed came on a particular program recently, it was brought up.
But Chris,
during that time, hold on. During that time, Mr. Speed hired a defensive coach from. Let me not say Mr. Speed. Let me say the committee hired a defensive coach from Iceland. Then that coach was let go. Then a coach who was falling out of favor in footballing circles was brought in from the UK afterwards to qualify. Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? Hold on. Where is the evidence that the JFF listened to the fans regarding the style of play and the
because you know why it's like this, Crispy? It's simple. Let me tell you something. One, corruption, right? Corruption is embedded in our culture. Period. You can't hide from that. And two, the fans, we don't have any courage. We're scared. A bunch of
Carla, determine. I don't want my show go down there, sir, right now. Carla, continue on the actual football game. I don't want to be on the JFF and corruption right now. So Carla, continue on the actual football.
Why are we going on that road?
Yeah, Carla, continue with the football.
Guys, don't go down that road. We're talking about.
Yeah, we don't know how we reach a corruption.
You said the fans lack passion, and that's what I said. I said, for example, in Mexico, where football is like life and football is like ingrained in the culture, and the fans' opinion carries weight.
But Crispy, let the caller continue on the football.
Yeah. The thing about, you know what? I think most of you guys call on YouTube are stifling Jamaican players, you know. Because you know what you do? The way you act, it's like you don't really give them the room for them to improve. They start to do something good in one game, and you guys lift them up. It's a hard work. They have to look at like even Cephas. You see, I mean Cephas. Like Richards, King. Whisper. You can look at this guy and see that he's serious in training. Oh, he's strong, fast. I mean, Dixon needs to put on some more weight because he's not gonna. I mean, he's good, and I see him do some good skill with both. It was the Bermuda, but Bermuda. I mean, Bermuda. To me, Bermuda's really soft. As JT says, everybody girl. So this is the thing. So they have to do it against teams that need to be like Trinidad, Curacao, or US big games. I know the way we put up our players, they do one thing. Come on, you give them some room, let them grow sometimes, and we cannot be so selfish. You know, sometimes I have players that I like. Bowser. I used to love Bowser when Bowser used to rock in for the US because Bowser made me feel good. Because I go to the US game and I feel so many times so shame because of the way we play. And I see Bowser rock US net. That was one of the happiest days. And I like Bowser from ever since. Bowser fall off. I don't know why Bowser fall off so much. You know, but we got to be honest.
One second. Let me just add the number so the callers can have the number. Somebody was asking for the number for the call in. 1 second, folks. Let me just drop the number. The call got interrupted. Oh, yeah, WhatsApp is full.
All these players, where are they're going to come off the bench or they're going to start? They're not fit. Very few players are fit. And club much fit. I mean, come on. And for me, why are you carrying on so much forwards? There was too much forward, but they carry on midfield. This is the time for you to you have midfield on the bench. You're not playing them. You're playing a bunch of forwards.
But caller, it's very obvious, right?
You come on.
You just made a statement about King and the long ball.
King,
it's obvious that
that's the style of play. Long ball thing.
But that's the style of play that Jamaica wants. Because we don't have any midfield.
What happened when they're doing a long ball? And we don't win our long ball. If we were winning them, we would be fine. I look on because you know what? We cannot control the ball. The ball hit them and it's all over the place. Why are you gonna put long ball? And it take 2 times. I've seen defender closing on Jamaica. I'm wondering what happened. Jamaica's so fast. We're so fast and quick. How we getting catching up by these teams? People are so supposed to slow.
No, Carla. You know that.
Carla, are you sure that I've heard this narrative all the time that the Jamaica team is fast?
No. So Crispy, I don't want to switch. I was just quickly gonna say to him that, Carla, track and field, track speed is different from being fast on a football field.
I know that.
Yes, it's because when you say that, no, it's gonna drive it off to this thing where Mr. Speed did say.
Because we have the sentiment. We keep on saying fast.
But we want you to use your understanding. Because once Mr. Speed said that one time, everybody took on this thing, say, with players them strong and faster, and I don't agree. Not with the football.
Okay.
Not with
I don't agree either because I have not seen any evidence.
No.
I have not seen any empirical evidence to say that on average Jamaican players are faster than the opponent. I've not seen that. We are assuming that. But we are not.
Crispy, you are seeing that, Crispy. You are seeing that. You know why I say that? Is because when you look at how we score, most of our goals is from wing transaction, right? The speed that we use. I'm not saying that that's what we should use to dictate the whole 90 minutes, but we should use that as our strength. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but who are we scoring against? Again, when we go up against any team outside of the Caribbean, we don't do so well. You know what I mean? So for example, FIFA, for example, is not outrunning the USA team. I don't think so.
No, he did though.
But CIFA's played good in the Unity Cup. But these are people can that.
Chris, he did that in the semifinals.
But if FIFA was like what's his name? If FIFA could, people are saying FIFA cannot improve. I think FIFA is probably just selfish, because he must know that he's supposed to cross.
Yeah.
FIFA cross late. When FIFA, most of the time FIFA cross, he's in trouble.
Yeah. I am tired of
I'm something like that. He's good on the wing, and FIFA will go all the way down to the wing, right? And even before he takes the ball down to the corner of the wing, to the end, there are guys there he could have passed off the ball to, but he tend to bring it down there all the time. No.
Carla, I am tired. I'm not saying this about you, but in general, when we do these things, it does not help the players. For example, we can't. It would make sense if I were to say a student is very good at math, but he cannot do long division. A student is very good at math, but he cannot add.
Yeah, so he's not good at math. He's not. wouldn't be good at math. You wouldn't be good at math. If you're good at math, you're good at overall. You wouldn't be good at math.
But Carla, not you specifically. I've seen it in the footballing culture a lot. We will overlook a key component for a particular position and still say the player is a very good player.
No.
Not Carla, I'm not saying you specifically. I'm just saying
I know.
I see it, the Jamaican fans, and I think it's a part of the culture. It is done a lot.
It is because I was like that before, you know. I was like that before, you know.
Yeah,
I want the ball, you know. I you know, the thing I follow these players, you know. I used to love Greg Metham.
Yeah, we will list 5 things that a player does not do well, and then we'll conclude that he's a very good player.
Yeah,
I'm like, you know, I think, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, we were on this panel, and a fan, you know, tuned in, and we were talking about Kaim Dixon, for example, and he said Kaim Dixon loses the ball.
Yes.
And
he doesn't lose the
ball. And the fan called and said Kaim Dixon loses the ball somewhat, and he had another complaint, and then he ended up saying Kaim Dixon is a very good player.
Well, he's a promising player. You know, I will say having Kaim Dixon team, and he make mistakes.
Okay, but we can't continue to do that.
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't put the ball. Kaim Dixon is young, you know. Kaim Dixon is young.
Carla.
Yeah.
I'm not going at you specifically. I'm just making a broader point.
Yeah.
We can't, when our players go to the professional levels, they are getting breaks that we are giving them, and they struggle.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. Why none of our players, our top players in Jamaica, are not getting in the games in the club that they are? Quite big thing.
What I'm saying is that when we overlook these important qualities that a particular position requires.
Yes.
When players go and they're vying for clubs in top leagues around the world, we see
they're not gonna get no game because the defensive. Yeah.
Because what we're overlooking,
it's important.
Are important, and these things are not overlooked professionally. Now, I guarantee you that the Kaim Dixon's deficiencies that we are overlooking are hurting him at the club level. Because he started at Charlton in League One, and the Charlton coach said that he was not ready for League One. He went down to he was sent down to League Two. His team is second to last in the standings, and he's not getting many minutes. He got, I think, 85 minutes in the most recent game, but he was getting very few minutes, and sometimes was on the bench for a good stretch. And
Crispy, why you being disingenuous, Crispy? You're doing it again? Come on, man, you're a track record. We told you that he's playing a different role. Kaim Dixon is playing a different role.
Well, I wouldn't want to so beat up on Kaim Dixon because he's young, but he's just starting. So give him some room.
Kaim Dixon is playing a different role at Carlton than what he's accustomed to playing. He's now playing the number 10 and the striker.
Okay.
So you have to give the ball a time. So each show you can't keep regurgitating and repeating these things every show.
But that's what you're saying. That's what you are saying. But the fact is, when he went to coach said he was not ready for League One. That's a fact.
It's not necessarily ready, you know, but you probably have better players. Gonna start over him. You know what I'm saying? Because his position is probably competitive. So it's not necessarily so. They are probably better players. So I would just say he's a better player.
But all right,
if they are better players, that means yes, sir.
Crispy, where did Kaim Dixon left and go to Charlton Athletic?
He left the Premier League, the Jamaica Premier League.
And how long did he play in the Jamaica Premier League?
I'm not sure.
So I'm saying you have to know these details, Crispy. You have to know these facts.
You know what?
You have to know these facts.
You can look at Baller. I would beat Karen Dixon. Karen Dixon, one of the Jamaican future, bright future.
Listen,
he's going to grow.
Play 6 months in the Premier League.
He's going to grow.
Similarly to Whisper, he's a schoolboy footballer. A schoolboy footballer. And both himself and Whisper did tremendously well in Premier League too. Because that's what Ian Dixon did.
Exactly. That was a little above his pay grade.
Whisper. You talk about schoolboy. You talk about schoolboy football, whatever. Whisper is playing in the under 21 for Chelsea, right? Am I correct?
You're correct, Crispy, and I'm saying Kaim Dixon also start the under 21 as well. That's what I'm trying to let you know.
Okay. He went to Charlton and then he was sent down to Crawleytown, right?
For him to get played. They want him to get played though, but he's playing.
He was not getting many minutes up until recently.
Yeah, because he just come off injury. They have to take time.
It's not because he was injured. He was on bench.
He's not talking about Kaim Dixon, but we already gone over that.
Yeah, I think without a doubt, I think Karen Dixon he's gonna be good. I hope he doesn't end up like what's his name?
What's time, Crispy?
What's our midfielder name? What's our midfielder name? They want to play for Mount Pleasant.
I hope Karen Dixon turns out very well.
Maggie, yeah. If Maggie, I see problem with Maggie only have 1 foot. And Maggie need to put on weight. Until Maggie bulk up and put on something like that, he's gonna get run over.
I wish Kaim Dixon all the best. But I expect the worst.
Well, for Kaim Dixon?
Yep.
Why you say that?
He will put it. You're going to eat your words, Crispy. He's going to put it to shame, all right?
And I would look at the
all right. Hear what, Crispy?
I want that to occur.
Hear why your judgment is so wrong, Crispy. Hear why your judgment is so wrong. Okay? I mention all the time that there will be about 10 players within this squad that not going to the World Cup because new players will replace them. I hear the trick, Crispy. The coach and this system love Kaim Dixon so much that it's very unlikely that he's one of those players that not going to make it to the World Cup. And if Kaim Dixon make it to the World Cup, Crispy, which is less than a year time, the possibilities are endless. Remember, I told you that.
Okay, and I wish him all the best because when we can only ensure or make it possible for us. We can only help a local player get into a club, can make him perform. You see, we can only use the national team to get a young player because
Crispy, I'm just listening. I'm just listening.
That's part of what we do. That's part of what we do. We can only help a player.
I'm just listening, Crispy. I'm just listening.
Yes.
If we miss this World Cup, if we miss the opportunity to miss this World Cup, boy, I don't know. I don't understand. This is something. This is scary. This is scary.
If we
Because
miss the World Cup,
because I do not understand. Everybody that term, but I do not understand for the life of me that what is it that we are against? It come like we don't like midfielders.
If we miss the World Cup, one thing I know that JT made a very genius move by starting up the second channel.
Boy, I don't know. I don't know.
Because JT,
this is.
Yeah, I'm hearing. I'm trying.
Say the team does not make the World Cup. We wouldn't it be almost a year before the team plays again?
I don't even. They're probably gonna end up playing friendlies to sharpen up teams that are in the World Cup.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. It's very important because when you make the World Cup and reach far, you get to play big teams. You get to play more soccer. When it's go home and back to square one again. Boy, I tell you, boy, I
don't think you're gonna be enthusiastic to cover those games, JT.
Oh hell no! I don't have time for that. I don't have time for that. I don't have time for Jamaica player.
But what I do, I don't understand. It seems like simple the viewers. They YouTube, they got more insights of who should be on the team than the coaching staff. I don't understand. I don't know. Do they watch films?
I don't think. I think
what it takes.
Here's what
to bring some players, see how they look, and try them. But they just constantly leave out some of these forwards where play for years, and they're not gonna. Leave them off. Take some new guys, young team. See where they at. Look at them. But you don't take them, and you need. You're not. I could see if you don't need them, but you need them.
Here's what I think is going on. I think there's a mix of having some players who can make the team respectable while bringing along. I don't think the goal is to make the team the most qualified and get the best players to play for the team. I don't think that's the goal. The goal is get enough good players to make the team respectable.
We are making some. You know what? We are making some decisions that costing Jamaican football and gonna set them back for years. Because Jamaican players that born in Jamaica is not we got our athletes, we're good. Jamaicans are good, right? But they have to be in a system where they can improve. First of all, the coach the facilities and stuff like that, you need thing have to be upgraded. You got some people coaches. It's like most of these coaches like a P coaches. We go to high school.
Carla, I hear the argument you're making all the time, and I say, and I think I asked you before. I don't remember the answer he gave, but you're giving me an answer.
Oh, 1 second, Miguel. Let me just try to add you to the call, Miguel. Let me just try to add you, Miguel. I just tried to add Miguel very quickly here. I think this is Miguel's number. Hold on, Miguel. Let me just add you. 1 second. I will add you. Just patient. I gotta jump back on this one.
And the players will improve.
Oh man.
Let me add Miguel.
More than that. It depends on the gems. Because you're gonna find some gems. There's a lot of gems in Jamaica, but a lot of times they have gems and it got lost.
Yeah, I think if we get the coaching, the proper coaching and the facilities, I expect, say, a maximum 20% improvement on the quality of the players that we have that we have locally now.
Miguel, don't do anything, Miguel. Let me call you. Let me add you to the call, bro. Because I'm trying to add you, but it's saying your phone is busy.
I think there's something about football that does suit the local psyche. I don't know if it's a teamwork that is required. I don't know if it's the strategy that is required. But there's something about football that we just don't do well. JT,
I don't even want to go there too because most of the time it's the management. They need to change. You cannot monopolize stuff like that, and they're not improving. If they're not improving, and that you see what I'm top head, they're not improving themselves. So obviously, down the line they're not going to improve. Because if you're not improving from the top, the bottom not going to improve.
Guys, I have to add you guys back, all right? Let me just add you guys. Somebody's trying to jump on, but you got mixed up. I'm going to add you guys back, so I'll end this one. Hold on. Let me just call Miguel now, and then we can add Crispy them back onto this. 1 second. All right. 1 second, Miguel.
Hello.
Yeah, man. Let me just add these guys back, because he wasn't allowing me to add you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Go ahead still. Make a point. We're hearing you. I'm adding Crispy and those guys back. Oh, man. They might call back at the same time. Hold on. 90. Yeah, man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so okay, I'm live now.
Yeah, man. You're live. You're being live.
Okay. All right. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, man.
All right. Yeah, Virgin. So I've been listening to the conversations, and I understand the concerns that each persons have, and I've been driving and listening for maybe about 45 minutes now.
Mm-hmm.
But what I am concerned about is the level of negativity. It's more of negativity than positive criticism, because me or even I'm gonna call CFAS retard.
Call who?
I think that's
Crispy.
disrespectful.
That's Crispy. Crispy.
CFAS.
Somebody did that?
Crispy.
Who did that?
Yeah, I call CFAS a retard.
Why you call
I
him a
think that is
retard,
disrespect.
Crispy?
That's
That's not
disrespectful,
inappropriate.
brethren. You understand me? We're 3 days away from potentially qualifying for a World Cup. We didn't just get here by accident. It wasn't a raffle. It wasn't a pick three, right? They played, regardless of how they got the result. They got the result, and I'm pretty sure that all the other teams in this group would give anything to be in the position that Jamaica is in right now. So it's ironic the level of conversations that is being had tonight, when you would think that, based on the conversations that I'm hearing, you would think that we are in Bermuda's position, and any other game that we're playing is just for consolation. We wouldn't. That's the impression. If I didn't know, if I was a following football, I would think that Jamaica would have already got knocked out, and we're not the group leaders. And I'm not saying people can't criticize positively or whatever, but to me, it's disheartening. The conversation don't give me the vibes to watch the match.
Carl, are you saying negative facts are negative?
I'm sorry.
Well, if people are sharing facts, are giving facts. I mean, I don't think you should. It's a loaded. You can't be loaded like that because there's some facts in the debate.
Carla, when we talk about the Jamaica football scenario,
I've been listening to you also. Let me just make this point. The person who said negative facts, you have been repeating the same thing over and over. There's a thing called glass. When you have the glass of water, you can look at it half empty or half full. They're different perspective. Everything has its pros and cons. Everybody knows that these players that we have, there are no Messi, there are no Ronaldinho. You understand me? These are a lot of them are locally bred players that grew up playing football in the streets or whatever. They didn't go to a proper we call it training facilities and all these things.
You understand me? So they are a little more rough around the edges, specifically speaking to Cephas. You understand me? So for you to come and or another person who say on the program to be referring to the guy as retard, I think that's
Oh yeah,
disrespectful.
I don't support that. I don't support that.
You
And we
understand
got
me?
to take our
But at the
feelings.
same time,
We
no,
we
I think
can't
that
take. We have
now
to take
that
our feelings out of it.
right,
Take our feelings
I
out of
think
it.
that now that
Would
we are
um
3 days away
would you be okay, Carla, would you be okay
from
if
the game, why do I
Carla,
look at the glass as half full?
Carla, would you be okay if I were to say Cephas has low footballing IQ?
As what?
You
Low
know
footballing IQ.
what I would say, right? Based, I wouldn't say that he has. I would say based on his choice, how he plays, I wouldn't see that as far as the basic in football. You know, sometimes it could be selfish. It could be just very selfish. So
It's just
I'm
that
not in a position to see if All I know that okay, he could make a lot better choices.
of
So
course
I don't
he
know if it's a
could.
selfish or IQ.
Of course he
So
could
Carla,
make better choices.
Carla, the issue that
But guess
Carla,
what?
the issue is that as Cephas' position, we have a better player at that position, and Cephas isn't given the nod, for example, because he's local.
Because he's not gonna stop.
That
But what I'm just saying, I don't reward bad.
that's the
I
issue.
don't. I don't reward bad habits. I'm not rewarding bad habits, no matter what is good. If you have bad habits and won't change for the better of the team, then if I'm the coach, but I'm not the coach, I don't know what they're looking at. But you cannot do the same thing over and over because then you know what happens? You get other players out of the game and make other players look bad because you're not doing what you're supposed to do. And then people
Because
are just people who are viewing that just focus and like that person, not seeing the cause and the detriment that's doing to the team overall because they're focusing on one player. And when he do something good and it look good, they praise him and they do like that. But no, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. It's a team
Carla,
thing. It's a
there
team.
has been countless games where after the game, the entire footballing fraternity um have lost their minds over Cephas' play on the field, right? If I say Cephas does not have a good footballing brain, it's a problem.
When I see Cephas, if I see Cephas play against US and he didn't do anything. A lot of good teams that have good backs and stuff like that. The whole back Cephas got on and it frustrated the whole time. But if you are good, I would want to see Cephas play good against good teams. Not those little teams like our Premier League team like in Jamaica that they're playing that they run around like in Jamaica because Bermuda is like a premier team in Jamaica. So I want to see bigger teams. Teams are improving and see how it plays against them. And I'm thinking if you're a good player, right, and you have speedy and you got a club, because club want to win, you can't be on the bench. So you telling me he's good in Jamaica and the club pay a lot of money for Cephas and put him on the bench and he needs he has to be doing something wrong.
Has he
He was getting games.
Cephas was
He
in
was getting
let me
games.
ask you this.
Cephas was
Can
in
I ask a
Turkey.
question?
Cephas was in Turkey and he has been demoted to the Russian league because that's going down. And he's on the bench. He's not getting any game. I'm in Russia. So I mean, okay then. Thursday, play him against Trinidad and let's see. Play him against Trinidad and let's
So
see. Go
I
ahead.
wanted all these Jamaicans that actually support. Like I would want to know if somebody's failing numerous times, not doing the right thing, and say you have money, right, and it's your last money you got, you're gonna trust them with your money, your retirement money where you have for the rest of your life. You're gonna give them the money to invest for you. You're
Can I
not.
ask can I ask a
You have to
question?
trust the person. Have to be making good decisions.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Has Cephas been more is Cephas contribution
been more negative than positive in the team? Yes or no?
Yes. Cephas' contribution is negative overall. Because you know what happened? You guys looking at today. You guys looking at today and now. And overall, because the team is not cohesive, they're not playing where they're supposed to play. It's by luck. When Cephas dribble down and do pass the ball and they score, it's by luck. It's not design. I look at players who put through pass, play the ball, and they're designed to make it happen.
Well, luck plays in football.
Don't go out on the field and when you're in trouble, you finish, you pass the ball and you get a goal out of it. To me,
Jamaica played against Guadeloupe in the cup. Cephas was beat his man and was it was Cephas, Mikel Antonio, and the opposing goalkeeper. And instead of passing the ball to Mikel Antonio, Cephas hit the ball and the goalkeeper.
Many times. And that's why I don't like.
If I were the coach, Cephas after making that decision, Cephas I would have stopped him and he would have never seen the team ever again.
But I miss.
I wouldn't do that. That was drastic because I know Cephas has something that we need. Cephas has something that we need. Cephas has something that we need.
Based on that, I think we are at the bottom of the table. I swear. We don't sound like a team with the
guys. See me, you guys.
Stop being disingenuous about. We are talking about there's a difference between the number of points the team has and the footballing culture. We are discussing the culture around the football in Jamaica. Of course, we're happy about the points, but we're discussing the culture of the football.
And if you have exactly, tell me something now. If you have a kid going to school, right? And our education is essential. And the kids are doing something where it's not gonna go there. You're gonna support the kid doing the same thing over and over. Your kid, you don't love your kid.
Yeah, but
you don't want reward. Are you gonna tell him? You know what? When my kid used to play soccer, right, and score all of a goal and selfish and come back, I say, you know what? You're selfish. He just scored a goal and we win. That's not what should have done because you didn't make the right play.
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
you have to do the right thing. Like, we most of the time we are lucky. Yeah, we are lucky. I don't want to go off luck. I want to see set plays. I want to see people pass the ball in a space where if nobody's there and somebody run onto it because they know it's going to be there. Ball IQ.
The reason why the scheduling of this group up to this point.
Sometimes people run.
The scheduling for this group up to this point has been very favorable to Jamaica.
Yes, we should have we should have qualified already. If Jamaica was playing the right team and playing right, we should have qualified already. 2-3 games to qualify already.
So Jamaica, the number of points that Jamaica currently has to be weighted because we are going to play the two toughest games of the group coming up.
I'm saying if Jamaica was playing ball and was playing right, because we had Cephas, we should have qualified already. There should be no excuse for Jamaica not qualify already. 3 games, top the group. Jamaica should not lose any games.
Trinidad could say the same thing too. QSA could say the same thing too.
Yeah, but you know what I'm because you know why? You know why is it? Because Jamaica is not doing the things to be consistent. Jamaica is not doing the things to be consistent. Trinidad is being consistent. All the other teams are consistent. Look how they play the ball.
Why are we at the top of the table?
No, luck. And you know what? Sometimes luck just go run out. You know, wait a minute here. We are not one point. We're not. Are you scared for tomorrow game? For Thursday? The game next game?
I'm positive about my team.
All right. How many times you been positive? I'm sure you been last Gold Cup. You were positive, right? Wait a minute. Do you think we was gonna go far in the Gold Cup last time? Were you been positive?
I'm sorry.
What in the Gold Cup the Gold Cup that passes? Right? What was your prediction? How you think Jamaica was gonna feel in the Gold Cup? You think they're gonna walk through the Gold Cup, right? Because you're positive then, right? Were you positive then? Were you positive? I'm saying the last Gold Cup. You were positive. Positive doesn't. You see, positive doesn't do anything. You can be positive all you want.
Because I even
You
said
can be positive if you want.
I even said that
But you
Jamaica
cannot
was
be
gonna win the
positive.
Gold
You know
Cup. I
what?
said Jamaica was gonna win the Gold Cup.
Who said that?
No, I said that I thought that Jamaica was gonna win the Gold Cup. I don't think I
Yeah,
could be more
because
positive
Jamaica
than that.
was supposed to win the Gold Cup. When you have people doing bad habits and showing other players and make other players look bad, that's what happens.
The Gold Cup was
Consistency.
what opened the Gold Cup was what opened my eyes on the JT.
Exactly.
And because the Gold Cup has shown me that Jamaica is merely a Caribbean team.
Yeah, but I
That's
think the
what
point that you guys are missing is that it doesn't start at Gold Cup. It doesn't start at World Cup qualifying. I think that what happened is that we have to get back, stop blaming CFAS and get back to the root of the problem.
We're
You
not
understand?
blaming
The
CFAS. I wouldn't blame
reason
CFAS.
hold on. So it's okay for you to look at CFAS in a positive light, but it's not okay for us to look at CFAS in another way because that's what you're doing. You're saying we must overlook CFAS and go and focus on someone else. Why?
The person that's in CFAS, Con, let me ask you one thing now. What's the thing that you would like CFAS to change? What do you think CFAS could improve on? What do you think CFAS could improve on? To make him a better player.
It's final decision making, yes.
What do you mean it's final decision making? Explain to me. Give me an instant. Give me an instant.
In terms of deciding when to shoot and when to pass. He needs
all right,
to work
good now.
on that.
So good. So now, if you have, listen to me. Wait a minute here. If you have, see, it's a team, you know. It's a team. Well, let me just before I forget. Let me just run it. It's gonna take quick. It's gonna be quick. It's gonna be quick. Let me quick because I'm even gonna forget my train of thought.
Because I'm saying, I know that you're, but listen, what happening? CFAS, you all can say CFAS need to improve on his final decision making. However, we saw where the last match we played, CFAS. We saw the last match we played, CFAS. CFAS had 2 assists.
Against who? Against who? Which team was that? Which team was that?
A team that is in the World Cup qualifiers.
Which team? Which team? No.
Vying to go to the World Cup.
Which? I'm asking which team? Which team?
Bermuda.
You think Bermuda really think that they have a chance to go to the World Cup?
It no matter what.
Is the play the man attack?
No, I'm asking a question.
After that game,
Bermuda is no team. Jamaica is playing like a Jamaica Premier League. What are you talking about Bermuda? Don't talk. You cannot use that as a scale.
So when
that's not a scale.
So hold on. So when US beat them,
that is not a scale.
When US beat it, they must celebrate them because of Jamaica them play.
That's not a scale. That's why we don't work hard. We don't get top on the back because that's where you want to be at, Bermuda. That's only one Bermuda there, you know. Only one Bermuda, one Bermuda.
So when we play US, don't expect to win then. Don't expect
one
to win.
Bermuda in this.
After JT, after the Bermuda game, JT came out and he was
what other game is gonna show up? What other game is gonna show up after Bermuda?
After the Bermuda game, JT was very mad at CFAS. Why?
You finished. You can't get more CFAS.
After the Bermuda game, JT was very mad at CFAS. Why was JT mad at CFAS?
I saw that program because CFAS, because he luck all of those players he gets. He didn't do the right decision, even though he scored a goal.
Because
he did not make the right decision.
JT said CFAS was crossing the ball because players from his neighborhood was on the team.
Yes. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I would Jamaica like that. Because when I play soccer, when I used to play soccer at high school, we do the same shit.
And
we're friends to make the team. We do the same thing.
And he's purposefully not passing the ball to the English-based players. That's what
I've done that before. I've done that before many times with friends.
Okay. If we ever play on the team with that mentality, should he be on the team?
No.
Exactly.
Either case.
What I'm asking you is this: since every time the gentleman mentioned something about, you're saying that which team in plays Bermuda, but as if Bermuda,
No, but
they're not footballers.
listen to me,
Hold on.
caller.
You can't. You're not even
Well,
waiting until
you
after
keep on saying last game. What did he do the 2 other games?
Hold, but
They
wait
played
until
3. What he
why
did
you
in
answering
3 games? What he
you
did in
mind
2
me that?
games? The 2 other games. What he
Yeah,
did
but
in 2 other
exercise
games?
some patience, my brother. Let me just talk and then you talk.
You cannot use
I'm a
one
trigger.
game to judge somebody. One game.
Yeah, but can you let me talk?
Go ahead. All right.
Thank you, boss. What I'm saying is that I hate when people talk about performance and then you say, "Oh, it's just Bermuda." So that means if we should use that same narrative when we're playing US and Canada, who are ranked way above us, we should not expect to win because they are better teams. We shouldn't have any hope to win. And if and when they beat us, they have no reason to celebrate because it's Jamaica to play. I can't understand that. You understand
I'm not
me?
sure where you're getting. I'm not sure what you.
I'm getting at the fact that if somebody plays well,
Carla,
they play well, regardless of who
That's
you are
not
they're playing.
competition. It's the level of competition.
what
The
you're
level
saying
of
that,
competition. You can understand? It's the level of competition. You have to take in mind the level of competition. If it's not a
So
high
when
level
you play
competition,
US, when we play US, it doesn't matter.
Carla,
Oh, if you don't get US,
if we play US, for example, if we play US and we have a poor team, then the US should be expected to beat the Jamaican team.
So you don't expect us to win then?
If we have a poor team, no, I don't expect to win.
Oh, so whenever we play US, you don't expect us to win?
We have good players,
yes
players.
or no?
It depends.
When we play US,
so wait a minute.
When we play, okay, Carla, I am not the typical Jamaica fan, no. I do not automatically assume that Jamaica should beat any team.
Oh, so you're not a Jamaica fan? Then that you a long time, brother.
No, Jamaica. Listen to me. Hey,
come on,
you know,
come on.
There has to be luck, you know. There has to be luck, you know. Sometimes Jamaica unlucky. In the Curacao game, Jamaica would have won that game, you know, but they were unlucky because the opportunity missed.
When Jamaica play any Caribbean team, I am not one of those people who say Jamaica should dump up that team. And I look at the team, I look at the players, and I look at the strategy of the opponent. I say, okay, Jamaica should beat this team because of X, Y, and Z. I don't automatically see Jamaica should beat Trinidad.
I owe you an apology. I owe you an apology. I thought you were a fan of the Jamaica team. I didn't realize. So I apologize to you, sir.
Come on, I'm sure he's a fan. Come on.
I am a realistic fan, sir.
Not because he's going hard on the team, he's not a fan. Because we could say the same thing too. You're not in the best interest. You're a fan. You're not in the best interest of Jamaican team. Because you see,
when Jamaica went to the Gold Cup, and when I saw them in the Gold Cup or they perform, it brought me down to reality. And it made me realize that Jamaica is a Caribbean team. Jamaica is not at the level of the Central American teams, or the US, or Mexico, or Canada.
But we all know that. We all know that. And all I'm saying is that what we need to do is use all of this experience as a learning curve, because it's just recently most of the coaches in Jamaica are getting some sort of qualifications. We don't even have good fields in Jamaica.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that statement. I don't agree with that statement. I think Jamaica have good quality player, and Jamaica has the potential to beat any of those Canada, US. But what they had to do, they're not doing the right thing and they're not making the selection.
What we are complaining about, we are complaining about the style of play, and because of the style of play, certain players are not being selected. Irrespective of the quality of the player.
Okay.
that player will not be selected because
You make a good point. You make a good point. You make a good point. You make a
I'm
good
the
point.
style of play. We have good midfielder right now. In a guy called Tyrese Hall, and he is ready to play, and he is not being selected, right? So oh, what do we do when we have players who can be selected and they're not being selected,
You know,
irrespective of
and
their
that
quality?
I hope that don't come back to bite us like other things because Tyrese all may get good and don't want to come to Jamaica anymore.
We are Motherfield.
They should have kept him. All those young players you cap. All those young players cap them.
We are
So do
we
you
are
wanna? Do
Motherfield.
you want?
We
So
are
all
Motherfield,
the
and he's
time,
not getting any game.
can I say something? So all this time we talk about individual talent versus team chemistry. So do you think now is the right time when we have two critical games to play? Yes, you may have that. That's a good point, right? With these players, but that is a mistake that I think was made earlier in the tournament. Now that we have two critical games, do
I
you
agree.
think it is now is the right time to be introducing players that has not been a part of the setup at this point in time? Don't you think that's a mistake that was made?
Not
And now is not the right
necessarily.
time
Not
to do it?
not necessarily.
Because
Not necessarily.
no caller, because
Not necessarily.
we are going to play Rico Henry either Thursday or next Monday.
That's one player. Don't you agree with the conclusion?
Okay,
but does the dynamic change after a certain amount of players?
All right. Let me respond to this caller.
You have a point. You have a point.
Let me answer this caller.
Hold on. You have a point, but there's one caveat.
Yeah.
Jamaica has been so woeful in the midfield that we must continue to try to get that right.
Yeah, but at the same time, that's what I'm saying. That's what as old time people say, well, Gwagam bad a morning, can't come good that evening. So I'm saying, yes, you're right. However, at this juncture, right, it's trying to undo something, and you may end up causing a bigger problem.
So,
right, by losing whatever little chemistry that we would have had developed during the period of time that we were making that mistake. So why not just keep it now and continue?
Give me
okay. Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
No, just a second.
All right.
We just had Ian Frey in the middle of the park. What happened? As a new guy, he was disastrous.
Wait a minute here. No,
the team was disastrous. So I agree with you, Carla, 150% that we have to be careful or we add players to the team at this time.
So what if Greenwood? Wait a minute. What if Greenwood come? Because you cannot say you can have somebody, and then what if Greenwood come? You just said, okay, you cannot make changes. What if Greenwood come?
No, I did not say that. What I said,
No, not you. The other person that says that to change. If it's a good time to bring in players.
We have to be careful how we add changes.
Exactly. Exactly.
I said be careful.
Incrementally fine. One or two players, but 3, 4, 5 players.
So good. So you're not bringing any new players. You don't have it. All right. You got midfielders that's missing, that injured. You bring in midfielders. What can it change? Are you bringing midfielders?
How many midfielders you want to bring in?
Just like every other team that I'm playing good soccer. If I'm following a model of something,
how many players would you bring in now?
I would have bring not less than 7. Not less than 7. Midfield players. Not makeshift.
New players I'm talking. Players that have
new players. New players.
Well, most of them would have been because this team is practically the core team.
All right. So wait a minute here. All right. So you're saying a person that play number 10, number 8, that's what they play for the club in and out and they're performing good, right? And you got players makeshift players there that not on the bench for the club, not getting game in this team right now, what are you gonna do? You're gonna play them? You're gonna put them in the slot?
I think what we have been doing brought us here so far. You understand me? And I think we have a good enough team to qualify for the World Cup.
You know what? That's the problem with Jamaica. We don't evolve. You know what? This is a thing. It's a competition. You're gonna want the best of best.
We have
Sports is like that. You want the best of the best. This is what brought you here. What brought you here yesterday, not brought you tomorrow.
Do you remember the last World Cup when we played Panama with about the stars?
Because I heard Whitmore sabotaged the team. I heard Whitmore sabotaged the team then. That's what I heard. Talk about that. Because he talked to himself, sabotage the team.
That I hear, sir, brother.
What we saw
was a lack of chemistry. That's what we saw. Lack of chemistry.
Who would in the right mind? Listen to me now. If it was sabotage, which coach would in the right mind, right? Right? And put on 11 players that don't play together.
Well,
you see that was sabotage. That ain't making any sense. We're not talking somebody sabotage. That was a sabotage. They should have come off. They should have come off the bench, and they should have come. Some of them will come off the bench. Depends on how the game is going. One by one. You don't start all those players, no matter how good they are, because they don't know one or other play. They don't know about team. That team, it's not a one individual thing. It's a team.
I like
Can I say something?
Last game, and I'm comfortable, and I think they're gonna win Trinidad, and they're gonna beat Curacao.
Gentlemen,
okay. And
listen. Can I interject? Can I interject, please?
Sure.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Miguel,
yeah,
go on YouTube and type in Marcus Garvey Cup. Marcus Garvey Cup, where they pick up a bunch of professional players from England to play the Jamaican national team, and they can't touch a ball. The problem with that Panama team was the coach.
Yeah.
If you are an educated player, three sessions, 3 training sessions, 3 training sessions.
But how much do they have?
So all this bull crap about don't bring in new players. It's because they don't want to bring in the player. They use that as excuse.
Nobody's saying new players. What I'm saying is that they have already done what they did. Now we're at the final 2 games.
Let me ask you one more question, Miguel.
Smart thing to do is to keep that chemistry
So Miguel, in your sense then,
can I ask you one question, Miguel?
Don't make no changes to go up to the World Cup.
Miguel, we have
time. We can play practice matches.
We have time, really?
Miguel, we lost a midfielder and we're bringing a forward. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm not the.
No. Answer the question. I'll answer the question.
I'm not saying
it makes sense to you. Does it make sense to you?
I don't have a coaching license, bro.
But you're talking soccer.
Gentlemen,
I don't understand.
Slow down.
We lost a midfielder.
Who is the midfielder? Answer the question. Who is the midfielder we lost?
We lost Casey Palmer. We're bringing a forward.
Who is the forward that we're bringing in?
We're near Brown.
You see,
so you tell us that Brown is carrying for Casey Palmer?
You guys are getting twisted.
Brown was out of the team.
No, sir.
So who do you think he's bringing him for?
No.
So how are you bringing him for?
Listen, Brown is coming in for Seymour Reid. Seymour Reid. And that's what I'm trying to say. You guys have a lot
Brown is coming for Seymour Reid.
You have a
Brown did
lot
not
of
come in for
wrong.
Seymour
Hey,
Reed.
how many midfield we have last time? How many midfield we have last time?
Listen.
I think these callers. I think they just start watching the game and then they start.
Listen.
Who?
You have
You talking about me?
We have.
Me?
Just
We
listen.
have
Calm
six
down now. Calm
midfielder.
down. Calm down, guys. Just listen.
And we have
Just listen to facts now.
we
Listen
have
to facts.
three centre forwards.
Listen
No,
to
we
facts
have
and
4
stop look
centre
crazy.
forwards.
Just listen. Who's talking, man? Listen, please. We lost. 3 players are out. 3 players are in. Listen good. All right. We have Seymour Reed out. We have Casey Palmer out. And we also have, who's the next person out? We also have Bale out. We have 3 new players. The players who came to replace them is the guy from Brentford, who's a left back. The new guy who's a left back to replace Bell. Just listen, please. We have Brown to replace Seymour Reed, and we have Damarai Gray to replace Casey Palmer. That's it.
So we don't bring in the midfield. So we do not bring in the midfield.
Casey Palmer, Damarai Gray will play midfield.
No, Damarai Gray is a winger.
Because we want to lose.
Damarai Gray will
Damarai Gray is a winger.
That's a fact.
He's a winger.
Damarai Gray is a winger.
And that's a fact.
Okay, so that's
guys. You know
why the coach didn't list Damarai Gray? Why didn't this man?
Somebody's microphone. Somebody's microphone is.
Can I ask
why did they put him as midfield? Why is he forward? They should list him as midfield.
Can I ask a question?
They should list him as midfield.
We bring 4 number 9. We need it.
Who's gonna give them the ball? Who gonna give them the ball?
We bring 4 number 9.
Who gonna give the number 9s the ball? Who gonna give the number 9s the ball? The defenders? Long ball?
It's 4 number 9 we're bringing them. Do you guys realize that?
I want to know how the forward's gonna get the ball. As good as they have.
You guys just start watching football game, no?
No, how the forward long ball, right? And we cannot. Our forward touch is not good, so we're not gonna get the ball.
Wait, but you guys seem like you guys are surprised, like this is something new to you guys.
But I thought we're improving. I thought we're improving because at one point the Unity Cup we were rolling ball. Some of the game we rolling ball. Canada were rolling ball back and forth. So the back and forth thing. When we do good,
guys, that's what we're trying to say. You come here and I beat up your chest and I say who will pass the ball. We've been past that already.
You're right. But we want So now we're good. Oh, so we don't learn then. We're not learning.
So one question.
We said that already. We said we have Isaac here. We already, guys. Listen, you guys come in here and making a whole bunch of noise and understand. Listen, we have Isaac here who pick up yellow cards and who sometimes fly back at England because he's in a pain or something like that. And we're running for 90 minutes. We don't know who we're gonna put. If anything happened to him, the coach said we just pray that he don't get injured.
Hey, we probably put we have more goalkeeper than midfield. We have more goalkeeper than midfield. To me,
that is the only problem.
You have 3 goalkeepers and 5 midfield.
That is the only problem the team have. If all cannot replace Isaac Hayden, we don't need him. We just need a replacement, a valuable replacement for Isaac Hayden. The team have no other issue than a Isaac Hayden issue. That's the only problem. Because everybody else on the team can be replaced.
Isaac Hayden have a yellow card, right?
I am saying.
So gentlemen.
Only person.
When Isaac Hayden.
So you build a team. So you build a team on one person.
Isaac Hayden.
You build a team on one person. So when Isaac Hayden gone, the team is gone.
Caller. You said Isaac Hayden is on a yellow card right now?
No, I said when
that's what I heard. That's what I heard.
The game.
Yellow card. Yellow card. One more, he missed the other game.
So if he get a yellow card in the Trinidad game, he can miss the Curacao game?
Yes, he missed. Yes, he missed. Yep.
Jesus Christ.
So you just scratch it.
Oh yeah.
You need a backup.
You need a backup for every position.
Wonderful. So who is the backup? Who is the backup you guys see for Isaac Hayden?
I guess mostly Joshua and Hanglin and he's
No. I'm not talking about who's there. Which new ballers that you're crying for will replace Isaac Hayden?
There's 2 young kids.
All right.
There's a young guy named Gerard Johnson.
All right, sir. The point I'm trying to make is right now. You guys been trying to say you're solving an issue and having an issue with midfield, and all know you guys have not touched on the issue and solved the issue, which is only one issue the team has, and that is a Isaac Hayden issue. So any baller you want,
guys,
we
don't solve it. We are looking. We are always
The team
forward to JFS. That's about the JFS, not we. It's about JFS.
The team also needs a attacking midfielder.
Of course.
Right?
We need a number 10.
We have three attacking midfielder. The team don't need an attacking midfielder.
We don't need 3 attacking midfielders.
We have Bobby Reed. We have Bobby Reed.
We probably could get back.
We have Damarai Gray. We have Kaim Dixon. We team do not.
No. Kaim Dixon and Damarai Gray are wingers.
Do not.
Carla, maybe you don't know football, you know.
Yeah,
I don't think you know football.
Our experiment you want to work here now.
We don't need no experiment. We don't need no experiment.
All right. Okay, guys. Let's see. We're gonna come back. We would like to come back to finish this conversation after the 2
Gray played several times for Jamaica, more than once, as a 10. So
well, he doesn't play good with CFAS. He doesn't play good with CFAS.
Kaim Dixon play.
But he doesn't play good with CFAS.
Carla, what did the coach say? He doesn't put pegs in the round hole. So why you want him put peg in a round hole now?
He's been doing that. He's been doing. Come on. He's been doing that.
Contradicting himself.
Yeah. He contradicting himself.
That is what it is. That is what it is. Damarai Gray is a decent 10. That is what it is.
Decent 10.
Bobby Reed is an excellent 10. That's what he did. He came volley a ball in the goal just weekend and set up too nicely to win the victory for Leicester. So just you guys are not sure if you know the team.
Okay, you know, I am praying for whatever happens.
He's playing wing for Leicester.
I am praying.
Not midfield, wing.
No, Bobby Reed playing behind the striker for Leicester, sir.
He's playing behind the striker now.
Damarai Gray.
Oh yes, Damarai Gray is playing wing.
Damarai Gray don't play Leicester. Don't play for Leicester.
Not Leicester.
Yeah, he meant Birmingham.
Birmingham.
What I'm
saying.
saying.
But one point of order before we move on. I hear some of you on the call mention that if Isaac Hayden get a yellow card, he's out. That is incorrect. He's currently at 0. He's currently at 0 yellow cards after his suspension, and he did not pick one up in the Bermuda game.
Thanks for correcting that, because I heard that. I heard.
I don't know who started that. I don't know who keeps saying that.
Good job. Because I heard another program.
I've been trying to dispel that for days now.
I heard another program.
It can't die.
Carla. Let's get something straight now here now. Don't come here from other program and come here because spiritual false narratives. Okay, Carla?
That is true. My bad.
No, listen.
My bad.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That's good. That's cool. My bad.
Yeah, but as far as the attacking midfield conversation goes, I agree that the squad, in that area is a bit light, so similar to the CDM position. But I think we have to analyze, like what one of the callers was saying, like how we actually have been playing. And I understand that, improvement would be the best way to go. But I don't see the coach drastically changing his system for the last 2 games. So he's going to go with players in the midfield that he thinks can do both jobs, help Isaac Hayden and get forward as well. And he's going to rely creatively for the bulk of his creativity to come from his wide players. That's what he's been doing, and that's what he's going to continue to do.
So are you nervous about that? How you feel about that?
Look, it's not ideal. I think, but again, the way that the coach wants to play, I don't see a space for an out-and-out number 10, because he basically has 2 midfielders with Hayden, and it looks to me like their job is to both attack and defend. So it's really like he's playing with 2 8s, to be honest.
Do you feel good about this coach here? Do you feel good about this coach? I mean, this coaching staff right now, how they conducting the World Cup?
I do not. No.
Okay.
I do not.
Anybody else who think the coach they're doing a good job or fair job?
I think the coach is doing a poor job. Goon, I have a question. I think if the coach plays players out of position for this T&T game, the team is going to be punished severely by Trinidad. Do you share the same sentiment?
Boy, you know,
For example, I suspect that he's going to put, for example, a Demarai Gray at number 10. And I think if that occurs, Trinidad is going to punish such a lineup. But what do you think, Guna?
Well, for me, I think that the last time we saw Damari Gray play there, if I'm not mistaken, was in the Gold Cup, right? I think it was once he gave Cephas a start, Cephas played well, and he played him again on the left, and Damari moved into the central area. Now, if you remember that game, it was probably our worst game in the Gold Cup. It was against Panama. And I think a part of the reason why it didn't really work is what I just described. I don't think the way that the man sets up the team really calls for a quote-unquote number 10. Because what ended up happening was Damari Gray, when we're pressing Panama, would be basically up beside the striker to be on the two centre-backs. But the problem was, whenever they beat that first line, I don't think Damari Gray quite understood. Well, I can't say he didn't understand because I don't know what the coach told him. But based on what I was seeing, it seemed like he was always caught in a no man land where he's not really helping out when we get in attack. And then when we go forward again now, he's not really finding any pockets of space to influence the game. So it's kind of like he was just wasted in that area. So my hope is that they don't do that again because we've seen it. And I would think that Panama is a similar type of opponent to, let's say, a Trinidad who like to progress the ball through the midfield and keep possession. So we have seen a similar team play us with that personnel and it didn't work. So I'm hopeful that they will go a different direction. I'm thinking more than likely it's going to be the same midfield that we saw with Russell Hayden and Bobby Reed. And then it's up to the coach to make his decision on the wide area, whether he's going to go with Cephas or he's going to go with Damari Gray. That's what I think the coach is going to do. Now, Damari Gray has played off the right this year for Birmingham. So there's a scenario where maybe he plays both of them. He plays Cephas left and Damari right or vice versa.
No, that was a switch. That was just a switch. That was, I mean, I wouldn't call that. That's not consistent. That was a switch.
Damari Gray has played about 4 or 5 games on the right for Birmingham, though. He has.
You realize Campbell is playing in a wrong position.
Exactly.
He's on the left. He plays for his club. And
he's better on the left. He's better on the left.
Tyrese Campbell this season has played on multiple areas. He has played in a 2-striker system.
But he's better on his left.
Typically more to the left, right?
Why don't you put Cephas on the right? Why don't you put Cephas on the right?
If you go back to last season when they were in League One getting the promotion, he played either side. So I'm not buying this without putting Tyrese in his right spot. He can play both sides equally well. That's one of the reasons why he keeps getting in the damn Charlton team, because he's like a Swiss Army knife. You can put him central, wide, either side, right? So I'm not buying into this. We haven't seen the best of Tyrese Campbell because he's not playing on the left. I don't buy into that.
You think he play equally? You think he play equally on both sides?
Hold on. When Gray plays in the number 10, he tend to drift over to the left side.
Yes, we end up with two wingers. Correct. We end up with two wingers.
So he just. I don't think the 10 suits him well. I don't think the 10 suits him well. He's gonna drift over there and try to pass the ball. He's gonna go over there and try to take the ball off of the winger, because that's his DNA.
I think we might pull it off because we got individual. I think individual player skills based on individuals. I think we might pull it off.
I'm gonna say something. Gentlemen, something. Every time we do well in the Gold Cup, we always say we're going to qualify for the World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
We do very bad this time in the Gold Cup, so we're going to qualify this time in the World Cup. That's all I'm going to say. Every time we do well in the Gold Cup, and we expect to do good in the World Cup, never happen.
Well,
check the history.
I don't know, but you know, this is.
I think luck is gonna go away, man.
No, we bad lucky. Jamaica unlucky.
Well, man, luck is gonna away this time, man. Luck.
I hope we get some luck because so far we unlucky. Because I see many times we're supposed to win games, see ball hit on post several times, balls miss. It's just like wow.
This time is gonna happen.
I'm Guna. Guna, are you there?
Yeah, man.
Do you have any inside knowledge on the Tyrese situation? Does he have his passport? Has he given indication that he's willing to play for the team? What's the story on him?
From what I know, he has had his passport since this entire cycle been going on.
Wow. Has he given the indication that if he gets the call up, he will oblige?
Yes.
So why hasn't he been called?
Well, based on what the coach said, if you remember what he said before the last window, he made a statement that said Seymour Reed has been added, Bailey Calamatri has been added, a lot of youth has been added, and he didn't think adding another younger, inexperienced player was the route he wanted to take. So he blamed his non-inclusion last time on his age, basically. This go around, maybe you guys can correct me, but I don't remember him giving an actual reason as to why.
So if we're planning for the future, shouldn't recruiting younger players be also one of the factors?
Maybe he's a double agent.
I mean, I have seen, correct me if I'm Guna, but I have seen several videos of football aficionados in England saying that this player is a generational talent.
That has been said about the player in certain circles, yes.
So if this is being said about the player, this player should be a priority. Not only for the coach, but for the JFF. And the JFF should be overruling the coach on a player like this.
Well, look, I'm very surprised just based on what we have seen of some younger English players in the last couple of years. For example, a player like Nico O'Reilly, for example, right? Nico O'Reilly was somebody that John was scouted when he was around for the U20. Based on my knowledge and trying to find out what's going on in situations, his name was in that list of players that he would have been talking to acquire passports and potentially play for us in the U20s. And I remember at the time, people were saying, all these academy guys, they don't always turn out to be anything, right? And that's true. Sometimes people don't make it all the way through.
Well, you can't count them still.
We can't have that mentality because for every Latibodir who went through City and couldn't break through at City, there's also gonna be a Nico O'Reilly who out of nowhere now is in the latest England senior men's team. And that's just 2 years removed of him being eligible and wanting to play for our U20 team. So we need to be careful what we do with these young players because it's very hard to predict how fast they will start to make their progression. And
so Guna, for decades, before YouTube, before social media, the narrative was these overseas-based players do not want to come when they were young. Right?
Right.
That was the narrative. If you can read, I don't know what your age, but I'm old enough to remember that was the narrative for a long while. That when they're young, they say no, they're waiting for England, and they only want to come when they are washed up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the evidence that we're presented with now is saying that narrative was false.
I think, look, there have been players that have that stance that you just said, but I don't think that that's enough for us to say that we're not going to try to get certain players either way because so what if you ask 10 of them and 5 of them say they're not doing it and 5 coming, guess what? We got 5 players that can improve our things. You know, we should not be upset about the 5 that didn't come. You should be happy that 5 came.
Because on the John Wall list, correct me if I'm wrong, there were 14 academy players I heard about.
Yeah, the number fluctuates between 14 and 18.
Okay, so let's go with the bottom limit at 14. If you can get 14 players out of a generation, that's very good. Right? If you can get a first team plus 2 players out of a generation of players who that you did not develop, and you're getting to come and play for immediately, that's very good.
Gunnar, the team that win the under 20, how many players they took from outside?
That Moroccan team?
Yes, that Morocco team.
It was very high percentage of overseas developed players. So I don't know the exact number, but I want to say it was like 17 or 18 or 16. Okay, yeah. 16. There you go.
So
I know it was like 80% or so.
Right, even down the road, if even half of them turn out to be good, that's good for the team.
What was the prize money for the under 20 World Cup?
You know, that's something that is quite elusive to get to know because they don't have it posted anywhere what they would get. And I've always heard the JFF say that they don't really make anything off of the Youth World Cup. It's really a spending thing.
Why they can't post it?
I don't know. I've tried to search that on FIFA for years. Like, what is the actual payout if you win the damn U20 World Cup? And I've never been able to find anything.
And you could Google any other country, probably could, Google to find out what it was.
No. I'm saying I've Googled like FIFA under 20 Youth World Cup payout, and I cannot find anything.
Overall,
not just a Jamaica thing only. I'm just saying
okay.
It's like I don't know where it is. Okay. But based on what JFF has told us, the youth programs and the youth World Cups do not pay out anything.
Okay.
You just get a trophy and recognition and yeah. And obviously you probably sell all your players.
In my opinion, what is going on with the JSF and the player selection, it is so criminal and it is borderline and wicked.
I gotta say, it looks awesome. It really does.
You cannot have a player of that projection willing to play and you're not calling that player up. It is just wicked and criminal. And I do not buy the excuses that is being given. Professional players adapt quickly.
They should.
We are Kyle Dixon, who's called up regularly. His team is second to last, and Tyrese, our team is fourth, and Tyrese is a central piece of his team. Makes no sense. And also, Tyrese Hall is basically a Premier League player who is being groomed by a team down in the footballing pyramid. So he can be called up to Tottenham's first team at any time. Makes no sense.
Especially when you factor in that the area the field he plays in is in need of some surgery. And I agree totally with the caller that was on the line. I don't know if you're still here.
Yeah.
That was saying, do we need 4 strikers in a squad of 26 players? When at any given time, only one of them are on the field.
That's what I said. Number 9. How many number 9s you got?
It just doesn't. It's not needed. It's not necessary. So why are we bulking up a spot that has less players in it at once on the team, and we're light in a spot where we need 3 of those players at once on the team?
That's
It doesn't
puzzling
make
to me.
sense.
That is puzzling to me.
Guna, I am going to do a plot twist based on your gut feeling. Are you have the impression that the decision not to select all is not McLaren's decision?
Well, I would have to just be speculating here. But just based on what I have seen, I do believe that there are players in the squad that are constantly picked regardless of what's going on.
Fit?
And the way how they rationalize it to us is they will say something like, well, I heard him say, he went with the players that he trusts, right? So that's one thing that they fall behind. So if a man don't have a chance with Jamaica yet, he can't displace a man that has played in the coach's eyes well, right? And if he can always hide behind that, then that's what he's going to hide behind. But I think that some players, I don't think the coach sees, like, all right, I hate to be picking on Warner Brown, but he's the easy target, right? Warner Brown has been prolific for Jamaica so far. If you look at numbers, when you look at strikers for Jamaica, a man that played 9 games for Jamaica and scored 4 and assist 1, that is like rare air for Jamaican strikers. If you look at the history of all strikers, right? But I think we fail to contextualize things, and that is my issue I have. Because a man will score a bag of goal. For example, Bowser gone 5 goals this qualifying window. All his 5 goals have come against none of the opponents we're about to play. Now, somebody might think that don't matter, but to me that matters. Because he has 2 goals in this final round, and they both came against the team that would beat 4-0 twice. He played against Trinidad, didn't score. He played against Curacao and didn't score. So can we really say he's been prolific when the team that we're going to face in this window, he doesn't have goals against in the World Cup qualifiers?
I am glad you bring up that point, because I don't know if you were listening to the conversation earlier on, but I was saying that the quality of the team that a player performs well against or performs poorly against should be factored in.
Has to take consideration, correct?
Yeah, but we are not doing that. For example, we'll say FIFA scored 4 goals against whom?
Who?
You know what I mean? Who did he score? What team did he score the 4 goals against? We don't do that. Because because our narrative is FIFA is local, and there's emotional, sentiments towards it. It's sentimental. A overseas based player does not get the same sentimental feelings. We have a player in Tyrese Campbell. He and Dixon was playing for the same team. Dixon was deemed by the same team as not being ready for that level. He has been sent down to a lower level, but come for the national team, Dixon get picked over him. That's mad.
It's simple, guys. Simple thing here. If you guys have some runners, right? And you got some runners running like in the 9-7s, and you're running against guys that running 10, and you go every time you run against them, give me the faster than them. When you reach up with guys at a bit higher level, what are you gonna do? You can't beat them with 10 or 9. You have to run the same thing they're running. So it's the same thing too. These teams that they're scoring against, they should have even scored more. Everybody that touched the ball, every foul should have a hat-trick, in my mind.
And also
those teams.
Okay, and JT is in the camp of the reason why Dixon is selected is because when Dixon come for national team, he quote unquote plays well. It's not entirely correct, but let's work with it for a minute. If the reverse was the reality, there will be outrage amongst the footballing fraternity.
Well, I think JT. I think I watched those games when he came on. He was better than the players who were there before. He was producing when he came on.
Hold on. I want to talk to Guna for a minute.
Oh.
Say, Jason, say the reverse was true. Say there was a locally based player playing for Charlton, and that player was a central piece of Charlton's setup. And there was an overseas-based player who the Charlton coach deems as not ready for the level, and he was sent down to Crawley Town. Come selection time, this overseas-based player who has been sent down to Crawley Town was picked over the locally-based player who was a centerpiece for Charlton. Do you think, Guna, that this scenario will go down well with the Jamaican fan base?
No.
Absolutely not.
Good scenario.
Then Guna, then it is safe to say the reason why we are okay with this dynamic is because it's locally.
Exactly. That's what it is. Exactly.
Yeah, but I think we as the Jamaican fans have always thought this. We are quick to defend whatever side of the spectrum we are on in terms of there are some people that will make millions of excuses for the overseas players. There are others who will make millions of excuses for the local players. And we frame all of our arguments around that. The minute we can actually unbiasedly just look at the players and what they do, the better off all these conversations will be. But I know that's impossible because people will have their biases and their preferences. But the only thing that I hope is that results and playing the type of football we want to see, no matter who is doing it, is what the end result is and the goal is. Because I tell you this, even a man who don't see anything wrong with benching Campbell and playing Dixon over him will rejoice when we make the World Cup. And they're not going to care if Campbell scored a goal or Dixon scored a goal. And that's what we need to focus on. But it's hard to do that, and I understand that.
Irrespective of the biases, there has to be some people in the footballing fan base like me who just look on the logic, look on the facts, right? And in my opinion, the entire footballing setup is not logical. Doesn't make any sense in a significant portion of the time, you know. And also I was making the argument that the notion that the club performance of a player should not be a significant factor in his selection is a very dangerous concept.
Yeah, setting bad precedent.
And this concept has been propagated amongst the fan base because of the local and overseas based player dynamic.
It's not a concept, it's a fact. It's been going on.
We use the whole focus only on perform for country as a way to give the locally based players a leg up. That's the reason why it's there. Because on average around the world, national teams are selected based on club performance. Am I right or am I wrong in this scenario?
I agree with you.
I would say the number one metric. The number one metric used the club.
Why did Jamaica